You caught me in the middle of a crisis. I'm trying to concoct the perfect social media post that will get me as much attention from random people online as possible. I know. Typical afternoon. I've deduced that if I post this picture of myself, I might have a shot at getting some self-validation, but it all depends on one thing. Do I apply the cat ears or the walrus teeth? If I mess up this decision, it's all over. Yeah, as a fairly young guy who's got his whole life ahead of him, you'd probably bet that I have more important things to worry about than my Threads follower count. Well, add that to the list of bets you would lose.
Quick! I've been bored for the past 5 seconds! Oh, thank God. Social media, apps and digital services designed to be used amongst a wide user base of people in order to connect them with other users via messaging, posting, and various other means of interactivity. Throughout the last 20 years or so, these apps have skyrocketed in popularity, and I mean, why wouldn't they? They answer one of humanity's greatest quandaries.
Gosh, I want human interaction, but I hate interacting with humans. What do I do? God does exist.
Now, it is true that social media has grown to be used for a variety of different things. You can use social media to raise awareness of important issues, or sell products and services, or simply share posts that you think are amusing. But regardless of your intention for using social media, you're still in danger of your Aunt Betty discovering your profile. I mean, it's called social media for a reason. No matter which way you slice it, these apps are intended to be used to interact with others, and it is all but inevitable that they will be used for this purpose as long as you have them downloaded on your phone. Unless you just think the app icons look funny. Regardless, there's a reason why so many people actively use these apps on a daily basis. For one, they're easily accessible. All you have to do is own a smartphone, or in some cases, just have a form of internet access. You can post damn near anything you want, and you can follow, message, and interact with whoever you please. Social media gives people a platform to speak their mind, which may not always be a good thing, but it's the most accessible medium to do so for many of us out there. I know a lot of people that keep in touch with their relatives exclusively through websites like Facebook and Instagram, due to often living in distant parts of the world from them. Without the medium of social media, this wouldn't be possible for a large demographic of people, or at the very least, it would be marginally more difficult. And even if you don't personally use it yourself, you can't deny that, to many of us out there, social media is a wonderful thing. Besides the fact that it also fucking sucks.
Now, you may be thinking to yourself, Antonio, how can you say that? There are so many benefits to social media. Yeah, there are benefits to murder too, reducing overpopulation rates.
Yeah, it's no secret that my impression of these apps has sort of been sullied within the past couple years. Now, does my disdain for social media equate to a lack of me using it?
What the f is this?
Trust me, I've gotten my fair share of use out of these apps in the past, but one day I woke up and realized cancer still exists, and I'm more concerned over how many people voted on my Instagram poll last night. It's not that I think these apps are pointless, I just think they're fucking stupid. Obviously, I'm being a bit harsh here. Social media has so many different uses, and a lot of them are really helpful. Just because I don't have the best impression of them doesn't mean no one should ever like them or use them. But with all the social media apps available today, and the number seemingly increasing more and more every year, it begs the question, how many of these apps are really worth your time?
I mean, there's gotta be some diamonds in the rough here, right? You know what they say, one man's trash is another man's treasure. If that treasure was cyanide. And just because I'm not a big fan of social media doesn't mean I'm not able to see its worth. I mean, there's gotta be some reason why there's over 1 billion people on TikTok, and I don't think it's just because of blackmail. Without further ado, let's take a look at some of the biggest social media juggernauts of all time and see if they really are worth anxiously checking 20 times a day. Spoiler alert, they're not.
Now, I only started using social media in 2015, but it's important that we recognize that it had been around for quite a while before then, really starting to blow up around the mid to late 2000s or so. And wouldn't you know it, it all started with a fart.
I call it that because just like a fart, it was a precursor to shit.
On March 22nd, 2003, a little website named Friendster appeared on the scene and changed the way people connected online as we know it. It's often regarded as one of, if not the first, highly successful social media platform. I mean, sure, there are ones that came before it, but was there? It's true, there were ways to connect with people online before this website launched, but this website really showed people how fun the idea of a social media platform could be when used in specific ways. You could add and connect with your friends, private message each other through the website, and share pictures and videos, or really just anything you were interested in. Friendster was great. It just didn't have a lot of staying power, but that's not to downplay its success early on in its life. I mean, the user base of Friendster had reached over 3 million within the first few months of its launch, which was and still is insane for the time. And it grew substantially past that while it was still around, so obviously it was doing something right. But if you want to succeed in life, you don't just copy your friend's math homework.
No, you only copy the correct answers.
Using the best features of Friendster as a foundation, MySpace was officially launched on August 1st, 2003. You could argue Friendster was the true start to the big social media boom, but at least in my eyes, MySpace put the whole concept of social media on the map. It's like, yeah, weed existed before bread, but come on, bread is just so much better. It seems that even though Friendster laid a lot of the groundwork for future social media sites, MySpace took a lot of the ideas that Friendster introduced and polished them to make an even cleaner and more appealing social media experience. And what really made MySpace stand out in comparison to competing websites was how it supplied its users with a plethora of ways to customize their profiles and truly make their page on the site feel like their own personal place. This isn't just anyone's space on the site. This is my space. Holy shit. MySpace also had this weird feature where you could manually pick your top 8 friends out of all the people you added on the website. It was like, finally, a way to organize a hierarchy of your closest pals.
I don't need MySpace for that.
But just like taxes, the death of MySpace was inevitable, and with declining user interaction over the course of the late 2000s and early 2010s, well, let's just say the writing was on the wall.
And on my shirt!
Surprisingly enough, MySpace is actually still around today, which is something you can't say about Friendster. But it is a far cry from what it used to be, being used primarily as a hub for music industry related news articles nowadays. Despite being remembered as somewhat of a joke in today's day and age, it can't be understated how much of a groundbreaking success MySpace really was, at one point being a home to over 100 million active users. But even though I remember hearing about MySpace as early as when I was about 8 years old, I never found a reason to use it myself. Same goes for Friendster. Yeah, that's right, I have 2 shirts. Yeah, these sites were a little before my time, but that doesn't mean they didn't pave the way for greater things.
They didn't.
Now, you may have just been thinking to yourself for the past 3 minutes,
Cut the bullshit! Just get to the bullshit!
well, you're in luck, because we're finally going to talk about Facebook. Now, if Friendster was wheat and MySpace was the bread made from the wheat, Facebook is a delicious roast beef sandwich. Side note, I found the roast beef in the back of my fridge. It might be expired, but I don't waste food. Facebook was one of the first social media platforms that I ever heard of and witnessed people actively using. I remember my dad was really into it when I was a kid. He'd be locked into checking his Facebook feed while I was out playing in the street. But I can't blame him. Facebook was a phenomenon back in the day. The idea you could connect with anyone and everyone that had a profile, all on a medium with such a sleek and appealing user interface, everyone wanted to join the party.
Wow, this is fucking awesome!
At a time when virtually connecting with people was seldom heard of outside of email, Facebook was a revolution. Nowadays it's like, oh, you still use Facebook?
The breakup's been that rough on you, huh?
For a while there, I would say Facebook was the definitive social media platform. Hell, you could even argue it still is. It just resonated with so many people. You make an account, post anything you want, make friends, see what your friends are posting, waste your time, feel self-conscious. It was perfect. It just made sense. Facebook may have not been the first social media platform, but it practically was the first for a significant amount of people. And even to this day, Facebook continues to maintain relevance, albeit on a smaller scale than it used to.
So, what does Facebook have that makes it stand out from the current competition?
Well, the letter F for one.
Take that, Friendster!
Beginning with its inception in 2004, every Facebook user was given their own page, previously known as a wall, where they could post their innermost thoughts and secrets.
Like I can't already do that with this one.
Nowadays, this is known as a timeline, but it essentially serves the same purpose: a stream of content displayed on your own personal profile, which includes all of your previous posts. Your Facebook friends can also post messages to your profile that you or anyone else that you're friends with can see, and dear God, human beings were not meant to have this much power. Facebook also does a pretty decent job at organizing every user's profile in a logical way, separating posts, photos, friends list, general personal info, etc. Because if I'm gonna post my social security number, it better be separate from the pictures of my cat.
I'm kidding. I don't have a cat.
Facebook also has a plethora of other features separate from the main social media aspects of the website. One of my favorite features of Facebook has always been the games. You see, Facebook has a bunch of games that are embedded into the website, and because of this, you can easily play them with or against any of your friends. This is a wonderful idea, and is a big reason why a lot of these games got so much attention with the casual crowd. Games like Words with Friends, Candy Crush, Farmville.
I like games. I like cows. You put them together, I'm f***ing set.
Similar in concept to personal timelines comes Facebook groups. Groups can revolve around any concept you can think of. If you're really into crested geckos, oh thank God I found my people. If you're majorly invested in a certain topic, joining a Facebook group centered around that topic can be a great way to meet new people that share your interests. It's also great for justifying your passion for homicide.
Look how many other people like it.
Either way, I'd say it's a novel idea. But by far, I'd say one of the website's most useful features is Facebook Marketplace. Facebook Marketplace is essentially like eBay, but for Facebook users. If you have something you want to sell and you also have a Facebook account, it just makes sense. It's a match made in heaven. I've seen so many people buy useful items from Facebook Marketplace. Things like clothes, furniture, cars, anything you can imagine. Anything. It can be a great resource for selling things locally, and it's something I can genuinely say that being integrated into Facebook helps benefit the experience. Getting in contact with people through apps meant for reselling things can be a pain, but with Facebook Marketplace, it's seamlessly combined with Facebook's already established Messenger app. I'd say those are the main features that make Facebook stand out. It seems like a pretty great service, right? Alright, listen, Facebook was never really my thing. I think by the time I actually made an account in 2015, Facebook had been around for so long that it had kind of lost its luster. There were also a ton of other social media apps that had popped up by then, many of which were a lot more popular with my age demographic. Yeah, it does seem like Facebook resonates a lot more with the older generation, and it's understandable why. I mean, a lot of these people joined around the time of the platform's conception and have stayed pretty faithful to it throughout its life. But that doesn't mean I never see younger people use it. I see way more people around my age use it than I would think. Though I feel like opening Facebook is more like a nervous tick for them. Let's be honest here, if you're under 30 and still have Facebook, the main reason you probably keep it downloaded is to keep track of your friends and family members' birthdays. I do see the value in Facebook as a platform. I just feel like every time I use it, I'm visiting a really nice retirement home. While it is true that a lot of people keep in contact with their families through Facebook, if you remove that from the equation, what are you left with? That. A few years after Facebook launched, the world was graced with a little app known as Twitter. A service that's also been around since the big social media boom of the mid-2000s. Twitter's always been one of the de facto platforms to connect with people online, right up there with Facebook. And if we're considering Facebook to be an old fart of a platform, then Twitter can be considered to be that friend of Facebook that's also pretty f***ing old, but still has a spring in their step. The spring is rusted. So why use Twitter?
Let me answer that by asking, why get up in the morning? That's right, a blank expression was the correct answer.
Well, to me, Twitter's main hook has always been the nature of how you're expected to post on it. You see, posting on Facebook always kind of carried some weight. If you were making the conscious effort to post something on Facebook, it was kind of a unique occasion. Like, gee, sound the alarms, this guy's about to post an update to his relationship status. With Twitter, it's always been like, yeah, whatever, post your goddamn shopping list, I don't give a f***. These are what's known as tweets. I think what makes Twitter appealing to so many people is how simple and streamlined the whole process of posting a tweet is, or at least how it's presented in the app. You could just be going throughout your day, have a random thought, and just tweet it right then and there. In fact, I feel like the app has always encouraged this kind of behavior. You can only post up to 280 characters in a single tweet. It's like the app is directly telling you, keep it brief, honey. Now, you can post pictures and videos to the app, but most of the time when you use Twitter, you're going to be popping in to spout out a sentence or two and then go on about your day. At the time of its launch in 2006, Twitter felt pretty goddamn revolutionary. It gave us an easy way to project our stupid f***ing opinions out into the world. I was going to write a blog post about how much I hate cottage cheese, but this is just so much easier. It couldn't be more simple. You can like and comment on tweets that you scroll by, or you can retweet them. Retweeting is essentially like reposting, except you're actually giving credit to the original poster. Now, it is important to mention that you can't edit your tweets after you post them. So if you happen to catch wind of someone who actually likes cottage cheese, you better be prepared for the backlash. With the simplistic nature of Twitter, you'd think it would capture the hearts of millions, and it definitely did for a while there. But I don't think it's controversial to say that the appeal of Twitter has gone down significantly over time. I wonder why. Listen, I'm not trying to get political here. If I wanted to get the attention of a politician, I would just tweet something pornographic. But it's hard to ignore the fact that there seemed to be a lot less criticism directed towards Twitter before it recently went under new management. Ever since April of 2023, Twitter's gone through some pretty major changes. First and foremost being the name of the app. Seriously, what the f*** is this? X is one of, if not the worst name for a social media platform I've ever heard. It's so corporate. I think part of the appeal of the original Twitter, even if it was purely an aesthetic thing, was the app icon. Like, damn everybody, let's check out the bird app. It'll be a hoot. Get it? But now, every time I go to check Twitter, it's just depression.
I get enough of that for my everyday life. I don't need more of that shit from a fucking app.
But hey, the rebranding in the grand scheme of things is superfluous. But that's not all that changed about Twitter around this time. Ever wanted another subscription service in your life? And one more couldn't hurt. Introducing X Premium, previously known as Twitter Blue. For up to $8 a month on the web browser version and $22 a month on the mobile version, you get access to a variety of exclusive features that all your financially conscious friends could only dream of having, all with the intent of improving your social media experience.
Wow, this really does improve my experience.
So, what value is there in paying to use this otherwise free social media app? Well, you get access to features such as less ads displayed on the app, more customizability, the option to edit tweets. Who knew playing God only costs $8 a month? You also get access to the super neat ability of uploading videos to the app that are up to 3 hours in length.
Why the fuck would I want to do that?
Oh, that's why. But by far, the most prominent feature of X Premium is instant verification on the app. Verification is a concept that exists on almost all of these social media apps. It basically equates to the company behind the app establishing that you're the official presence behind your account's name. Why, yes, this is the real Arby's.
Oh, thank you for the warning.
A while back, verification was only seldom handed out to people. You had to prove your worth and notability for one of these things. Now, it's like, wow, you got out of bed today?
Fucking take it!
Verification used to mean something, but now, with virtually anyone just being able to buy it outright, it basically devalued the entire idea. For a while there, the amount of people taking advantage of this got out of hand, with Twitter becoming the premier platform for identity theft.
Yeah, I support the death penalty.
That's not to mention the fact that once this idea was put into place, everyone that already had verification got it stripped away from them.
Because hey, why not punish the people that have stayed loyal to our platform for years on end? You're a fucking genius!
This is just one of the many reasons why Twitter's reputation as a social media platform has been more than sullied as of late. Don't get me wrong, Twitter was never a perfect app. Any glance at the comment section under a tweet regarding a hotly debated topic will clearly demonstrate the cracks in the foundation.
I didn't even know some of these slurs existed!
You know, a lot of people like to use Twitter as a means of getting their news. Just use a damn news app. Even with all of its faults, I still personally think that, as a concept, Twitter has a lot of merit to it. But with how badly the management of the app has been as of late, it's become harder and harder to justify staying on the platform. But if you want a place to spout out your hot takes about things, it's still fine enough. Yeah, I'll just stick to wearing my dog shit opinions as t-shirts. Moving on to 2010, on October 6th, the app Instagram officially launched. As far as I can remember, this was the first social media app I got personally suckered into using, and I only started using it in 2015. What did I do in that time?
Well, felt joy for one.
So the whole shtick behind Instagram is that it's mainly meant for posting pictures and videos. If you want to post on the app, you gotta at least post a picture of something. I wonder if that's why the app icon is a camera. So what else makes Instagram distinguishable from other apps?
My printer ran out of ink.
Yeah, there's not much more to say about the actual design of Instagram, at least in terms of what makes it unique. But I think its simplicity is the reason why the vocal majority of Instagram users are more on the younger side. You see, if Facebook is more geared towards Gen X, then I don't think it's a stretch to say Instagram is more directed towards millennials and younger. I mean, hell, it's the reason why I started using it. All of my friends were already on the app. I had to be a part of that crowd.
And before you ask, why yes, I would jump off that bridge.
There isn't anything inherently better about Instagram in comparison to other similar apps. Instagram's just always felt a lot more modern to me. I've always just felt more connected to Instagram. Believe me, I've gone through the whole Instagram app icon change of 2016. That shit sticks with you. If anything, I think what makes Instagram stand out from other apps is the general vibe, otherwise known as
Fuck you.
Unlike other apps, Instagram's form of giving a like comes in the form of double tapping a post, as opposed to requiring a dedicated like button. This may not seem like such a big deal, but even a small detail such as this completely affects how you interact with others on the app. It makes the concept of liking posts a lot more fast-paced, and thus a lot more streamlined. My general point here is that Instagram feels a lot more geared towards posting likable content in comparison to other apps. Getting likes just makes you feel good about about yourself. I remember getting my first like ever on an Instagram post. I put that notification on the fridge. However, I would argue putting this much weight on the validation given to you by other people through this medium isn't very healthy. Even if you think you don't value likes that much when it comes to posting, you can't deny that when you see that message that someone liked your post, you're getting a slight dopamine boost that tells your brain good job and reiterates that likes are good, and if you don't get them, you're doing something wrong. It's like training a puppy. This is sort of an overarching problem with social media apps to me. With the prospect of getting likes always in the back of your mind, it can lead to a lot of thought and care going into these posts that really isn't necessary. A lot of times, these posts are entities that most people are going to see once, interact with in some minuscule fashion, and then never think about again. They're disposable. There's not really a good reason to care so much about each and every one, but there's so many ways to customize your posts, which can lead to overthinking from every angle imaginable. You know, from a certain perspective, there's an art to the Instagram post. Much like how there's an art to the I just took. You gotta choose which pictures you're gonna post, what order they're gonna be displayed, what the perfect caption will be to accompany them, choose a location, who you're gonna tag, if you're gonna tag anybody, choose the right filter. Oh man, should I use Mayfair or Valencia?
I think you should follow up with that job application you sent in 3 weeks ago.
It's all with the intent of making your life look as appealing as possible, because let's face it, this isn't gonna do you any favors. Posting on Instagram just feels a lot more superficial than it does on other apps. You're only really going to want to post the moments that make you the happiest, or at least look like they make you the happiest. But what if you want to post more than that? Like when you're depressed? Well, you could always make a second Instagram account.
Sign me up!
Second accounts are a concept that, in theory, can exist on any social media platform. I just mostly see them on Instagram. From what I can gather and what I've experienced, second accounts are usually made when people have stuff that they want to post, but it just doesn't fit the vibe of their primary account. And a lot of people use their second Instagram accounts to post whatever they want. They truly get to be themselves on their second account. Then what the was the point of the first one?
What's not to understand here? I wear this hat when I'm going out on the town, and I only wear this hat around my closest friends. And then sometimes I just feel too emotional to wear this one.
Look, I get it. You want to maintain a sort of reputation on your primary account. It makes sense. But to me, it just makes the idea of posting feel so fake. Like, God forbid my primary account followers see me post my fucking cat. No. I only let my true friends see me post that. Okay, when you really think about it, what's the point of letting people follow you if they aren't your friends? Like, damn, today I got validation from a person that I barely ever talked to because I posted an image that summarizes one of the more outwardly better parts of my life recently. I must be fucking awesome. Now, to anyone saying, Antonio, you're getting way too riled up over this, say that again. I dare you. If you think I'm blowing this out of proportion, have you seen how Instagram users treat the act of following other people? I swear, people think the act of following another person on Instagram carries way more weight than it has any right to, especially since this is all that you're doing.
Ooh.
And look, I get that it can raise some eyebrows, signify some level of intimacy between the two parties, but let's put things into perspective here.
This just in, tornado warnings, mass murders, and threats of nuclear war on the horizon. In more important news, Easton followed Abby! Abby! Like, damn, man, just admit you want to f her!
But what about the actual content on Instagram? What is there to digest? Well, besides pictures of people's everyday lives, Instagram is chock full of other types of content. One of my favorite types of accounts to browse through on Instagram has always been the art-based accounts. There are some really talented artists on the app, and without Instagram as a platform, they may have never gotten the recognition they deserve. You can also find comedy skits, music, sports highlights, movie trailers, internet memes. There's a lot of stuff to see. But what if you want to find new content? Well, you could always check out Instagram's Explore page. Instagram's form of finding new content has always been a little quirky to me. You see, much like other apps, Instagram recommends new posts to you based on the content you like. But further than that, it can sometimes recommend you content based on the posts that you've interacted with, meaning posts you've liked, commented on, shared, even just viewed. I can look at one picture of a frog and then the next day my Explore page is full of amphibian content.
Not that I'm complaining.
It can also present you with content based on what the people you follow have liked. It's like if on Netflix you were recommended shows that your mom's been watching just because you share an account. Like, God, I don't want to see that. But overall, I gotta say, Instagram? It's definitely not perfect, but I find it a hell of a lot more tolerable than other social media apps out there. Though there is the possibility that I just have a pretty established bias due to this being the first social media app I ever used. You never forget your first time.
No matter how hard I try.
Next on the chopping block, we got Snapchat. Initially launching in July of 2011, the app was originally known as Peekaboo, which still would have been a better name than X. Unlike the other social media platforms we've covered thus far, at its core, Snapchat is an instant messaging app. However, what makes this app unique is the glaring camera-centric interface. Right from the moment you open it, the app either prompts you to take a picture of whatever's in front of you, or it reminds you how ugly you are. It's one of the two every time. It's encouraging you to snap and chat, hence the name Shoot Gossip. Another distinguishable feature of the app is the implied intent behind using it, with its main focus being on sending messages that go away right after they're read. You do have the option to save messages or screenshot pictures if you want to, but it's not necessarily an intended practice. The app notifies your friends if you screenshot their messages, as if to rat you out about it. It actively encourages you to send messages that are meant to be seen once and then disappear, which makes it the premier app for certain things. But if this app is mainly used for messaging, then why are we talking about it right now? Well, just like the other apps discussed, you also have the option to post things publicly, which makes Snapchat lean a little bit more towards being a social media platform rather than a dedicated messaging application. Introducing Snapchat Stories, or as I like to call them,
disposable evidence.
The body was here a second ago, officer, I swear. Yeah, so the idea behind stories is that they are effectively social media posts that are intended to disappear after a certain amount of time, pretty much always unanimously 24 hours. This kind of turns the whole idea behind social media on its head. Unlike other apps where posts stay up indefinitely and can, in theory, be seen at any point in time, there is a good chance that a significant chunk of your followers will not see one of your posts if you post it as a story. If you thought social media posts were pretty disposable already, these are literally born to be discarded. So what's the point of all of this? Well, it's not unsimilar to asking, what's the point of living if we're all gonna die? I've always thought the idea of stories was kinda inherently dumb. Like, if you post something and then later down the line you decide you don't want it to be up anymore, you have the option to delete it. And if you post it with the initial intent of it going away eventually, then why even post it in the first place? I don't know. I feel like the biggest twerp in the world ranting about this, considering how many people actively use this feature of Snapchat, which eventually became so active that it spread like a disease.
You might want to get that checked out.
In August of 2016, Instagram added their own stories feature, and they said Judgment Day would never come. It effectively works the exact same way as it does on Snapchat, except now I have to open this app to use it. And it just kept going. In January of 2017, Facebook added a stories feature to their platform. And in November of 2020, the folks over at Twitter added a stories-like feature to their platform called Fleets. But that was gone before I could even think about talking about it. And then in 2022, the app TikTok added a stories feature to their platform.
Hi, this is the head of all social media.
Stop.
This is just getting ridiculous. There's no reason for all of these apps to have the exact same goddamn feature. Okay, yeah, they were obviously all trying to ride the coattails of Snapchat's success. I get it. And to be fair, Snapchat was the first app to coin the stories idea, so I guess it's a little more justified here.
You know, I gotta hand it to you. You may have been the cause of that malaria outbreak, but you were the first person to get it, so color me impressed.
If I had to diagnose each one of these apps and break down my personal viewpoint on how they differ in terms of how I see people use their stories feature, I'd say people usually use Instagram stories to promote things, Snapchat stories to show off the fun activities they're doing, and TikTok stories if they're depressed. But hey, you gotta hand it to Snapchat for inventing a feature that so many others copied verbatim. You know what they say, plagiarism is the sincerest form of flattery. But stories aren't the only reason why Snapchat got so popular. Let's talk about streaking. Snapchat streaking.
Oh, thank God.
So when you use Snapchat for its primary purpose, that being messaging others, the app will keep track of how many days in a row you've kept in contact with specific people, i.e. how long you've both sent each other at least one message per day. This is what's known as a streak, designated by this little number and fire emoji next to the person's name in your contact list. A lot of people find solidarity in keeping a streak with someone. It's like keeping a record of how long you've been friends. Because if that damn fire emoji disappears, all bets are off. Yeah, I'd say this is a pretty superfluous aspect of the Snapchat experience. I do remember for a while there feeling obligated to keep up the streaks I had with people on the app. Granted, this was before I learned about priorities. Now, I gotta ask, what's really the point of this? If I call my grandma multiple days in a row, I can just tattoo the number on my forehead myself. What am I actually gaining here? Well, keeping a streak with someone can help add to your Snapchat score, another unique feature of the app. Every Snapchat user has a number designated towards them that goes up based on how much engagement they partake in with the app. That's right, they made using Snapchat into a game. It's like if they made eating soup a sport. You can add to your Snapchat score by sending messages, posting to your story. Any form of interactivity will do the trick. And having streaks with people is the easiest way to make that number go up as fast as possible. The higher the number of the streak you have with somebody, the more your score will go up when you message them. Okay, I'll give Snapchat this. The whole idea of a score being given out to users does encourage more engagement with the app, but at what cost? It just turns using Snapchat into a pointless competition.
If you think that's big, you should see the size of my
So yeah, the app actively encourages you to compare yourself to other users based on how often you use the app. Gee, it's almost like all of social media perpetuates comparison amongst peers. Let's face it, when you see a Snapchat story of someone having fun at a party while you're sitting at home devouring a box of Cheez-Its, it really does make you think.
I should have finished college.
But believe it or not, that's still not all that Snapchat has to offer, because just like its colleagues, Snapchat also features a plethora of other types of content to browse at your leisure. Yes, the Snapchat Discover page, where dreams go to die. This is essentially a content feed that Snapchat users can scroll through to find various other accounts, posts, and a variety of short news outlets. Yeah, a lot of the news covered in the Snapchat Discover page can barely qualify as news. A lot of the time, it's just, hey, look what this celebrity did this week. And then you find out it was just that they cut their toenails. And then in the midst of that, you have random story posts from notable people or accounts on the app, usually including celebrities. What's Danny DeVito up to today?
Oh shit, he cut his toenails.
So the Snapchat Discover page is, in my opinion, a pretty useless feature. If I wanted to get news, I would just look at a news app. If I wanted to look for more people to follow, I wouldn't. I would just follow my friends. But what if you wanted to follow your friends in a completely different way while still using the app? Well, allow me to introduce Snap Maps. Basically, in June of 2017, Snapchat added a feature not unlike Google Maps that lets you see a tiny map of your surrounding area. But most importantly, it lets you see where your Snapchat friends currently are, as well as the last time that they logged into the app.
And that is why I haven't added my parole officer.
You and your friends are displayed to each other via Bitmojis, which are Snapchat's version of custom avatars, and that's all I'm going to say about them.
You really think I have more to say about these things?
I find this feature to be flat out creepy and unnecessary. Don't let Snapchat fool you with the colorful map design and the cute little avatars of your friends just hanging around everywhere. No, Snapchat's just trying to make you content with their crimes by distracting you with fun shapes and colors. Why do you think ransom notes always look like a child's art project? It's to lead you into a false sense of security. And I've seen people try to justify the feature saying, it's so nice to be able to see where my friends are when they're not responding to me. Honey, I think you just have trust issues.
But hey, leave it to Snapchat to normalize stalking your friends. I was getting tired of being judged for doing that myself.
If it wasn't already obvious enough, Snapchat is built mainly for usage on a phone, or more generally speaking, any sort of portable smart device. Sure, with apps like Facebook and Instagram, you have the option to log into them from a PC, and I can see the value in doing that. Why the f can you log into Snapchat from your web browser? Who in their right mind would do this?
I never said I was in my right mind.
Now, for completionist's sake, I'll mention that Snapchat also has their own paid subscription model.
Oh, thank God. This was getting a little heavy.
But from what I can tell, it's unremarkable. Most of the features it offers aren't super necessary, and thus, the service is just kind of pointless. Much like the app itself. But that is basically all that Snapchat boils down to, and I forgot to talk about the filters. So Snapchat is remarkable to a lot of people for how good the face tracking is on the app. There are a plethora of facial features you can apply to your pictures and videos, and a lot of them are found to be very funny or cute. The dog filter in particular was a popular motif amongst the Snapchat user base for a while there. For the love of God, please let me be done talking about this thing. I will admit, Snapchat does have a lot of aspects that make it unique.
So did Stalin.
Yeah, I never really was a big fan of Snapchat. As a social media app, it's fine. As a messaging app, it just feels really juvenile. I can't just send a happy birthday message to my friend. I need to add a picture of my lunch. I think as a whole, Snapchat is a lot more tailored towards the younger crowd, but that doesn't stop creepy adults from using it to message minors.
Officer, you don't understand. They have a streak.
I don't know. If people like using Snapchat, good for them. I just never really cared for it. Speaking of apps of the like, in September of 2016, the world was met with the launch of TikTok. Granted, initially exclusive to China, although it made its international debut only about a year later. Am I the only one that was surprised to learn this app's been around for that long? I swear, I didn't even hear about it until a couple years later, let alone download it. Well, it's all because of what went down in 2018. In August of that year, the company behind TikTok bought out the app Musical.ly and then subsequently merged the two platforms. You see, Musical.ly was really popular in 2016. It was all about making videos of you lip syncing to popular songs, which was pretty much the only content on the app. This word has lost all meaning. But Musical.ly was just a fad, a flash in the pan, unlike TikTok, which I just can't get out of the pan. So in the first half of 2018, TikTok only had around 104 million users. Nothing to scoff at for sure, but after the merge with Musical.ly, TikTok's popularity skyrocketed, surpassing 1 billion downloads in a matter of months. And you can argue some of that success came from TikTok now being the default platform for lip syncing videos, because God forbid we go a day without this. Yeah, unlike the other apps we've discussed so far, TikTok is mainly meant to be used to post video content. Sure, you can do that on apps like Facebook and Instagram, but here, it's the whole damn appeal of the app. And when I say appeal, I ain't kidding, as TikTok's amassed over 4.7 billion downloads as of November of 2023. So why is it so popular? Why do so many people use it? Why should you give a shit?
Come back to me on that one.
Well, there's some pretty entertaining stuff on the app, no doubt. And just like other social media apps, a lot of the talent on TikTok may have never been discovered without it. You could make the argument TikTok is more of an entertainment platform rather than a social media app. More on the likes of YouTube or even Netflix. Yeah, I'll admit that's true the day I admit Jack in the Box is food. A big chunk of the content on TikTok is videos of people dancing to popular songs, and yup, still no meaning. I never really saw the appeal of these videos. Much like the lip syncing videos, I'm sure these are fun to make, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to gain from watching this. Well, we're about 36 minutes in, so it's finally time to talk about the TikTok user interface.
Because what was I supposed to do? Wait until 37 minutes in?
The TikTok interface takes up the entirety of your phone screen. Every video posted is meant to be recorded in a portrait display, and they are presented as such every time, even in the desktop version of the app. You watch a video, scroll up to see another one. Wash, rinse, repeat, cry. On TikTok, you have a choice between scrolling through the following page, which features content from the profiles that you follow, or the For You page, which features new content tailored to your liking based on the content you've already shown interest in. TikTok's algorithm is actually extremely talented at showing you content that you are most likely going to want to see. It's quite impressive. Maybe a little too impressive? The app is designed to continuously feed you content with no discernible end. You are meant to spend hours upon hours scrolling through videos until your heart's content, which it won't be. Ever. And this leads me to another point of disinterest regarding social media, the addictive nature of it all. You can easily spend so much of your time constantly scrolling through these apps and their seemingly never-ending streams of content without even realizing it. And by the time you do realize it, it's too late! And in my opinion, TikTok is the biggest offender of this. I've heard so many of my peers say that they'll do nothing but scroll through TikTok for hours at a time. It's downright unhealthy. And trust me, I've tried it for myself, and I can say wholeheartedly it does not negate the depression. So, what does TikTok contribute to our livelihood? Well, as I mentioned earlier, TikTok has allowed for the breakout success of a lot of talent on the app, and that extends to the music featured as well, and as an extension, the artists behind the music. What typically happens is an artist will put out a song with a catchy beat or hook, or some sort of relatable lyric, and then a bunch of TikTok users will make videos featuring the song, which go viral, and thus bring more ears to the original song. It's actually caused a huge shift in the music industry as a whole. Suddenly, everyone was trying to get their songs to go viral on TikTok instead of, making good music. This is what TikTok is widely known for now, making songs, both old and new, go viral, and thus these songs are typically associated with the app itself. And this applies to the dance moves being done commonly in the app's videos as well. Once one person makes a video of them doing a dance, suddenly everyone wants to jump on that bandwagon. It's rare that a social media app has so much mainstream influence that it causes an entire term to start being used in conversation because of it. These aren't just dances, they're TikTok dances. These aren't just songs, they're TikTok songs.
What the hell? I want my name to be used as an adjective for things.
Look, everybody, it's an Antonio piece of shit.
Thank you!
But what about the non-music related content on the app? Want to talk about that? Yeah, I got time to talk about f***ing garbage. Okay, yes, there is some good content on TikTok.
Some of the things that I find value in include the more educational content from creators like Hank Green or clips from stand-up shows from various comedians. I don't want to downplay the people that actually have talent and put effort into their TikTok content, but my god, do you have to search through some trash to find them sometimes? You see, because of how TikTok curates its content, it's a lot more likely you're going to have to sit through a good amount of duds before you actually find the good stuff. You're a lot less likely to seek out specific creators on TikTok than you are on, say, YouTube, for example. And because of this, you end up watching a lot of the less notable content out there, or as I like to call it, the vocal majority. Videos of people dancing, videos of people lip syncing, videos of people loudly stating their discriminatory hot takes. This is the kind of stuff that detracts me from using the app. Now, I realize this could just be my experience, but I just don't have it in me to use TikTok any more than I have to find out if this will ever get better.
I have better things to do, like read about string theory. Oh, god damn it.
So, final verdict, TikTok can sometimes be a pile of dog shit, but it can also be a pile of horse shit. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this one. I'll admit there's a lot of good stuff on here, but it's just not enough to justify using it all the time. But the notability of TikTok and its influence on our culture cannot be understated. And with its widespread success, it's no wonder other social media apps wanted a piece of that pie. Well, gluttony is a sin. In August of 2020, Instagram Reels were introduced, a part of the app where you can watch short-form vertical videos, or in blatant terms, fucking TikToks. Hell, most of the time, people just re-upload videos from TikTok to Instagram Reels. And then, in September of 2021, Facebook introduced a TikTok-like feature to their platform and called it, okay, now you're just not even trying to be subtle. Yeah, I'm aware Instagram is owned by the same company as Facebook, but come on, they couldn't have even been bothered to try being more creative with the naming scheme. This is indicative of yet another one of my problems with social media as a whole. All of these apps feel the same. They all let you post pictures or videos. They all have a way to instant message people. They all have a stories feature. They all have a TikTok feature, and they all give me diarrhea. Hell, even YouTube has a TikTok-centric part of their platform called YouTube Shorts. Like, yeah, I get it, TikTok is popular, but part of that popularity boost was because it was new and fresh. Meanwhile, all of you just smell like rotten eggs. But yeah, TikTok itself is fine. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean there's no value in it. I mean, hell, there's a reason why over 3.5 billion people said, yeah, I'll bite. But that doesn't mean I'm one to conform to society. I'll take a shower when I damn well feel like it.
Why, yes, it has been 3 weeks.
Next up, we got Be Real. So this is a more recent one, having only been around since 2020, though I really saw it gain popularity around early 2022. It's another app where you mainly post pictures, nothing groundbreaking. But why is this app called Be Real? What does that mean? And what makes this app stand out amongst every other picture posting based app out there? Well, the main draw of the app is that once a day you'll get a prompt on your phone telling you that it's time to be real and post on the app. That's right, the app actually tells you when to post, and not only that, it tells everyone with the app downloaded to post at the exact same time. That's not the name of an app, that's a command.
I never knew an app icon could intimidate me.
The time that the app tells you to post is different every day. You don't know when it'll be time to be real, but you know the rapture will come at some point. From my understanding, the appeal of this concept is that whenever it's time to post, you have to post a picture of whatever you're doing, no matter how mundane or embarrassing. Unlike apps like Instagram, you are morally forbidden from staging the photos that you're posting. These posts aren't fake, this is the real you, hence the name, Be Real. Never mind if you're filing the divorce papers, it's time to be real, damn it! And on top of all of this, you have the knowledge that everyone that you're following on the app is posting at the same time as you, which creates a sense of community between you and your friends. A lot of people find value in this idea, using it as documentation of what they were doing on a day-to-day basis. It's like a virtual scrapbook. Though I can't help but feel like this app just takes the concept of a picture sharing app and just kind of fucks it up with a little justification. Unlike other social media platforms that revolve around users posting and sharing pictures, this app gives users a much more specific criteria on how they get to post. You can only post once a day, your pictures have to be formatted in a very specific way, and like I already mentioned, you're only allowed to post when the app deems you worthy of it. You can't just hop on the app and post whatever pictures you want, whenever you want, even though you're still just posting pictures that you might have posted on other social media apps anyways. This is just a more complicated Instagram. And yeah, the app encourages you to post at that specific time once a day, even giving you a 2-minute window right after it sends you the daily notification, but it's not strict. You can still post at any point in the day afterwards, even if you miss the 2-minute window. It's not like the app points a gun to your head saying, do it, bitch. But if you're not posting at the time that everyone else is,
then what's the fucking point? I get it. The appeal of the app revolves around feeling a sense of unity amongst your peers. You're not the only one sharing a photo of yourself in your piss-stained boxers at 3 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon. There's about 8 of your other friends that posted the same thing. It helps to combat the loneliness. Why would I be against that? Well, I feel like this all perpetuates a sort of mob mentality amongst the users of the app. I already feel like social media as a whole does this. That's the reason I downloaded a lot of these apps in the first place, so I could fit in amongst my peers. But with BeReal specifically, its whole design philosophy revolves around everyone using the app getting the same prompt around the same time saying that it's time to post. And then after you do post, you get to see everyone else in the hive mind. That's another thing I forgot to mention. The app doesn't let you see other people's posts that day until you post something yourself. The app literally gatekeeps you from using it until you use it. And why does it do this? To entice you to use the app. It's like the app is taunting you saying, ooh, don't you want to post so you can see what everyone else is posting?
It.
Whatever, 5 out of 10. Let's just move on to... I don't fucking know. As recently as July of 2023, the app Threads was launched to the public. So this app is owned by the same people that own Instagram, but in every conceivable way, it's the exact same thing as Twitter. It revolves around posting short text-based content. You can repost them, which is similar to retweeting. Even the actual interface is set up in a similar fashion as Twitter's interface. But this app is called Threads, which was a term already associated with Twitter.
It's not confusing. You're just a fucking idiot.
I genuinely don't know what more to say about this. It is functionally the exact same as Twitter. And yeah, the app already has a ton of users, but that's just because it was pre-linked to an already well-established, frankly, better app from its conception. It's not unique, it's not special, it just fucking exists, much like me and you.
I'm not a big fan of social media. Now, that's not to say I can't recognize a lot of the good qualities of these apps. I mean, there's a reason why so many people use them. It's hard to ignore that. But for me personally, I've had enough mediocre or just straight up bad experiences with social media to wholeheartedly say I don't think it's worth maintaining a presence on most of these apps. But social media has its users, and justifiably so. It's really a novel concept. At its core, social media is a fantastic and revolutionary invention. I think the main reason why so many of these apps have such a bad reputation is, ironically enough, the whole reason why they're such a success. The people using them. Social media will continue to be successful well into the foreseeable future, and a lot of that success can be boiled down to the evolutionary nature of these apps. Just like us, they're growing and changing constantly to fit with the times. But that doesn't change the fact that no matter how much these apps alter their design, their presentation, their features, they would not be notable in the public eye if it wasn't for us. If it wasn't for your aunt logging into Facebook every day, who would do it? But it's also your aunt's fault that Facebook is such a disgrace. If you have a bad experience with one of these apps, it was probably because you saw something posted by another person, whether it made you feel angry or sad or insecure or anything negative. If you really wanted to avoid that, logging off of these apps entirely might have been your best option. But this isn't a problem for everyone, and that's good. Just because I've had bad experiences with most of these platforms doesn't mean they shouldn't be used, not by a long shot. There are so many good things that can come from the widespread use of these apps. So much talent and art to be shown off and messages to be spread. It simply wouldn't be possible any other way. I mean, hell, I didn't even talk about YouTube, and you could definitely make the argument that it itself is social media. Sure, maybe not in the same way as some of these other apps, but at the same time, it shares a lot of the same principles and features. And I use YouTube all the time. Maybe I could learn to come around to the other apps too. I started this whole discussion with a very negative attitude towards social media, but giving myself a chance to look at various sides of the argument has been very therapeutic. It may have taken me some time, but I finally realized I'm going with the walrus filter.
Oh, hey, the holiday season is upon us, and you know what that means. Bargaining. I've been meaning to get into this whole gift-giving thing. I heard that it's a really effective way of redacting all the crimes you committed, and if there's anyone that needs that, it's me. Of course, the end of the year kind of snuck up on me. Needless to say, haven't really been saving up for gifts much lately. That money's been going elsewhere. So I'm gonna have to rely on whatever's in my wallet to pay for everything. Looks like my budget for gifts this year is a nickel. Do you think the store will accept my kidney as payment?
Ah, the Christmas season. My favorite time of year to go. Oh, oh shit, I gotta get my dad a gift. I got it. Holidays as a whole are an interesting topic, one that many folks rarely feel the need to question. There's something that we just come to accept. It's like, okay, you're telling me this day of this month right here is the day we finally start giving a f about pumpkins?
Well, it's about damn time.
But there's so many different holidays, and all of them hold significance in their own right. A lot of holidays are seen as important enough that most people out there get work or school canceled for them just to have time to celebrate. So even if you don't necessarily understand the importance behind a holiday, you're still affected in one way or another by its mere existence. Holidays are a cultural phenomenon, not just in the sense that they're recognized by a large group of people, but they are often related to culture. The holidays we celebrate in North America aren't necessarily the same as the ones celebrated in South America or Africa or Europe, etc.
And that all comes down to the people celebrating. Sure, it may share similarities with Christmas, but at the end of the day, Americans just aren't meant to celebrate Boxing Day.
And there's probably a reason for that.
I got confused.
Holidays are a part of life. They aren't meant to be questioned, they're meant to be embraced.
Much like how I deserve a hug right now.
Yes, today I would like to ignore all the pre-existing bliss behind holidays and take a moment to say, why? Why do we celebrate holidays? What makes a holiday at its core? Are these holidays really significant enough to observe every single year? And maybe once we're done with that discussion, I can move on to other things. Let's start with Christmas.
Fine.
Christmas is perhaps one of the most prevalent holidays, at least in North America. I mean, hell, saying the holiday season is basically synonymous with saying the Christmas season. As a kid, Christmas was always my favorite time of year. And not just the actual day, but the days leading up to it. I loved having time off of school, waking up early to watch all the classic Christmas movies and specials like The Grinch and Elf and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, hearing all those jolly Christmas songs on the radio at the store, seeing all the beautiful lights and decorations around town. And it all came together on Christmas Day, where me and my family would gather around the tree, open up presents, eat a great dinner, and just spend quality time together. Now, how is it celebrating Christmas as an adult? Okay, look, it's not that I don't find Christmas to be an enjoyable time of year anymore. I just think now that I'm older, I'm able to recognize a lot of the more bullshit aspects of the season. For example, the idea of giving presents. I understand this is a tried and true custom of the holiday, and I'm not against it, but I don't think it's a stretch to say that this tradition can be cause for a lot of pressure. Of course, the desire to give gifts to people usually comes from a good place. I'm sure many of us out there would want nothing more than to give the world to all of our loved ones. But financially speaking, this just isn't a viable option for some of us.
To me, the Christmas season comes with expectation. Sure, you may not get gifts for everyone you know and care about, but you more than likely have at least one person in your life that you're thinking, yeah, I should probably get a gift for them.
It's a stressful time. If you're giving a gift to someone, you don't want to just buy them something for the sake of it. You want there to be meaning behind it. But if you're anything like me, it can be hard to find that perfect gift. You get so caught up in your own life that you forget to think about it, and by the time you remember, you go, oh shit, I gotta get my girlfriend a gift. Yeah! Of course, many of us like to preach that it's the thought that counts. It doesn't matter what you get, it's about the gesture. But come on, you're telling me you'd rather get a pair of socks than a new car? Joke's on you, cause I got you neither! And it's like, yeah, I understand that this is a time that's meant to be spent with loved ones, so it's only natural that gift exchanges might take place. But I mean, what if I just want to get someone a gift throughout the year? No, it's gotta be on this day. Now, it's worth asking the question, why do we give gifts on Christmas? Well, a lot of it boils down to the roots of the holiday, that being this thing. Christmas is a celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ. This guy, he's basically the face of the holiday. That's right, f*** you, Santa. Yeah, if it wasn't already clear, Christmas is deeply tied to Christianity. It's right there in the name. The practice of giving presents is emblematic of the actions of the 3 wise men who came to visit baby Jesus bearing gifts of gold, incense, and medicinal ingredients. While Christmas is very much a celebration of life, you could also argue it's a celebration of death, as it said that the whole point of Jesus' birth was to fight off sin and evil, and eventually to die himself. Of course, if you want to learn more about this Christianity business, look no further than Not Here. Yeah, I may not be too well versed in the history of Christianity myself, but that doesn't mean I haven't stepped inside a church before.
Mostly for funerals.
I do understand the significance of giving gifts around this time of year, and I respect the practice.
But to me, it can be easy to lose sight of the sense of community the holiday brings when you're caught up in the frivolity of it all. But you know who loves Christmas more than anybody? Walmart. Yes, what better way to ring in the season than by spending hundreds of dollars on an inflatable Christmas-themed minion decoration?
That's what Christmas is all about.
Big corporations and retail stores love the holiday season. It's no wonder they lean into it every year with decorations around the store and sales that customers just can't resist. To many people out there, Christmas is about spending time with family. To Target, it means spending time with their candy aisle.
They got me.
If there's any one force out there pushing the notion of consumerism when it comes to Christmas, it's the major retail stores. With all the hustle and bustle of the season and the now established implication that you're gonna get gifts for your loved ones, these stores want nothing more than for you to rush out the door during Black Friday to wait in line for 2 hours to save $10 on a new lamp. And why wouldn't they take advantage of this time of year if it means customers are constantly flocking to them to buy presents and decorations and food?
Well, I see right through their dirty tactics, and just to prove it, I'm not gonna eat food for the rest of the month. That'll show them.
Now, if we want to look at a holiday that almost anyone can get behind, none quite compared to Halloween. Halloween is another holiday that I always looked forward to growing up, mainly due to diabetes. Trick-or-treating was always so fun. You're telling me I can get a shit ton of free candy and all I have to do is walk around the neighborhood at night dressed up like Buzz Lightyear?
I would have done that for free, but thanks.
In my time, I tend to see a lot more people get excited about Halloween rather than Christmas, and thus I see a lot more people celebrating it. And it makes sense why, as Halloween is definitely more accepted amongst the masses due to it being a lot less deeply rooted in religious practices. Well, shit. Halloween has always historically been about the tie between the dead and alive, dating back to the celebration of the ancient Celtic festival of Samhain. The celebration relates to the harvest season, marking the end of the old and ushering in the new. Since it was celebrated around the end of summer and towards the beginning of winter, the weather was awfully dark and cold, which was seen as prime time for spirits to be out and about. So, to avoid being disturbed by these spirits, villagers took part in donning costumes reflective of the various creatures they feared, which has been a staple tradition of Halloween ever since. Basically, an excuse to dress up and talk about ghost shit. That's the main theme behind Halloween, being all spooky and junk. And with one of the other main traditions being encouraging kids to wander around in the dark asking strangers to give them candy, I would have to agree, that's fucking terrifying. Of course, there are plenty of other staples of the holiday, one being orange squash. Carving pumpkins and creating jack-o'-lanterns is one of my favorite aspects of the season, giving everyone a chance to flex their creative side and gut out a fruit. How could you not want to do that? This tradition also goes back to the origins of the holiday, with jack-o'-lanterns often being used to ward off evil spirits with their spooky demeanor. Yeah, that would certainly ward me off. Obviously, the main appeal of this time of year is dressing up in various costumes. This is something that both the young and old do every year. It's a ton of fun to pretend to be someone you're not.
Yes, I too fucking hate who I am.
Now, dressing up for Halloween is commonplace for a reason. I've seen a ton of really creative and outstanding looking costumes out there. I've always been a fan of the more low budget Halloween costumes. I think there's a lot of charm to them, and if you know what you're doing, you can make do with what you have and still create a really fun and engaging costume. And then there's Halloween 2022 when I dressed as Ross from the TV show Friends.
Moving on.
Another common practice of the Halloween season is watching scary movies. It's a match made in heaven. Watching scary movies throughout the year just doesn't hit the same as doing so in October. I can't think of a better way to engulf yourself in the vibes of the holiday. Of course, that's taking into consideration that I'm not a fucking coward.
Ha-ha!
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of horror movies. They are definitely not my favorite genre of movie to watch, far from it. Now, you may be asking, okay, Antonio, is there anything you actually do like?
Yeah, I like a lot of things. For example, breathing, inhaling oxygen, having a pulse.
Don't get me wrong, I totally see why people like watching scary movies. It can be fun to be scared. It gives you a rush of adrenaline. Plus, watching these types of movies with your friends can be a great way to spend time together and rake in the spooky season. Now, for me, watching horror movies just makes me feel uncomfortable for most of the runtime, and then when a scary part comes up, I let my intrusive thoughts win.
Man, these pants could really use some piss.
I don't know.
Maybe it's the specific horror movies I've watched in the past, but they're just not my cup of tea. But I'm still open to watching them from time to time. Fine, I'll add it to the list. You know, it's been a while since I felt pathetic and lonely, so let's talk about Valentine's Day. Everyone's favorite time of year to celebrate their romantic partners. And everyone without romantic partners' favorite time of year to eat the out of that ice cream over there. Valentine's Day also has some religious origins relating to the legend of the many Saint Valentines, all of which were said to have died on February 14th, which is the day we celebrate the holiday. So Valentine's Day is just as much a celebration of death as it is about love. But why do we celebrate love on Valentine's Day?
Well, that's not exactly an easy question to answer, as there have been a multitude of different explanations for this given over the years. One of the most commonly accepted reasons is the month of February being believed to be part of the mating season of the love birds. During this time of year in the 14th century, many English folks would take part in sending love notes to their significant others as a symbol of the celebration of their passion for their partnership. And ever since then, Valentine's Day, and the season in general, has always been tied to love. Of course, when I try to look further into the origins of the holiday, Valentine's Day, much like Christmas, is another example of capitalism's favorite holidays, in that the big retailers love going ham on decorations and themed products. They want nothing more than your money. Of course, not everyone has a reason to celebrate the holiday, but if you're thinking from the perspective of a big corporation, what do you do to combat this issue? Well, you rope in the suckers that feel obliged to get gifts for their partners due to a preset expectation, and you get all of the lonely chumps out there sulking in their feelings of isolation to go out and buy methods of coping. Everybody wins and loses. I've always seen Valentine's Day as a pretty stupid holiday, and no, it's not just because I'm single and lonely. I understand why a lot of people out there celebrate the holiday. It's an excuse to spend time with your romantic partner. But that's just it. Why do you need an excuse? You shouldn't require a reason to appreciate your loved ones. You should do so throughout the year, out of a feeling of love, not out of a feeling of obligation. But of course, as the days go by and that calendar sits upon your wall and you see that Valentine's Day is approaching, it's only a matter of time before you cave in and go,
Honey, look, I got you this stuffed animal to show you how much I care about you. Can we have sex now?
Valentine's Day sucks and this ice cream tastes like shit. Now, when it comes to holidays, we can't forget about Thanksgiving. Well, not yet at least. Thanksgiving is a time to appreciate everyone around you, and also a time to just stuff your face with mashed potatoes. Many of us may know Thanksgiving to be a celebration of the unity between the English colonists, known as the Pilgrims, and the Native Americans, dating back to the early 1600s, in which they feasted upon a large traditional American dinner after the Pilgrims came to their land. It's been seen as a day to celebrate community amongst different groups of people, a time to be thankful for everything you have. Thanksgiving would simply not hold as much significance if it wasn't for the Pilgrims. So what do we have to thank them for? The death of more than 56 million Native Americans due to the forced colonization of their homeland.
Thanks?
Yeah, for a lot of people, Thanksgiving is less of a celebration and more so a day of mourning. Damn, we're 4 for 4 here. It's definitely a lot more of a somber holiday when you look into it, which is why many ignorant Americans don't.
But honestly, looking further into these holidays has seriously made me realize how important it is that we understand where they came from, especially if we're gonna celebrate them.
It's so easy to take them for granted and just accept them for what they are. It's pretty convenient to do so. But there's a lot of value in looking deeper into the historical roots of these holidays, and I implore you to do so for yourself. You might just learn something new or find something quite fascinating. Or something f***ed up, you might find that too.
In conclusion, yeah, these holidays all serve a purpose. But that purpose isn't necessarily the same for everyone. Sure, there are traditional means of celebrating each one and things that you are intended to honor when you celebrate them, but no one has the right to make you do so. If you don't want to celebrate any or all of these holidays, you shouldn't have to. But if other people do want to celebrate them, they should be able to as well. The commonality between most of these holidays is they're intended to bring people together, which is a good thing. It's important to take time every now and then to appreciate your loved ones. And if these holidays didn't exist, we might not always remember to do so. And even if you don't celebrate holidays in a traditional fashion, as long as you're not hurting anybody and you're doing things that make you happy, That's all you really need. And yeah, I do want to get gifts for all the people I care about. Even if this is all that I have right now, I'm sure I can find things of mine to part with to help me fund the rest of the presents I want to give. Because that's just what I want to do. But I better get out there quickly before all the good gifts are gone. I mean, I spent so much time questioning the existence of holidays that it's March. I'll wait till next Christmas. Oh, hey, fun fact about me, I'm a fucking loser. But I can't let that affect my life. I need to find ways to mask that pain, cover up that insecurity, because the best way to confront a problem is the wrong way. So, being that it is a Friday night and I am currently a college student, I have a couple of options here. I've made my choice.
This is a party, and this is a college party.
I'm sold.
Parties are a staple of social gatherings. If you're looking to get together with a group of people in celebration of a certain event, or just to have a fun time, well, yeah, we'll go with this one. Parties are an opportunity to break free of the monotony of everyday life, a time to let loose, to truly let all your stress melt away, really, any excuse to drink copious amounts of alcohol. And parties can be thrown for a multitude of reasons, maybe for a birthday, or a holiday, or a work event, but out of all of the types of parties out there, none are quite as prolific as the college party. If you're in college, you've been to or at least heard of a college party going on. Hell, even if you're not in college. College parties are almost a rite of passage. If you're in college and you haven't been to a college party, what, are you gonna tell me you live a happy life? And this isn't something that's generally unknown to the masses. There are countless pieces of media and entertainment glorifying the idea of a college party as this extraordinarily wondrous experience that is truly something to be desired, and frankly, I can see why. I mean, you take a bunch of young people with raging hormones at the peak of their sexual prime with the insurmountable desire to feel relief of all the stress they're dealing with in any way possible, seemingly endless amounts of drugs and alcohol, flashing lights, music cranked up to max volume, and a house big enough to hold over 100 people, and you have a recipe for...
Did I miss something?
Yeah, college parties are infamous for getting pretty wild. I would know, I've been to 2. This is me about to go to my first college party in 2022. Look at me, I was just a kid. Now, it was a Halloween party, and I was dressed as Ross from the TV show Friends. I don't think the costume translated as well as I had hoped. But it didn't matter. I was ready to have the time of my life that night, damn it, and I was gonna stop at nothing to make sure it happened.
I should have stopped sooner.
After experiencing my first college party that night, I think it's safe to say I've had my fill. So, let's discuss. The party was held at the house of one of my friend's classmates, and I didn't anticipate how big or small this house was going to be or how many people were going to show up, but after getting there, I can safely say the two metrics didn't complement each other. I swear, there must have been at least 40 to 50 people at this party, which may not sound like a lot, but this party was not big enough to fit that many bodies. I was constantly bumping into people and stepping on random feet, and trust me, if I wanted to get that up close and personal with people, I would have picked the second one. And listen, my body already maintains temperature well as is. I'm what's known in my town as one of those freaks that walks around during winter in shorts. But between the oversized jeans and bulky sweater I was wearing that night, I was practically dripping in sweat, which gave my costume just a great personality. The music was way too loud, as I would have expected, but they didn't even play any good songs in my opinion. The music I remember them playing carried the vibe of a high school homecoming dance, and it was just as triggering as you would think. And my god, this place reeked of marijuana, which is not a smell I'm very fond of. I know, could you believe it? Okay, if it wasn't already obvious enough, I wasn't a fan of the experience I had that night. It wasn't the worst night of my life, but that's probably just because I haven't experienced it yet. Now, to be fair, some could argue it was a result of the quality of the party I went to, but more could argue it was the quality of the migraine I had. So, you may be wondering, would I ever willingly go to another party? Well, after pondering that myself for a while, I came to a realization.
Oh my god. I don't hate myself.
Yeah, I've kind of come to terms with the fact that parties aren't really my thing, so I haven't been to many since that first one. But that doesn't mean I'm not aware of the college party culture. It's hard not to be. But I'm just not someone who enjoys that type of environment. I like hanging out with people and going out, but I find doing so in a college party setting to be a grueling experience. Now, you may be saying, Antonio, how can you judge how parties are from one measly experience? You should go to more.
I got shot in the foot. It didn't feel too great, but maybe getting shot in the other foot will feel better.
Don't get me wrong, I realize not all parties are created equal. There's a pretty good chance I showed up at one of the stinkers that night. But man, I just don't have it in me to find out if that's true or not. I know how these parties usually are, and more than that, I know my own goddamn preferences for social events. 3 to 5 people, a bag of corn chips, spicy cheese dip, Nintendo Switch, board games, and an eviction notice.
Still better than the Halloween party.
I don't know, man. I will say this. At least I was there with friends. I think having to endure that party by myself, I would have fucking lost it. Or worse, I would have left early. So having friends there with me definitely helped me tolerate it more, but only barely. And I don't mean to oversell my trauma from that night, but looking back, in terms of times that I've hung out with my friends, this ended up being one of the worst experiences I've ever had. And then I went to another one 2 months later.
Maybe I hate myself just a little bit.
Yeah, earlier I said I would never willingly go to another party, as in decide to go to one entirely on my own merit. But this one was different, okay? I was peer pressured. The voices in my head told me to go.
That wasn't even the worst thing they told me to do.
Picture this. It was the end of finals week, and a common practice amongst college students at the end of the term is to go. So, one of my friend's friends decided to throw a small house party to commemorate our accomplishments that term. I was mainly convinced by my friends to go, but hey, I was open to the idea of at least stopping by for a bit. So it wasn't like this was a completely involuntary decision. But after an entire 3 months of biting my nails as to whether or not I was going to pass my classes that term, I was ready for a night of leisure, relaxation, and laid back fun. And what I got, well, it wasn't an eviction notice, that's for fucking sure. Okay, I will admit, this party was more tolerable than the other one. The amount of people there was a lot smaller, I was way more comfortable with the temperature that night, and I wasn't dressed like David Schwimmer.
That of course would improve the quality of any party.
And hey, the company at this party was a lot more familiar than the other one. I actually knew a solid amount of people there, which made it way more enjoyable. The music was better, the house was smaller, it all added up to a party experience that was nearly tailor-made for me to stick through it. So, do you think I did?
Well, I could have, but I was more interested in ruining my credibility that night. I went home and played Mario Party.
Listen, man, I appreciated this party, but at the end of the day, I just wasn't into it enough to justify staying for longer than, 15 minutes. And it's nothing against the host of the party at all. Man, I just wanted a relaxing time that night, and this event was not exactly a day spa. I just think that when all is said and done, I'm not a party guy.
But you may be wondering, Antonio, why are you so fucking lame? Well, allow me to introduce...
Thing Antonio doesn't like about parties number 1. Yup. Alcohol is a requirement for a good college party, much like how the letter P is a requirement for the word party. And hey, I can't blame people in college for wanting to drink now that they can legally do so. It's not like any of my peers ever drank underage.
Right?
But if you've frequented a White Claw here or there in your day, you know what it does to you. But hey, if you can't beat them, join them, the murder victim says. If you're gonna be around an extensive amount of people shoving bottles of poison in their faces, you might as well make the best of the experience and do it yourself. Yeah, I discovered pretty early on that I have a fairly low tolerance when it comes to alcohol. It's not that I don't like it, it's just my body doesn't like it. I've frequented many an alcoholic beverage here or there in my day, but no matter what I seem to drink or how much of it I do, I always seem to have the same reaction.
You know what? That's actually pretty good.
Okay, in reality, all that happens when I drink too much is my face gets really hot and I get fairly bad migraines. Pretty sure I just have a larger than average intolerance to alcohol baked into my genetics. But this has caused me to stay away from drinking during most social events, and if I do get in close proximity, drinking is not for me. And it's a shame because this is expected to be the primary medium over which people my age are supposed to interact with each other. Which brings us to thing Antonio doesn't like about parties, number 2. People are scary. One of the main draws to going to a party is the amount of new people you get to meet. Considering these can have such a huge turnout and include a bunch of people around your age group, many of which you're more than likely to have never seen or talked to before, college parties serve the great purpose of allowing you to break through the confines of your normal everyday life bubble. Now, considering
He's a bitch!
I have a pretty hard time talking to new people. It's not that I don't like socializing, I just find a lot more comfort in talking to people I'm familiar with, and if I'm gonna mingle with people I'm unfamiliar with, I prefer it to be in a more contained setting. It's not a secret that I get a little anxious in social settings, and while most people are able to mask this within themselves through downing a couple dozen Modelo's, as we just discussed, this isn't really an option for me. It doesn't help that, from what I can tell, people that like to go to parties tend to be a little more eccentric and, frankly, can sometimes either be batshit crazy or batshit annoying. Whatever it may be, it involves batshit. Whether that's due to being under the influence or just a general disdain for human tranquility is a question I can't answer.
I'm not against people that like to go to parties. I'm just scared shitless of them.
Now, you may call me an antisocial bitch.
The sentence is over.
And man, I wish I didn't have this problem, because oftentimes I fear it can easily be interpreted that I'm just not a nice guy, but that's not the case. I just don't prefer meeting people over drinking games. I'm sorry! And that's not to mention the fact that I suck at beer pong.
Oh, I thought we were playing Farkle.
But hey, being that I'm so against the traditional college party, I might as well look for an alternative place to go to for my regularly scheduled peer socialization. Let's pull a card at random. Damn it. This is a bar, and here's a bear just to prove that I didn't spell it wrong. Bars are the quintessential place for people that want to party but don't have a party to go to, which makes them the perfect setting for not this. Listen, I've been to my fair share of bars before, and yeah, they can be a fun place to mingle with friends, much like how serial killers can make good arguments. But more often than not, they're just another excuse to get wasted on a weekend, which is why people in their early 20s flock to them like flies to honey. And college bars are just that. Bars meant for college students, which means they essentially carry the same air as a college party.
Which leads me to thing Antonio doesn't like about parties, number 3. These things.
I don't like going to bars, considering I already have a low alcohol tolerance and get anxious talking to new people, especially in a setting where everyone else is drinking.
No thanks.
Most of the time when I go to a bar with friends, I'm just in it for the food, man. They are not my preferred setting for hanging out, not by a long shot. Bars just kinda stink. Literally sometimes. Now, overall, this might seem like a redundant inclusion amidst my protracted college party bitching session. Let's refresh ourselves on the list so far.
Why won't you take it?
But honestly, this pretty much all sums it up. I don't like college parties. They just don't have the type of vibe I enjoy for a social setting. And college bars are merely just vessels for college parties. They carry a lot of the energy that college parties have that I'm not fond of in places that I can't as easily avoid, especially if I want to maintain a reputation with my peers. But there's a reason why so many people like college parties, or just going out to party in general. There's a lot of fun to be had. You're in your 20s. You should enjoy this period of your life. You'll be up shit's creek with crippling debt before you know it. Regardless of my personal feelings about them, parties are a staple of the college experience. It's hard to deny that.
But I'm not just gonna give into societal peer pressure and go to a college party. What do I look like? Someone who gives into societal peer pressure and goes to college parties? I knew I shouldn't have worn this shirt today. Parties are overrated anyways. If I wanted to get drunk and make out with random people, well, first I would get a police report filed against me, but I would still do it. But I don't want any part in that. Some may find it more fun to have a wild night out every weekend. I just want to have a nice, calm night with no thrills whatsoever. Some may call it boring. I call it mundane. It was on my Word of Day calendar. That's why I'm gonna throw my own party. One that's better than all the other ones out there. By my standards. And I'm gonna do it alone, without anyone's help. My mom always told me you can never count on anyone but yourself. And I can always count on her for good advice. But if I want to have a turnout larger than the number of college parties I've been to, I'm going to have to spread the word. You're looking at the host of the very first alcoholic college party. And by al, I mean non. And by caholic, I mean alcoholic. I don't want to see a drip or a drop of alcohol in the vicinity, you hear me? I'm also endorsing the use of all things not drugs at this party. And that includes marijuana. If I even get a whiff of the devil's lettuce, then you're going where the lettuce came from. Rule number 1 of this party, have fun. Rule number 2, no drinking, no smoking, no swearing. Uncensored swearing. Censored is fine. No singing, no dancing, and no staying up past curfew. Yeah, all of that was rule number 2. I didn't want to make the list too long. Consider this to be the anti-college party. All the norms that you've come to expect from your average university festivities, thrown right out the fucking window. That's not to say I don't want the attendees to have fun. I just want it to be really contained. Looks like we already have our first guest, and I'm not even there yet. That's how you know it's going to be a good party.
Welcome to the event of a lifetime, or as the more educated might call it, a room.
Wow, do you introduce all your guests like that?
You're my only guest so far, so yeah.
Oh man, I feel so special. I hope I get to walk 6 feet forward tonight.
Lucky you, that was next on the agenda anyways. So, what brings you to my doorway?
I've had a tough week. I'm just looking to blow off some steam.
Well, you've come to the right place. We won the Best Place to Blow Off Steam Award in the year 2021.
You did?
No, but you can't prove we didn't.
Worked for me.
Oh, sorry, you're not on the list.
I'm your roommate?
I think I could squeeze you in if you want to work something out.
I'm not gonna bribe you to come into my own home.
We do offer a senior discount if you want to come back in 4 years.
Go f yourself.
You make a fair point. Thank you all for coming tonight. You can put all your bags right there and all your not drugs and alcohol right there. We got snacks and beverages on the counter. You can help yourself to a corn chip. Limit 5 per person. Next to those, we got low sugar juice, and next to that, we got a Bible. I like to use that as a step stool. There's more food on the top shelf.
Wait, there's no alcohol here? What am I supposed to talk about at my AA meeting tomorrow?
Didn't you read the sign?
Oh, I thought that said Alzheimer's.
So far, the party's going great. The people showed up. At this rate, I'm gonna be the talk of the town in no time. I can see the headline now. Adequate party persists. I'm sure the news outlet will workshop that. Let's see how the guests are doing. That's fine. He's probably just tuckered out from how exciting this party is. Yeah.
So did you see that game last night?
Dude, we were together playing Monopoly last night.
Yeah. Did you see it?
Oh God, the boredom in here is palpable. I gotta do something. Who wants to play Jenga?
You suck at this game.
You know, I think I'm gonna leave a little bit early. I have a therapy session tomorrow, and I'm gonna be really embarrassed if I have to talk about going to this party.
Yeah, can we leave? I haven't been this bored since my uncle's funeral.
Oh, how did he die?
Oh, you know, he just got hit by a semi-truck.
Still a better fate than going to this party.
Okay. I am officially endorsing the intake of alcohol at this party because dear God it needs it. I can't just let everyone leave now. I just ordered an inflatable bounce house for the party. It's not supposed to get here for 5 days, but I need everyone to stick around until then. Who wants a Smirnoff?
Yeah, why not? You only live once.
I don't buy that theory. We could test it if you want.
Nah, I got it covered. You know, this almost takes my mind off my parents' divorce.
Oh great, your mom and I were hoping you'd forget about that.
Okay, looks like the party's back on track. I just need to keep everyone engaged for long enough for them to get drunk enough to convince themselves they're having a good time with me. Like a guy at a bar picking up women.
Chug, 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 chug. Yeah!
I don't even know what chug means, I just get thirsty when people chant.
Man, I don't know where you got this, but this is incredible.
Yeah, I'd be less concerned for you right now if that wasn't part of the alcohol that I bought.
Wait, this isn't alcohol? Then what the hell is it?
Well, technically speaking, it is alcohol. The rubbing variety.
Oh, I was wondering why I wanted to pour this on my flesh wound.
All right, first death of the party. Yeah! Let's go! Yeah!
Fucking dead!
You know what? Going into this party, I thought it would f***ing stink. Turns out it's just the corpse.
You know, I gotta hand it to you. This is the second greatest death-included party I've ever been to, and that's right below my uncle's funeral.
Well, this is a fucking disaster. I don't want to be known as the guy who threw a party where someone died, where there were witnesses. I need a way to make everyone here forget about what just happened. I am officially endorsing the use of all things drugs at this party. I don't want to see a single person walk out of here with not bloodshot eyes by the time this party is over. Which it never will be because this party is the fucking best. Drugs are in, everybody. I got bags of plenty here. And I'm such a generous host, I got one for everyone.
There's only 2 of us here.
You're right. Give me one of those backpacks, you can just share one.
Why is there a kazoo in here?
I misspelled weed.
This is unacceptable. I can't get high with the likes of this. Give me that.
Guys, it's okay. I planned ahead of time. I have a spare stash in this box.
This is just grass.
Is that not what marijuana is?
No!
What the f***? High school health class was a sham!
You're telling me.
Okay. Things aren't going too great right now, but if there's one thing I've learned from my 4 years of being an adult, it's that all crises can be averted with distractions. Who wants a corn chip?
No thanks, I'm stuffed.
I already had 5.
I'm dead.
Okay. okay, f the rules. I just want everyone to have a good time. Who cares if that means we have to commit a few felons along the way? Who wants to help me murder somebody?
No thanks, I already tried murder this morning.
Yeah, you still owe my cousin an apology for that.
This is hopeless. This party is a bust. I don't even know why I'm still trying to save it. Maybe this is all a wake-up call. I just wanted to throw a party that everyone, including myself, would enjoy. But I think in the process I lost sight of what I'm truly good at. Not doing that. I'm not a party guy, but a lot of my friends are, and that's okay. If they want to go out and have fun every now and then, I don't have the right to stop them, and I certainly don't want to bring down the crowd and whine about it. No one's forcing me to go anyways. Sure, it might mean that I skip out on outings every now and then, but I'm just gonna have to learn to live with that and just embrace what makes me, me. Skin! Maybe I just need to accept the fact that I'm gonna be a f***ing loser for the rest of my life. I've made it this far being one. Guys, I'm sorry about all of this. You can leave if you want.
I still live here.
Jesus, I thought you died!
Yeah, no, I gained a tolerance for drinking rubbing alcohol way long ago.
Then why did you faint earlier?
I just like the attention, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, well, I understand if you guys want to go.
Yeah, I'll stay a little longer.
I need an excuse to get out of jury duty anyways.
But I thought you guys hated being here.
Oh, well, the party itself was overall dog shit, but we really enjoy your company.
Really?
Yeah, just do us a favor next time. Don't do all of this.
Sure, we like going to parties every now and then, but we don't want you to sacrifice who you are for the sake of pleasing us.
We could tell that you were trying really hard to make this party fun, but ironically enough, that made the party less fun.
You don't need to try to be someone you're not. We enjoy you for you, not your ability to ban vodka.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what we do as long as we're together.
Wow. Thanks, guys. You know what? I've changed my mind. I gotta learn to let loose and step out of my comfort zone every now and then.
Last time I said that myself, I my pants.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, I mean, hey, the night's still young.
It's time that I finally get use out of this shirt. Let's go to a real college party. You know, I didn't think there was anything to gain from going to a college party, but turns out I was wrong. Oh, hey, guess who has 3 thumbs, doesn't understand human anatomy, and just discovered dictionaries for the first time? This is incredible! I mean, a book with words in it? Who would have thought? Now that I've read this entire book front to back, I think I can confidently say that I now know every single word to ever exist. If I didn't, that would be weird. That's what this book is supposed to have. It's a tall order to expect the average human being to comprehend every existing word. The government didn't think we were capable of doing so. That's why they never wanted us to have these. I'm just asking to be put on a watch list. But now, with my newly acquired knowledge of the English lexicon, I think I'm finally ready to take on whatever life wants to throw at me. So, what do you got for me, world?
Words. We've all used them before. Whether or not you want to admit it, you've frequented a sentence here or there. But sometimes words can be hard to understand, which is why we as humans often go,
Ugh! Oh.
Finding substitutions for words is a common practice, and more often than not, it's for the greater good. Whether that be for the sake of clarification or ease of access when writing a message, using these types of words is usually in the better interest of all parties involved. These words are what's known as slang, a term deriving from the use of such words being akin to throwing out or slinging phrases, which is more than often how they're used, thrown out rapidly in a casual setting to make a quick point. Yeah, I could text you a message saying that the video you share with me made me laugh out loud, but why not save myself a couple seconds and just type LOL? You know, just texting the letter O would be shorter. And slang isn't anything new to the world of language. Even throughout the years as early as the 1700s, English speakers have always found ways to abbreviate the terminology they're using. Hell, even a ton of non-English speakers. Needless to say, this is a universal concept. But there's a reason why you don't use the term LOL in your high school papers.
And I'm still trying to figure out what that reason is.
Yeah, while finding abbreviations for words can be more than convenient, the practice is often seen as informal, which is not an informal way of saying F fucking goofy. You're not gonna get any points from folks with a higher register for throwing out the word sus. You'll get them from me though.
Yeah, please, take it. Just get the hell away from me.
But even still, slang is commonly used throughout all sorts of facets of modern day life. And just like humans, the types of slang we use and the ways that we use it are constantly evolving. Well, evolving implies growth, so I guess this would be more so de-evolving. It's whatever, Darwin was a anyways. And hey, oftentimes, we don't think twice about the stuff that comes out of our mouth nowadays. Why would we? So why not take a moment to overanalyze modern day slang and take all the fun out of speaking words? And what better place to start than Grandma's worst nightmare. Yes, I would argue the biggest offender of the usage of modern day slang is the smart device. Objects such as cell phones, tablets, smartwatches, anything you can text other people on, you're more than likely committing an English class felony on. With texting becoming one of, if not the most common practice of communication today, it's no surprise human beings have used it as an opportunity to justify speaking informally. And we're gonna have to talk about these for a second before we're ready to confront the likes of this. Now, classifying these to be a type of slang is definitely up for debate, considering I don't really know if you can call these words, but taking into consideration that they're often used to get a quick point across and are typically used in more casual and informal settings, we'll be grouping them in as such. First up, let's take a look at LOL. Stands for laugh out loud, fairly understandable. This is the epitome of all modern day texting slang, a term that most likely would have never been invented if it wasn't for the medium of digital instant messaging. It's simple, you text LOL when you find something funny. There are of course a slew of variants of this acronym, such as LMAO or ROFL, but LOL is definitely the most common and generally the most commonly understood. But when you take a step back and look at it, I mean, how often are you actually stating your truth with this? I feel like most of the time when I type LOL to somebody, I don't actually laugh out loud at whatever I'm responding to.
Wow, Antonio, that was such a unique observation. Why don't you just tell us your opinions on the energy crisis already?
Yeah, this isn't necessarily a controversial stance on the whole subject, but you gotta admit, it's fairly odd considering that most of the time, we don't even bat an eye when we do this. But hey, I don't think anyone's losing sleep over this whole debacle. These acronyms have always just been used to acknowledge when you find amusement in something that someone said. And if that's the whole purpose they intend to serve, they do the job. But why can't we just be honest with each other?
It stands for I acknowledge that you made an attempt to be funny. Damn.
While LOL is one of the most common abbreviations used in texting culture, its usage is quite unique in the grand scheme of the digital messaging landscape. The term laugh out loud was never used in any other context before digital messaging was popularized. It's not like folks went around town saying it to other people in real life.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
No, more often than not, text acronyms are used to save time when typing out a message that's common enough to be understood by the masses. Take, for example, BRB. Stands for be right back. Pretty simple. Use it when you're telling someone you're leaving for a short period of time. Yeah, I could just write out the full phrase, but man, life is short. Imagine all the time I'd be wasting if I decided to go through with that.
Be right back. Oh man, I missed church for that!
And other texting acronyms such as talk to you later, I don't know, and on my way can no doubt be really convenient to use nowadays. And that goes double for back in the day. I mean, texting on those old keypad phones took eons, with users being required to type out each letter of their message by pressing each key one at a time. Of course, with smartphones running faster today than they ever had before, the need for some of these acronyms has definitely decreased over time, but they still often get used in places like online chat rooms. But at the end of the day, these have always mainly been used to deliver a quick message in a digital fashion. So that just begs the question, why do people use these in everyday conversations? You ever talk to somebody in their late teens or early 20s and hear them use a text acronym out loud when they speak?
For the sake of my point, just say yes.
Yeah, I don't know if this is common across the entire population, but at least in my circle of peers, I hear people use these text acronyms in conversation more often than I would expect. My expectation was never, but alas, here we are. I've heard people say things like BRB, IDK, OMG, TBH, and LOL in actual verbal exchanges before, and it's jarring? I guess it's seen as quirky by a lot of people, and then there are the people that just do it as a joke. And it's not like it's offensive or anything, it's just kind of dumb. Like, it defeats the whole purpose of what these things were even meant to be. It's right there in the name. But hey, I'm not gonna act like I'm above this. I've definitely done the same before.
That's right, the church wouldn't have wanted me anyways.
But that brings us to the words more commonly known as slang, words that can be used in all sorts of mediums in the modern day. Music, online video, articles, hell, even just casual conversation. These words are bound to pop up every now and then. Like influenza. And I hear these words constantly. Whether or not that means I'm on the internet too much is a question I'm not willing to confront yet. So, where should we begin?
I'm gonna need a cigarette for this.
Sus. Fairly understandable, short for suspicious, debunks my initial analysis. This is a word that only recently gained widespread use. It was never really used in conversation or digital messaging before the last couple years since, I mean, how often would you even need to use the word suspicious anyways unless you were, I don't know, a criminal investigator? No, instead the term sus was popularized due to the rising interest of the game Among Us, a multiplayer party game that everyone was playing for a while there. Among Us was released in 2018, but it took until everyone got really bored in the year 2020 for people to realize,
Oh, shit.
in the game, each player controls a character aboard a spacecraft. Players are divided randomly into being either a crewmate or an imposter. The job of the crewmates is to finish doing tasks around the ship. The job of the imposters is to... yeah, that. Of course, players aren't able to tell who's who, so throughout each game, the crewmates must deduce who they think are the killers and periodically vote them off the ship in meetings amongst the entire party, while the imposters must try to blend in to avoid being voted off. If all the imposters are voted off, the crewmates win. If all the crewmates die before all the tasks are done, the imposters win.
Gonna touch up my college thesis here.
During late 2020, I think a collective number of us all went,
Oh, shit.
which meant many folks weren't too keen on getting their socialization through in-person means. So a cheap online party game that was relatively easy to understand and supported a large group of people, that sounds like exactly what we needed. And with the rise of Among Us came the rise of the word sus, used to call out players that you thought were the imposters. Sure, I could just call them suspicious, but I have stuff to do later. This word was beaten into the ground at the time. It suddenly became the new cool word to use in both casual playthroughs of the game or in day-to-day conversations with your work colleagues.
And I still don't understand why they called HR on me.
This word ended up becoming great into here for me. But simply enough, the overuse of this word can be attributed to playing Among Us becoming a worldwide fad. This is how a lot of modern day slang becomes widespread. You hear one person use a new word in a trendy way, naturally you want to use it yourself. It's the circle of life. However, it's interesting to note that a lot of examples of modern day slang have far deeper origins than just that tweet you saw from your favorite influencer. For example, the word slay. I'm not talking that Santa bullshit. The earliest I can recall hearing this word used in a widespread fashion was around 2018 or so, though I don't doubt that it was used commonly before then. The word is used to exclaim a sense of agreement between two parties, or if someone is generally impressed by another person. Slay is a word that's been around for centuries, but much like a lot of commonly heard slang terminology of the modern day, it saw a resurgence due to its widespread use on social media. This word was actually popularized by its use on the show RuPaul's Drag Race, a show that I hadn't really watched myself, and thus never fully grasped how much of an impact the show had on linguistic culture. My lord, so many examples of modern day slang got popular from their use on this show. Words like queen, tea, serve, shade. Of course, they were used in context before then, specifically in drag queen culture, but it was their use on this show that really accelerated the words into the mainstream and oftentimes gave them new established meanings. And due to all these words coming from the same place of origin, they can often be heard in similar contexts. You really served the shady tea, queen. That's a sentence.
Oh, yeah, kind of like how this is a meal.
But even further than this, quite a number of these terms actually have roots from their use in African American cultures. And that's how we got words like bae and fleek, and as was mentioned earlier, the modern day use of words like shade. Despite being coined by African American communities, a lot of these terms were eventually adopted by white people and integrated into their own vocabularies over time.
White people taking things from marginalized populations?
What?
Now, when it comes to discussions on whether or not this happening is a good thing, results can be fairly divided. On one hand, it's bringing more attention to minority communities, and can be seen as highlighting just another example of the influence they have on our society today, which is a far cry from how they were seen decades beforehand. However, it can also be seen as somewhat patronizing, or even downright insulting, as many times white communities, or simply uneducated parties, can use these words so frequently and inappropriately that it can water them down, so to speak, and cause more of a negative stigma around their use. Essentially, a form of cultural appropriation. This is all a valid point, even though most of the time, I'd say a lot of the widespread use of these terms doesn't really boil down to an intent to harm or belittle minority communities. Now, oftentimes it's just a matter of a bunch of people hearing the same word repeated over and over again on social media, and since it's trending, everyone decides to hop on the bandwagon. But it can't be understated how grueling it can become to hear these words after so many people adopt them into their vocabulary and throw them out in conversation constantly, especially when it feels like these words are being spread around in every facet of popular culture, even in areas when they don't make sense. Or rather, they wouldn't make sense, but that's another aspect of modern day slang, as we discussed before. A lot of the time, the words that trend on social media are derivative of already existing words, or in some cases, just flat out are existing words. But their meanings morph and change over time, depending on the context of when and how they're used. There isn't just one definition for many words out there, especially when considering how they're used in informal settings. Like the word shade, for example. For years, this was used to describe shelter from a source of light, and while it's still used this way in most scenarios, it's also used to describe an expression of disgust or ridicule for another person. Even if a word was never used in a certain way for years beforehand, at the end of the day, the human race has all the power in the world to decide how they're used going forward. We make these words make sense.
Much like how my digestive tract makes fecal matter.
Yeah, whether or not the evolution of specific words can yield a good or bad result is very much up in the air, and also completely subjective. However, I think it's safe to say that no matter what the word is, hearing it over and over is eventually gonna get old. Regardless, it's a wonder how these words change over time, and how in many cases, their roots are often far deeper than we realize. And in other cases, you ever look at the list of Oxford's words of the year from the last 20 years?
It's only my favorite pastime.
Well, if you did in regards to the year 2023, you would know that the word of the year that year was Riz. What the is this? Riz is another example of a slang term that stems from the shortening of an already existing word, that being charisma, or more specifically, romantic charisma. Basically, the ability to win over the romantic affections of another party. And this word can be used in a variety of ways. If you have charisma, you have Riz. If you used your charisma effectively, you rizzed someone up. W Riz is successful Riz. L Riz is unsuccessful Riz. Somebody please shoot me. Now, to be fair, this word also originated in African American communities. However, it was its use by the YouTube and Twitch personality Kai Cenat that really brought it into the public eye. As far as I can tell, the word did exist before Cenat popularized it, but after he did so in mid-2021, the word spread like wildfire. A wildfire with like a 2-year delay. Yeah, even though Cenat started using the word Riz back in 2021, it took a couple of years for it to really pick up steam. Oh, but once it did, it sure did. Suddenly, everyone was tweeting about it, saying it in videos and live streams, and worst of all, everyday life. And by 2023, the word Riz took the world by storm.
Well, it's a good thing I brought this umbrella.
And that's how we got to this point. Look, on paper, there's nothing wrong with this word being used. It's just after constantly hearing it throughout 2023, I just couldn't stand it after a while. It's like, I love the movie Marley and Me, I could rewatch it all day, but after seeing a dog die for the 50th time, it starts to become a little too much, you know? But enough beating around the bush, let's address the elephant in the room.
No!
Yeah, this word. What does it mean?
It means let's get the hell out of here!
This word, pronounced gyat, was also used by Kai Cenat in 2021 amidst a few other well-known streamers, and also had a delayed rise in popularity, with it really taking the world by storm years down the line.
Well, at least I'm prepared this time.
Gyat is derived from the phrase goddamn, used to express sexual interest in another party, usually an attractive woman. But it also can be used to refer to someone's ass, usually that of an attractive woman. I know, classy. I have nothing to comment about this word other than I'm embarrassed that I acknowledge its existence. Now, these two words are often grouped together, like Bonnie and Clyde. And other than both of them being popularized by Kai Cenat, they are also associated with each other due to their abundant use amongst Generation Z, those who were born during the mid to late 90s and early 2000s. That's right, I'm part of the problem. Yeah, it's no secret that these words have gained most of their traction from the younger crowd, at least those in their late teens to early 20s at the time the words were being used on the internet. I mean, it makes sense. These are the people that are most likely to be chronically online throughout the day, so it's only inevitable that any widespread slang will be adopted into their vocabulary. This actually highlights another interesting aspect of modern day slang, generational variation. Have you really found yourself using the term on fleek in the last 5 years? He did. As we move from one generation to the next, the slang we use changes. It's something to be expected, but also comes with that wonderful trend we all know and love where each generation looks down upon the following generation and judges them for their defining attributes, lauding things were so much better when I was your age. It's interesting to note that at one point, words like rad and gnarly and dude were considered the rancid, informal speak of the current generation, but we obviously grew from that and can now appreciate the absurdity of such words being used, and in some cases, adopt them into our own vernacular. And if there ever comes a day when we look back at the word gyat with that same kind of sentiment, may God have mercy on us all. Now that we've discussed a variety of modern day slang, let's take a look at them all at once. Do you notice a pattern with the majority of these words? They're all quick, snappy words you can throw out at a moment's notice, and in the grand scheme of things, they're fairly easy to comprehend, assuming you have a fine grasp on the English language. Well, if that's how I feel about all of these words, surely I'm capable of handling any other terms the informal English dialect has to throw at me.
Oh, I get it. It's a word.
So, the term situationship. This is a word I only started hearing being used in late 2023, but it caught my attention for a multitude of reasons, those of which we'll be getting into here soon, but first, let's discuss the definition. Situationship is a portmanteau of the words situation and relationship, denoting an association between two parties that is less than a relationship, but more than a platonic connection. Basically, it's when two people have mutual feelings for one another, but aren't defining their relationship with anything more than with yeah, I'd f them. So situationship stands out amongst most other slang terms, as it isn't simply an abbreviation of one word or phrase. Rather, it's the combination of two already existing words. Can you even call this slang at that point? Well, could you call this a bludgeon? Yes. I find the use of the word situationship fascinating, in the same way that I find string theory fascinating.
I'm never gonna f***ing understand this.
Situationship is just weird to me, man. I understand its place in the grand scheme of modern day terminology, but its usage is so odd, considering it's so vague, yet so specific at the same time. The word situation isn't descriptive enough to convey what it's supposed to with its use in this word, but at the same time, it's describing a very specific connection between two parties, one that is quite unique and complex. So while I understand the intention here, I question the variables at play. The word relationship implies some kind of serious romantic connection, so I understand you want to lighten the load a little bit by attempting, and I will emphasize attempting, to take the weight off of the association by applying the word situation to the front half of the word, and in combination with the fact that situation rhymes with relation, it just works out to be a fairly easy marriage of the two terms. But theoretically speaking, any relationship could be described as a situation, and therefore can be referred to as a situationship. Even if it's not the intended use of the word here, to the unsuspecting party, any relationship could be a situationship, and any so-called situationship could just be a relationship. Do you see the problem here? I occasionally scratch my dog's ass. Could we call that a situationship?
Please say no.
And furthermore, why is there even a need to put a label on such a connection? You know what people used to say when they were describing a non-serious relationship between themselves and another person? We're seeing each other. That's it. There was no need to establish a new term to describe it, one that is inherently more confusing and questionable, yet here we are! And all of this ranting isn't to mention the fact that I just think the word sounds stupid. Yeah, I'll say gyat 20 times in one sitting, but situationship is where I draw the line.
There are obviously a ton of other examples of these words, and maybe this is a topic we can return to in the future. But for now, I think I've exhausted all my shit giving for the day. Modern day slang. It doesn't make any sense. But it also makes a lot of sense. And why is that the case? Because we made it that way. It was inevitable ever since the discovery of language itself. We were always bound to be led down this path, and we have to accept that. And while it's fun to bask in the absurdity of it all, I think we also have to appreciate it for what it is, as a creation of humankind. We wanted to find simple and easy methods of delivering messages further than just what was presented to us when we were born. So we invented those methods. That's part of the beauty of language. There are so many different ways to communicate with others, and modern day slang, whether you like it or not, is a very prominent means of communication. Finding substitutions for various everyday words is always going to be a thing, and it's usually for the better. And with online media becoming more and more integrated into our everyday lives, the amount of slang being used is only going to increase. Meaning as time goes on, physical dictionaries are kind of going to become obsolete. Dictionaries are great, but with the advent of the internet and new words being invented constantly in the modern day, it's impossible for these things to keep up. But hey, that doesn't mean these things don't hold any value. In a way, they can kind of be seen as time capsules, documenting the general scope of the English language at a given point in history, more specifically when they were printed. And for that alone, I have to commend them. But this one still doesn't have the word gyat in it, so I'm gonna have to act accordingly. Oh, hey, don't mind me. I'm just doing a little spring cleaning. This is taking up too much room.
I'm a simple man. I like things. And I can't say I'm alone. You walk into any house down the street, I present to you Exhibit A. Yup, that's a thing. There's no need to hide it. Owning physical goods is a part of life. But when does it become excessive?
I'll let you know when I figure that out.
It's no secret that humankind has always been one to be materialistic, but that doesn't mean you can't get by with little to no physical means of entertainment. I mean, hell, kids back then had to make do with playing with a stick in the street, and they didn't even have to take that back inside with them. Usually. But as we move into the modern era with the advent of Bing Bang Boom, we start to see a shift in how us human beings consume entertainment.
Wait a minute, I just realized! This can't play Subway Surfers!
Yes, we now live in the era of digital entertainment, with mediums such as movies, TV shows, music, video games. All of this is how we keep ourselves from thinking about death nowadays. However, as these forms of entertainment became more and more integrated into our lifestyles, you still needed a means of getting that entertainment into your grubby little hands. And that's how we got the advent of what we call physical media. VHS tapes, DVDs, CDs, cassette tapes, records, game cartridges. These, alongside their corresponding playing devices, were all invented for the purpose of bringing the sweet sounds of the Andy Griffith Show into your home. This is how, for many years, digital media was consumed. Yeah, it was all still digitally produced at its core, but it needed a vessel to house this content that was easily purchasable for the time. Things that could easily be stocked on store shelves, i.e. this bullshit. And this is how physical media became a standard for this type of entertainment. I mean, it was basically the main, if not the only option to watch or play this stuff whenever you wanted. You had to go to the store, grab the thing, buy the thing, bring it home, and consume it via physical media playing methods. But we live in a different world now, a better one. I think. Physical media is hardly a necessity nowadays, what with a million different resources available for digital media consumption. You want to listen to a song? Buy it on iTunes. You want to watch a movie? Just get a Netflix subscription. I'm sure the movie you're looking for is there beneath all the tall girls and kissing booths. But even with the transition into the era of the rise of streaming platforms and downloadable media, these two forms of consumption still exist as options for patrons to choose over. And for a while there, we had physical media and digital media living in harmony. But as I've always said as of this sentence, those living in harmony can't live there forever.
Oh boy!
These days we live in a world of physical versus digital. Now, obviously you can still choose between them when it comes to media consumption, but especially in more recent times, there's been much more debate as to which one is superior. So why is this the case? Well, a lot of it has to do with how much more easily available strictly digital media has become nowadays. If you download a movie off of the internet or just decide to watch it through a streaming platform, that's a whole ass trip to Walmart you're saving, and that's priceless. I'm sure more people nowadays have Netflix subscriptions than financial stability. This is all to say, people like convenience. But there's still a lot of people out there that swear by physical media, meaning it's still a relatively profitable market. You'd think! In October of 2023, the major electronic retailer Best Buy announced they would be phasing out physical DVDs and Blu-rays from their store shelves and would no longer be carrying them for the foreseeable future. This was a big deal to hear about. Best Buy has consistently been a Goliath in the digital entertainment sales industry ever since the early 1980s. To hear they were looking to stop selling what once was one of the main parts of their business for years, it was baffling to a lot of people. These people.
Oh, that's me!
Yeah, well, this was a shock to many. Let's be honest here, this was a long time coming. It's true, physical Blu-ray discs have been available for purchase for quite a while now, and DVDs have been around for even longer. But come on, when was the last time you actually bought one of these? Whether or not you want to admit it, physical media is on its way out, and Best Buy is just simply leading the charge. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, man. Walmart announced a similar deal around the same time in regards to physical video games. If we don't see the complete and utter elimination of newly releasing physical media before I develop arthritis, I will be genuinely surprised. But even with all of this on the horizon, most physical media is still going to be around for a really long time, even if it's all only old content in the future. So it's not like we'll ever really be without the ability to choose between physical and digital. And there are still legitimate benefits to each one. Now, if you're curious as to what I prefer, well, what do you think? Listen, I'm more than capable of seeing both sides of the argument here. Yeah, I might own the physical copies of both the Nintendo Switch and Wii U versions of Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze when it's really only necessary to own one or the other, but that doesn't mean a thing when it comes to being unbiased about this topic. It doesn't, I swear.
However, if there truly are benefits to both physical media and digital media, let me ask you this. How did we get here? Well, I can only think of one way to find out. The way that involves me talking about it for the next 43 minutes. Which is what we're going with. Without further ado, let's take a look at the history of physical media's downfall alongside the pros and cons of both physical media and digital media to see if we can determine how the hell we got to where we are today. Where did it go?
To begin our story, let's jump all the way back to the beginning with the conception of physical goods. Okay, let's fast forward a little bit. The first major introduction of what we refer to as physical media began in the late 1940s with the invention of the long play, otherwise known as records or vinyls by the common folk of today. These, as many of us know, were used to play music in everyday households at a time when the idea of this was becoming increasingly more popular. There were attempts to bring these to market in years before then, but they usually flopped due to the sparsity of in-home music playing devices, as well as the relatively high price of this type of medium, and in combination with all of this taking place during the Great Depression, yeah, it's no wonder these didn't sell at the time. However, in 1948, a Sony-owned record label named Columbia Records came waltzing in and said, "We're going to introduce what will become the standard way to purchase and play music for the next 20 years, those cocky bastards." And thus the LP became exactly that, and ushered in what is known today as the album era, a time when companies kept selling them and consumers kept buying them. Popular bands all across the world were making most of their money via sales of their music printed onto these records, and allowed for many of them to play around with the idea of concept albums, collections of songs that had shared themes and told stories through the magic of playing these things. It was a great time to buy music, and a bad time to make this bet. Yes, in 1963, humanity saw the release of the compact cassette tape, offering a new alternative method of in-home music playing. Developed by Philips, who at the time specialized in consumer electronics, the main appeal of cassettes was their portability, giving them an edge against vinyl records, considering, yes, bring this on a walk, I dare you. With the introduction of the Walkman in 1979, and gadgets like the boombox, these little guys exploded in popularity, which gave LPs a good bit of competition. However, there were a few drawbacks to cassettes. For one, they were smaller in size, which made it easier for shoplifters to... which did mean a lot of sellers lost out on a good amount of potential sales. And two, they just didn't offer as high of audio quality as vinyl records did. Sure, you could take them with you on the go, but is that really worth much when they sound like this? Okay, yes, I am exaggerating here.
Cassettes were more than capable of producing adequate audio quality, and as time went on, they only continued to improve in this department, and by 1985, they finally overtook records as the primary method of musical playback. But that's just talking the purely audio-related media of the time. What about the video side of things? Well, at the time, this world was experiencing a similar story, with the first major success in the home video market also being in a cassette format. There had been an interest in bringing widespread methods of playing visual media to the public for quite some time, going back as far as the use of film projectors, but those were never really affordable for many people, and I don't have any more kidneys to sell, so cassettes will have to do. And thus, in 1976, humanity was graced with the release of the Video Home System, or VHS tape. These were invented by the Victor Company of Japan, or JVC, and were super popular during this era. Any middle to upper class family that lived through the 80s is no stranger to these things. They were everywhere, being the primary way to watch both old and new movies and shows throughout the time period. And as the decade progressed, video cassette recorders, or VCRs, were no doubt a worthy investment, as at the time, VHS tapes were constantly releasing and were quite an affordable form of at-home entertainment. This stick has served me well, but it's time to move on. VHS tapes were heavily marketed during the late 1970s and throughout the 1980s, and they sold quite well. Which is why, even though they're not sold brand new in retail stores today, you can still find quite a number of them in antique stores and stores that specialize in retro media. I have so much nostalgia for these, man. These were some of the first ways that I watched what I remember as my favorite childhood shows and movies. I would watch Pokemon the first movie and random Thomas the Tank Engine episodes on VHS, the latter being why I have all of this shit. That's right, I was a big Thomas the Tank Engine back in the day. You can tell since I sold one of my kidneys for this trade.
And it was worth it.
VHS tapes were at the top of their game during this era, but this wasn't always the case for the home video scene, as just 1 year before the first public sales of VHS, we would first see the release of the Betamax.
Who?
Another Sony patented endeavor, the Betamax was an alternative form of playing video-based media from the comfort of your home, and did offer a significantly higher video and audio quality when compared to VHS. Released in 1975, Betamax did hold 100% of the market on home video media for a bit there. But in the end, VHS tapes came out on top, and why is this the case? Well, a commonality between both of these formats was that not only could consumers use them to watch preloaded videos, but also record their own via their respective playing devices. And while Betamax offered better overall quality, VHS tapes offered larger amounts of recording space, allowing for a greater range of media to be sold and recorded on them. This proved to be a far more important factor in determining which between the two formats became the bigger commercial success, and thus the VHS market continued to thrive. Meanwhile, if you ask me to show you my Betamax collection, yeah, you know, some say VHS tapes won the war of the two videotape formats due to their larger abundance of pornographic movies being available on them.
I can watch Thomas and the Magic Railroad on this one.
And so, cassettes became the foundation of the home media market, with both music and video being sold primarily via this medium. But there was another form of entertainment that was slowly starting to garner attention from the general public during this time period.
I wonder what that could be.
It was around the time of the 1970s that video games, and video game consoles, began a steep rise in mainstream popularity, and yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you want to let one of these into your house? Oh. Well, people sure did love buying them in the 70s and 80s, and barring the video game crash of 1983, video game cartridges and their corresponding cartridge-based consoles became the main source of profit within the craze. Yes, basically all video games were manufactured and sold via cartridges during this time, with the video game's ROM, or read-only memory, being loaded onto them. Beforehand, video games were either played with the games preloaded onto the video game consoles themselves, or they were just played via arcade machines, but cartridge-based systems allowed for so much more variety on what you could play from the comfort of your own home. Trash and garbage. These were the standard for quite a while, but they were fairly pricey. So between video games, music cassettes, and VHS tapes, video games were the most often coveted as a luxury, something only the more well-endowed folks out there could get their hands on. But the companies that sold physical media knew that this was not the extent of what the future held for them, and moving into the latter half of the 1970s, they continued to dream of a new form factor for their products, one that would not only be cheaper to produce, but one that would expand the world of possibilities of what could be stored on them, both in terms of quality and runtime. And then, in 1978, we got half of that. 1978 saw the introduction of the Laserdisc. Yeah, look familiar?
Oh shit, it's a circle.
Laserdiscs were another format of home video, developed and manufactured by Philips, who you may remember also developed the first cassette tapes. And while VHS was an acceptable standard for the time, Laserdiscs offered a significantly higher video and audio quality. Laserdiscs were a revolutionary invention for the time and garnered a good amount of sales moving into the 80s and early 90s. But they never reached the same level of mainstream popularity as VHS tapes, at least in most countries. Despite offering better quality, Laserdiscs didn't allow for users to record and store their own media, unlike VHS tapes. At the time, it was quite common for consumers to tape their favorite TV shows for later consumption, since watching media on demand wasn't a thing. And Laserdiscs just didn't allow for that. This, combined with the higher production cost of the Laserdiscs themselves and the relatively high cost of Laserdisc players, meant this technology would unfortunately never be able to stand toe-to-toe with the competition. Plus, I mean, look at these things. They're so big, they take up way too much space.
We need to find a way to make laser discs more compact. Oh!
During the late 1970s, Sony and Philips banded together to develop the compact disc, or CD, which was released to the public in 1982 in Japan and the rest of the world in 1983. Now these were a game changer. CDs were designed to house purely audio-based media, and were heavily influenced by and built off of the Laserdiscs that came before them, but with basically everything improved. These were smaller, as the name implies, they had more storage capacity, and outputted better audio quality compared to the competition, and combined with all of that, they were cheaper for companies to produce. After their initial launch in the early 1980s, CDs sold like crazy, and by 1992, they had surpassed both vinyl records and compact cassette tapes as the premier method for consuming audio-based media. I'd say the main drawback to CDs was their inherent frailty. I mean, come on, you take one swing of a hammer at these things, they're toast. Like, what the f***? And yes, the technology was still expensive, especially for the time. But none of that mattered. The demand for CDs was high, and they still sold phenomenally well, and because of this, eventually became more and more affordable for consumers over time. And given this sudden and drastic shift in how music was consumed by the public, it was only natural that manufacturers of both VHS tapes and video game cartridges would start to shift their business ventures down a similar path. You see, late into the 1980s, companies would once again be experimenting with video output via disc-based formats, leading to the inventions of the CD-ROM and video CDs. CD-ROMs were mainly used in computers and later for video game consoles during the 5th generation, which included the Sega Saturn and Sony's PlayStation, while video CDs were used by... Yeah, these were never super popular, but they did hammer home the desire for this type of technology, just like me. And finally, in 1996, it happened.
Oh, we also got DVDs.
Yes, we finally made it here. In 1996, companies all across the world began releasing their media on digital video discs, or digital versatile discs, or just simply DVDs. These were to VHS tapes as CDs were to cassettes, and all of the benefits of CDs apply. DVDs were cheaper to produce, had far better storage capacity, and were more compact, measuring the same dimensions as CDs. And if CDs made a splash in the home entertainment industry, then DVDs just drained the whole damn pool. These quickly became the standard for not just home video, but video game consoles as well. DVDs were such a revelation. If you ever saw a VHS tape growing up, I guarantee you saw, if not owned, 4 times as many DVDs. They were so damn popular. And before you ask, yes, I am a fucking dork.
But why would you need to ask that?
And just like that, disc-based media held dominance on the market. VHS tapes, cassettes, game cartridges, even laserdiscs, they were all still around, but they just couldn't live up to the mass appeal that CDs and DVDs had. Eventually, Sony would go on to develop the Blu-ray disc, which was released to the public in 2006. These held the same form factor as the CDs and DVDs before them, but were able to output video in a far better resolution. This was life now. Circles were in. They were the new hot fad. Everybody had to get them. But you know what's better than a circle? Nothing. Despite discs being a standard for media consumption, there was always that little voice in everyone's head that pondered the question, what if you could watch and consume content whenever you wanted without needing physical goods? And if that wasn't in everyone's head, it was at the very least in mine.
What do you mean I have schizophrenia?
Well, the answer to this quandary would eventually be found, as moving into the late 90s and early 2000s, the advent of the internet was becoming more and more prominent in everyone's lives. And many businesses businesses were taking notice, including a little company by the name of Netflix. You know Netflix, everyone knows Netflix. They're like that guy that always shows up to high school reunions that everyone talks to but no one actually likes. Well, see, at the time of their inception in 1997, Netflix was initially founded as a DVD rental service. At first, they offered rentals by each DVD, but they eventually began offering a subscription service that allowed consumers to rent as many DVDs as they wanted for a small fee each month. These types of businesses were very common during this time period. Stores like Blockbuster and Hollywood Video and services such as Redbox were definitely quite popular, and for a good reason. The idea of being able to rent a movie through a DVD or VHS in a similar way you would check out a book from the library just for a small fee, it wasn't just novel, but ideal for many people, especially those that didn't necessarily want to hold on to the movie they were purchasing. I think it was around this time that many people started to realize that while buying DVDs was fun and could be quite convenient, they also tended to take up more space than they wanted. You see, all these different forms of physical media were kept in boxes. I mean, naturally, you had to store them somehow. But boxes, fun little fact, take up a good amount of space, especially when you have quite a few of them.
Have I made that point clearly enough yet?
So yeah, renting movies was an ideal solution to this problem, which is why these video rental services thrived for quite a while there, including Netflix. However, in 2005, a little website by the name of YouTube launched, and that definitely turned a couple heads. Not always for the better. YouTube was an incredible service that allowed anyone to instantly watch video through the process of streaming, which was a fairly new concept at the time. Basically, instead of the content you're watching being read off of a disc, it would be broadcasted to your device through the internet via whatever website you were using.
Did you know that's how YouTube works?
Yeah, it's something we don't think twice about nowadays, but I'll remind you, we're talking about a time period where computers look like this and fast and stable internet speeds look like this. Streaming video wasn't nearly as common then as it is now, and while many tried to make this work in decades beforehand, it wasn't until YouTube popped up that people realized just how ideal it was. But see, we're talking mid-2000s YouTube right now. This was mainly just used to watch cats doing funny shit and low-quality rips of music videos. If you wanted to watch Madagascar, you had to go to the theater or get your hands on the DVD. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. However, in 2007, the aforementioned company of Netflix began offering a service that allowed for the instant on-demand streaming of movies directly to your home. And you know what that meant. As the next few years passed, Netflix's self-titled streaming service got bigger and bigger. At first, it was just offered to those that were already paying for their monthly charge subscription service, but it eventually became a service on its own, allowing users to stream as many movies as they wanted for just a small fee per month. And this model just became more lucrative with time. Netflix began offering a larger variety of movies and acquired the rights to beloved shows such as Breaking Bad, Friends, and The Office, and all of this led to the amount of Netflix subscribers growing faster than ever. This was now the premier way to watch movies at home. You didn't even have to rent the DVDs anymore. You could just sit your ass down on the couch, hit a few buttons on your remote, pop open a bag of Cheetos, and let your internet do the rest.
And other companies took notice, and they wanted a piece of that pie just as much as the next guy.
Oh, what the f***?
Movie streaming, music streaming, video game streaming. As the human race entered the 2010s, this was not just becoming more popular, this was becoming the standard for many folks out there. Streaming services went from a really cool novelty to the reason I can't pay off my mortgage. And due to this rise in popularity of streaming, the amount of people buying brand new physical DVDs, CDs, and video games went down, and only continued to go down. It just didn't make as much sense anymore. Why would I waste time and money and space buying a physical copy of a movie that I'll probably just watch once and forget about after a week when I can just watch it on a subscription service alongside hundreds of other movies for a cheaper price? And this caused many out there to rethink their motives buying physical media in general. It wasn't necessary. Internet speeds were faster than ever. If you wanted to buy a movie, just buy it digitally. It won't take up any space. You don't even have to think about it. Same with music and video games. I don't need circles anymore.
Yeah, physical media isn't nearly as highly coveted nowadays, especially when you consider how popular it was during the 80s and 90s. But that's just a product of the natural progression of this kind of stuff. If we were still only using VHS tapes or even DVDs today, well, we might as well go back to the f***ing Stone Age. But hey, let's take a look at the bigger picture here. There are two sides to every story, even if one of those sides is that. As much as there are genuine reasons to advocate for the use of digital media, there's a similar case to be made about physical media. That's just a fact. But if I'm so insistent that there's truth in that statement, then why has physical media fallen so far from grace? Well, let's see if we can deduce the answer to that question by exploring the advantages and disadvantages to both physical media and digital media, and also see if we can truly understand the appeal of being a hoarder. However, there is one specific aspect of this whole discussion where most of my thoughts on the matter lie, and if you don't think I'm going to talk about that, well, I am so sorry.
This is a physical video game. By purchasing one of these, not only do you receive the game via a playable disc or cartridge, but you also get a nice plastic case to keep it in. Back in the day, you also got a little manual to flip through about the game in question, which was a nice bonus. But nowadays, these aren't nearly as common since, okay, fine, I guess trees are more important. Nah. For a long time, buying physical games was the only method to play most of them. Doing so through a monthly billed subscription service or simply through downloading them from the internet just wasn't really possible. If you wanted to play Diddy Kong Racing through anything but a cartridge, well, I got double bad news for you. But times have changed. It's now easier than ever to download games since virtually everyone has quick internet speeds, and physical games are definitely more of a commodity than a necessity. So what are my thoughts on this? Well, I think that looking at all of this, it's not a shock to hear that I've been an avid video game player and buyer for a long time now. I enjoy playing games almost as much as I enjoy buying them. Now, before I go on, I'll just go ahead and take this back from you, thank you very much. But now that we've got that squared away, let's discuss the question, why do I like buying physical games? It's not that I'm against buying games digitally, I have quite a number of games downloaded that I play all the time. But obviously, doing this gives me pleasure and not just sexually. Well, a lot of my lust for physical video games just simply has to do with it being the norm for me for so many years. Growing up, whenever I wanted a new game, I would either get it as a gift for my birthday or Christmas, or I would drive to the store with my parents, point at a game from behind the glass, and then before I knew it, I'd have Paper Mario Sticker Star in one hand and a big old pile of regret in the other. Hell, I didn't even know downloading games was possible until I got my Wii in 2012, and even then, the games I bought were all titles that I couldn't have played otherwise, those being retro Nintendo games from the Virtual Console. Even when I eventually got a Wii U in 2013, I still maintained this mentality and only ever really bought digital games that were exclusively downloadable. Playing games through physical copies was the standard for me, and ever since my childhood, I've amassed quite a collection for myself, one that I've been able to keep in a pretty nice condition, and I take great pride in that. Some may even call me but I maintain, I do enjoy having these games, and I still take great care of them to this very day. Unlike some people. Well, I do think I've gone long enough today without reliving some trauma. One lone day in 2023, I decided to buy some games from GameStop. You know GameStop, everyone's favorite collection of 8 letters. They were having an online sale on new games, which included a couple titles that had been on my radar for a bit, so I decided to pick them up, and alongside eating at Burger King, there were 2 bad decisions I made that day. When the games came in the mail a few days later,
Is this a joke?
my god, these games were in disgusting condition when I got them. For one, most if not all of them had a shit ton of holes in the plastic and or rips in the cover art, clearly from mishandled knife incidents from the people that shipped them. And 2, some of them didn't even come with the original box arts, just those generic cover art sheets that GameStop prints out for games they only have the actual discs and boxes for. And on top of that, they plastered those stupid fucking paper-based stickers on the covers, you know, the ones that never come off in one go, so you end up spending way too long trying to carefully peel them off, only for them to constantly rip and leave sticky residue all over the thing that you're peeling them off of. And then you try to use Goo Gone, but it barely works, so you're just left with games covered in sticker bullshit and Goo Gone that didn't even need to be there in the first place. And now the games remain in shitty condition, so when you put them on your shelf, they just stick to the other games around them. And it's the worst thing I've ever dealt with in my goddamn life! Yeah, I wasn't too happy with the condition of these games. Pre-owned game. Yeah, no shit. So, what does that story have to do with the death of physical media?
Everything!
I think this, right here, is a big reason why so many people don't give a shit about physical media anymore. Because so many people don't give a shit about it! Okay, yeah, it is true that in most cases, the packaging of physical media is the most superfluous part of it. It's needless to say that most people don't tend to go, oh my god, a box?
Take it! Take it!
Yeah, okay, when most people buy physical media, I'm sure most of them out there are more interested in what's on the actual discs and cartridges, not the quality of the boxes that house them. But some people care about that stuff, and those people aren't gonna wanna buy them as often if they look like they were run through a damn garbage disposal. Yeah, I'm sure GameStop knows that most people that buy games from them probably care more about the actual games they're buying, but they didn't take into account that I'm not like most people. Yes, it's true, I do enjoy the containers that I keep my physical media in to look nice. Is that really such a bad thing? Damn it. Well, that doesn't make me any less pissed at GameStop for this. If I buy a game from you that you offer as brand new, I expect everything about it to be brand new. Come on, man, you're not giving physical video games any better of a reputation than they already have. And I mean, yeah, GameStop is not the last major retailer that sells video games, but they're basically the last major retailer that exclusively specializes in video games and related media. I think they're only perpetuating the mistreatment of physical video games and physical media as a whole. I'm sure a lot of people think, wow, if the company that sells this stuff doesn't care about their condition, why should I? Look, I'm not saying I'm in the right for buying plastic bullshit, but if I am gonna buy plastic bullshit, I expect it to not look like shit when I get it. But clearly not everyone feels this way, especially those who are simply selling them as products for a profit, and barely a profit at that. The more I think about it, the more I realize this could just be an issue exclusive to GameStop, or at least an issue that doesn't span that many other companies. There are a good number of them out there that do put a lot of care into the design and distribution of the physical media products they sell, even if it's probably a little begrudgingly. I think a lot of companies are actually hell-bent on getting consumers to convert to all digital because they do make more of a profit that way. They don't have to invest in manufacturing physical media if most people just buy their products through a digital store. So if you buy a physical product from a digital media company, you're basically sticking it to the man.
That's right. F you, Nintendo.
Now, you could argue that a downside to physical media is that it does suffer wear and tear over time, regardless of the condition you buy it in. And if it goes through too much, it could end up becoming unusable, and then at that point, it's basically useless. But like I said earlier, so I do put effort into taking good care of my things, and I know I'm not alone in this. But you can't ignore the fact that some people out there just don't feel the same way. Some people just don't care about keeping their things in good condition, and they have a right to, I've been told. And hey, even I have to admit that as much as I take good care of my stuff, physical media does tend to get damaged in some capacity as time passes, even if it is in a minuscule fashion. And as much as I try, even I can't prevent that sometimes.
Damn it!
But with all that being said, let's look at some upsides to physical media, ones that many people would argue are the reasons it's superior to purely digital media, ones that all the 30-something NES fans on Twitter would point out. First off, when you buy physical media, you own it. Wow, Antonio, next I bet you're gonna tell me if I shit my pants it's gonna smell bad.
Well, let me ask you this, smartass. Can you smell me right now?
Okay, let me explain my point here. When you buy a boxed copy of a movie or video game from the store, you now have a physical product that you can hold in your hands, and not only that, it's yours to keep. You can do whatever you want with it. You can watch it, play it, look at it, throw it, have dinner with it, give it a bath. It's a product that you now own. You decide its fate. When you buy a digital copy of something, the insurance you get with it isn't nearly as prevalent. Yeah, you still did purchase it, but without that physical component to it, it's a lot more up in the air on whether or not you're actually going to have access to it forever. In theory, this shouldn't be a problem. Most of the time, pretty much all of the time, when you buy a digital version of a movie or game or anything like that, you're gonna have access to it far beyond the length of time you're probably even gonna want to have access to it. But what if you buy a movie and you wanna watch it later down the road for old time's sake? What a lot of these companies don't blatantly tell you is that when you buy something digitally off of their online store, you're not purchasing the actual content. Rather, you're purchasing a license to authorize the ability to consume the content in whatever restricted fashion the media company allows for. This information is often buried within the terms and conditions agreement that everyone is shown before they use these online stores, and a lot of the time it's very discreetly put and hard to understand for most consumers. And even if you were able to understand it after reading it, when was the last time you bothered to read one of these before going,
just take my f***ing money?
And the worst case scenario regarding all of this is after purchasing a digital product, you go to access it later down the line and your privilege to do so is revoked because the company you bought it from said so. You may not think this ever really happens, but we saw this back in 2019 when Microsoft shut down their long-running ebook service and revoked all access to any books bought via the service during the entire duration of its life. Now, the company did offer refunds to all those purchases, but what if other companies don't with their services? I mean, it is their right not to. But let's be honest here, some people are completely aware of all of this and they don't really care. They're completely fine having disposable experiences. If they buy a movie, it's usually to watch it right then and there, and they're more than content if that's all they're getting out of that purchase. And that's not to mention the fact that some people just have the money to spend on disposable goods. They don't give a shit if they can't access it in a year. I bought this bag of bread a week ago, and the other day, it just vanished.
Yeah, I hate when that happens, but hey, that's just life.
But regardless, you can't blame people for wanting that access guaranteed for as long as possible, especially if they're paying top dollar for this stuff. My point is, buying a physical copy of something is a lot more secure of a purchase. There's no question if it's gonna go away one day. The likelihood of that is all up to you. And that's another positive of physical media. You can make it go away. If you don't want any of your old games or movies anymore, you can resell them or lend them to friends or even donate them if you want to. It's all up to you. You'd be surprised how many people are willing to pay good money for dog shit.
Maybe you wouldn't be so surprised.
Now, when it comes to sharing digital media, yeah, you can still do it. It's just not always as easy to do so, what with needing to share passwords and account information and whatnot. With physical media, all you have to do is say, here you go! You're not legally bound to own any physical goods you purchase, and sometimes you can flip them for a far greater profit if you so please. But on the inverse side of this, owning a physical good means you have a chance to lose it, or worse comes to worse, it could be stolen. But if you're careful with your things, you shouldn't have to worry about that, and personally, I value the insurance of owning the things I buy far more than I don't. What can I say? I just like the safety of knowing where things are at all times.
Thank God.
Now, a lot of people like to preach that a big reason to keep physical media around is the preservation aspect of it, and I have mixed feelings about this. Like I said earlier, just because you buy a physical good, there's no guarantee it's going to last forever. Things can be lost or damaged, and let's be honest, more and more things nowadays are being cheaply produced, and if they do have quality, they're usually really expensive. Most digital goods are always going to be around in some form. You don't need to own them physically to enjoy them. Now, this isn't always the case. There are tons of examples of media that has been lost to time, media that isn't purchasable in the current day when it was purchasable in years beforehand. But unfortunately, we just don't always have control over this aspect. There could come a day when my copy of Cars 2 doesn't read properly anymore.
And I can't f***ing wait.
Don't get me wrong, I still believe in the preservation of all of this content. Well, maybe not all of it. But regardless if you own something physically or digitally, there's not always a guarantee it's going to be preserved. But even still, the likelihood of content being preserved is higher now than it's ever been before. And it's weird to acknowledge this, but especially with piracy being more and more common nowadays, there's always going to be copies of most digital content floating around out there. Now, I won't be elaborating on this any longer due to... But my point remains the same. Preserve physical media, but don't always sacrifice your integrity to do it. You know, one benefit of physical media that I don't feel like a lot of people tend to think about is the simplicity of it. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying it's necessarily more convenient. Rather, it's easier to understand, at least for a lot of older people. When you buy a movie on DVD from the store, that's just it. You now own the DVD. You can take it home, pop it into a DVD player, and bam, you're watching Nemo. If you're buying a movie digitally, there's a lot more to it sometimes. You have to find the movie within the dozens upon dozens of digital storefronts, make an account on the store page, put in your credit card info, download it to your device, and even when you get through all of that, you need to find where to go to watch the thing. Yeah, all of this is pretty seamless if you're used to dealing with modern technology, but what about those that didn't grow up using it? They're not always going to want to put in the time to learn how to use this stuff, especially if they're already used to things like DVD players. And sure, a lot of that chalks up to stubbornness, but that doesn't change anything. And the same applies to streaming services. Yeah, they can be easier when compared to purchasing digital downloads, but no matter which way you slice it, these two things just aren't always compatible. You think Grandpa ever learned how to use Netflix? Well, joke's on you, cause he didn't, and it's too late to teach him now. You can't deny that a big benefit of using DVDs is how easily understandable it is for many older folks out there. It allows for such a far greater reach of so much great content. And yes, I do think this is a benefit because, fun fact, grandmas watch movies too, but there is always room to learn. And at the end of the day, if an older person isn't willing to learn how to use modern day digital services and streaming apps, they more than likely have someone around to help them with it. Of course, like I've mentioned before, a big draw to the experience of physical media is the collecting aspect. You think I bought all of this because I enjoy the knowledge that I have a hoarding problem? You might be onto something there. It is my fetish. As a resident,
I like buying this kind of stuff, especially if I'm really interested in it. Collecting video games is a hobby of mine, and it's the same case for a lot of people, and that extends far beyond the realm of video games. Comic books, movies, TV shows, manga, music. Yeah, these are all things that can be consumed digitally, but it's so much fun to own the physical stuff. And for some content out there, collecting is all the value you're gonna get out of its existence. I mean, let's be real, if you weren't invested in a given movie, why would you want to buy this?
Masochism.
Let's not beat around the bush here. We all have our things that we like to own, things that we like to collect, if you will. And seeing all these things stacked next to each other, or on shelves, or in bins, whatever it may have you, it can just be a lot of fun. What do you mean that's not the definition of fun? Now, practically, is there any difference in buying a physical copy of something compared to a digital copy? Well, most of the time it's a no. If you buy a physical video game, it's pretty much always going to play the same as if you bought it off of a digital storefront. The files are all the same, it's just a matter of whether or not you want them to be read off of a disc or off of your actual device after downloading it. But through and through, you're still getting the same experience, you just get to decide how you want to have that experience. I mean, how would you rather play Balan Wonderworld? Like this? Or like this? If anything, this just hammers home the reasons why people like digital media. If I'm getting the same experience buying a digital game, is it really worth it to make a point to go to the store to buy the physical version? So with that, let's take a look at some benefits to digital media, otherwise known as the future is here, f***er, deal with it. Yeah, digital media is most likely all we're gonna be getting in the future, but there are very fair reasons for that. The big reason is that digital media is just more convenient, and this is practically an overarching benefit that stems from a lot of different details regarding it. For one, it's a lot more streamlined. In most cases, all it takes is a few clicks of a button and bada bing bada boom, you're playing Bee Simulator.
Yay.
If you own a game physically and you want to play it, you have to get out of your seat, find the game, pull it out, walk over to your console, take out any other games that might be in it, put in the new game, and by the time you're done with that, you're...
And now I gotta pick up my plastic skeleton too?
Switching between digital games or movies is so quick nowadays, which is really nice and is why so many people prefer buying all their media in this format. But no doubt, streaming services are the definition of convenience when it comes to digital media consumption. Especially with how fast most people's internet speeds are nowadays, streaming movies through apps like Netflix or Hulu just makes too much sense. And another reason why people like digital media, it can be cheaper. Now, this isn't always the case. You can find secondhand copies of movies and games for pretty affordable prices if you put in the time to hunt for them, in comparison to digital versions of the same stuff, which can oftentimes stay at full price for as long as they're offered. But I'd say I've more commonly seen the inverse of this happen. I've seen far better prices for digital copies of games rather than physical ones, and it definitely is enticing. And this extends to digital game services, like Xbox Game Pass, for example. For just $10 a month, you have access to so many great games, all just a push of a button away. Damn, I'm just really not understanding definitions today. Yeah, specifically with digital games, they can be a hassle to download, especially when it comes to bigger games. Now, this all of course depends on internet speed, the size of the game in question, how much hard drive space you have, yada yada yada, but a lot of people know this going in and are more than willing to put up with it. And I don't blame them, it's still really convenient. Now, this doesn't necessarily extend to game streaming through apps like PlayStation Plus, as that can be a lot more clunky of an experience, but even then, it can be more than tolerable. But when it comes to streaming, doing so with music is always the way to go in my opinion. Streaming a 2 to 4 minute song through apps like Spotify or Apple Music is not only the preferred method for most people, but the method that just makes the most sense. How often are you going to be in a position to pop in a CD nowadays? Especially when most of those CDs only contain one album, or in some cases only a couple songs. Meanwhile with Spotify, you have practically the entire library of all music ever at your disposal to stream, or even download so you can listen to songs offline. And the same applies to movies and TV shows through apps like Netflix. It's usually a very seamless process there, one that can easily make you forget that you're even streaming the content in the first place. As long as you have a stable internet connection, it can very well feel like you practically own a physical copy of the content you're watching. And again, it's all so much cheaper. As long as you have enough funds to spend on the cost of the streaming services themselves, you have so much content at your disposal for such a good price.
Could have been cheaper though.
Yeah, a lot of these streaming services have gone up drastically in price over time. Netflix specifically used to be offered for $8 a month, and for that price, you got everything Netflix had to offer with no ads, in comparison to now where Jesus Christ. Now, Netflix does offer more content than it once used to, but it still stung for all of the longtime subscribers of Netflix that had to stomach watching their month-to-month costs rise over time. And really, what does all that new content that Netflix offers nowadays really amount to? Yeah, you can find some pretty great movies and shows through their service, but when you're done with all of those, what else are you gonna watch? Real Rob?
Yes.
Another reason to buy digital media, it's better for the environment. As many of you probably know, most modern physical goods are usually made via not so environmentally friendly methods. Whether that be how it's made or the material it's made out of, taking good care of our planet isn't usually on the top of these companies' lists of priorities. Hell, I'm convinced Walmart likes chopping down trees for the fun of it. A lot of these physical media products are made from non-biodegradable materials like plastic, and even ones that are made from paper or cardboard, well, they still cost the existence of one of those oxygen providers. If these companies didn't make physical media, it would in fact prevent a lot of pollution, both from the production process and from the waste the products create. Because even though I like this plastic bullshit, it is still plastic bullshit. To be honest, I think the negative impact that physical media can have on the environment is a very legitimate reason to prefer digital media. Hell, even to argue why it's good that physical media is on its way out. I just think it's ironic that when people preach this, they usually still buy into it in some way. Yeah, we can all be hypocritical here, but let's not pretend like buying a plastic bottle of Coke is any better for the environment than buying Mario Party Island Tour. And in the latter case, it's actually probably better for the environment, because at least with Mario Party Island Tour, I'm not immediately throwing that out after consumption. More so after, like, the third playthrough. But no doubt, the biggest reason to buy into the inevitability of a purely digital future is...
I could be sleeping there right now.
Yeah, as much as I love owning this stuff, I can't deny that it takes up a lot of space. It kind of blindsided me too. I didn't realize how much my game collection was getting out of control until I started actively trying to clean up around my room one day, when I found it harder to do so than usual since I started having less and less space to store my games when trying to sort through other things. And this is a problem that I think a lot of people suffer from. It's really easy to go overboard and spend way too much money on physical goods if you're not careful. And even if you enjoy keeping all of it, if you don't have the proper means to store it or just don't have enough space, it can provide a lot of clutter. And this is the biggest source of convenience when it comes to digital media. Digital media doesn't take up any space, at least not in a physical manner. Sure, things like video games take up a lot of internal or hard drive space, but this is usually a lot easier to manage in comparison to box copies. People nowadays are a lot more willing to invest in digital download space than they are physical copies of the same content. And I think that overall makes a lot more sense. And companies know that, and they want that too. It's way cheaper for them. They don't have to produce the damn DVDs and CDs and whatnot. And you can tell companies are assisting in leading us down an all-digital pathway. There's a reason why not nearly as many DVD players are being produced or sold in today's day and age, and why most modern-day computers don't come with built-in disc trays anymore. Society as a whole wants to move towards only using digital media. But for the people that like having the option to buy things physically, it's definitely not easy to come to terms with. For me personally, I sort of feel for both sides. Sure, I like physical media, but I'm not completely opposed to a future where it's not as prevalent. It's good to be open to change, and deep down in my heart, I know that for myself. Yeah, it's unfortunate in some ways that a day may come when physical media is basically entirely phased out of the general market. But I'm not gonna act like I'll be crying by the time we get there.
'Cause I don't have to act.
Look, at the end of the day, all of this is just stuff. Yeah, it's stuff that's all very near and dear to my heart right now, but it might not always be this way forever. And it still is stuff that takes up a lot of space, stuff that could easily be replicated without the need of a physical format, stuff that I won't eventually even be around to enjoy. And I think the faster that I and everyone else that likes physical media can stomach those facts, the faster we can all be content with a future that might not house a lot of stuff like this. But that doesn't mean we can't enjoy it in the moment and continue to enjoy it for as long as we want to. I think as much as people that like physical media need to accept that it might not continue to be made in the future, those that prefer purely digital media should let other people enjoy their things that may mean a lot more to them than others realize. We all have things that have value to us, whether monetary, sentimental, emotional. We all have those things that we cherish, things with memories that we never want to forget. But they are still memories, and if you truly want to hang on to a memory, you don't necessarily need to keep it in the form of a box. Look, all I'm saying is, if you like physical media and have the means to hold on to it without it completely cluttering up your life, you should go for it. But if you don't, you might be better off learning to part ways with it, especially if our society's already heading in the direction of all digital. In fact, we might all be better off that way.
Well, I finally finished up my spring cleaning, and it only took me until it was practically summer to do so. After reflecting on the war between physical and digital media, I think I finally came to a stance on the topic for myself. It's no secret that I love physical media. I think it's fun to collect, fun to display, fun to discuss. But I can't say with great confidence that it's really necessary for me. As much as I enjoyed owning the physical stuff, it might be beneficial for me and the rest of the world to start embracing digital more, especially since it's pretty clear we're heading towards a future where we might not even have a choice in the matter. And looking back at the history of physical media, you can tell the writing was on the wall pretty early on. We went from the big bulky formats of laser discs and VHS tapes to the smaller, more compact mediums such as CDs and DVDs, all the way to more recent times when we basically don't need any of that anymore. No matter what, I'm gonna continue to enjoy the entertainment that I like, with or without tangible products or boxes to store them in. And while that might take some getting used to, I think I'll turn out just fine. Oh shit, Paper Mario came out. Who knew relapsing could be this fun? Oh, hey, you know, if there's one piece of knowledge that I've gathered about life thus far, it's that sometimes you gotta make sacrifices for the greater good. You gotta make some mistakes in order to learn. You gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. And most importantly, you gotta cheat on your girlfriend before you can find the love of your life. What was that second part?
Cheating is defined as the practice of acting dishonestly or unfairly in order to gain an advantage, especially in a game or examination. Thank God for this napkin I found in the Burger King parking lot. When you think of the act of cheating, there's probably at least one specific example of the practice that comes to mind, but there's actually quite a few contexts in which the term can properly be used. And most of these examples are fairly different, but the one thing they all have in common is that they basically all carry negative connotations. I mean, just revisiting the definition from earlier will demonstrate that. In order to cheat, you have to act dishonestly or unfairly. You don't just put a prefix like that in front of a word and expect everything to be okay. But let's be fair about this. I think cheating is something we've all done in some capacity before, even if it was in a minuscule fashion. If there weren't benefits to cheating, people wouldn't do it, but lo and behold, have you looked at society lately? So let's take a look at a bunch of examples of cheating and see if we can deduce why the act of doing so carries so much bad press.
What?
I think the first instance of cheating that many of our young, impressionable minds were exposed to was the act of cheating in school in regards to cheating on the work you were assigned. It's no secret that some individuals were appointed with more academic prowess than others, but the same idea can be applied to laziness. School is a hurdle in life that most people have to get through in order to reach the wonderful privileges of adulthood, like
Taxes. Back pain? Prostate exams.
But if you want access to those luxuries, you gotta prove your capabilities as a scholar by
Putting in hard work and effort. Why do I even fucking bother?
Come on, guys, why would I spend all my time trying to get better at subjects that challenge me when the guy sitting right next to me already has all the answers I need? School's just a ploy by the government to get us all to learn unnecessary information so we can't use the first 18 years of our lives accomplishing better things anyway. When am I ever gonna need to know what a Golgi apparatus is? You think all these things to yourself in the midst of struggling on your biology test while your classmate blows through page after page with ease until you reach a breaking point and just say, screw it, taking a quick peek at their answers couldn't hurt. Yeah, there's a reason why cheating is taken so seriously by schools of all demographics, and why in every single syllabus I've read in my academic career, there's a big old no cheating blurb at some point in the document. For the most part, schools don't tolerate cheating in any capacity, and in fact, students can face major consequences if they're caught doing so, even bordering on legal troubles depending on the situation. Obviously, there's a lot of other ways to cheat in school than just copying someone else's answers, but in every case, cheating in school just yields bad results for basically everybody involved. involved. By cheating in school, not only are you doing a disservice to said school and possibly a disservice to anyone you copy off of by taking credit for their work, but you're also doing a disservice to yourself by depriving yourself of precious knowledge like, oh my god, can we please think of a different example? And to all of you saying, okay, Poindexter, are you meaning to tell me you've never cheated before? I'll have you know that no, of course not. I have never, ever cheated on any test of any kind ever. I know better than to do something like that. Whoa, how did that get above my head? Look, I know school can be tough and all, but just generally speaking here, cheating is something that you're probably gonna want to avoid at all costs. Like, rabies. Yeah. Like we've already established, cheating is most often done to gain some sort of advantage, and lucky for humanity, there's just a slew of different competitive avenues in which you can be a dirty, rotten piece of shit. Basically, any sort of event that involves people competing to reign supreme above one or more other parties, including sports, video games, board games, you name it, they all leave room for some kind of form of cheating. And yeah, doing so is almost certainly always frowned upon, but man, who gives a shit what other people think? That trophy's gonna look mighty fine next to that pile of dirty laundry in my room. Of course, there's many different ways to cheat in a competition depending on what it is you're trying to accomplish, but they almost always take one of three forms: enhancing yourself, hindering someone else, or for the real scumbags out there, doing both. If you're looking to give yourself an advantage in a game, well, that can be as small of a practice as peeking at your opponent's hand in a card game, or as large as taking f***ing steroids.
Wait.
If you're looking to hinder someone else in a competition, well, have I got the article for you. Tripping someone in a race, blocking their view of a video game, straight up hitting them. There's just so many ways to be an all-around awful human being. You'd think professionals in any given activity would be above such dirty practices as the ones we've just discussed, and yeah, I think for the most part they are. But let me tell you, the day a baseball player named Mark McGwire admits to taking performance-enhancing drugs is the day I lose hope for humanity, son of a bitch.
You're real lucky I was 9 and had no idea who the f you were, Mark.
Yeah, some of the biggest cheating scandals of all time have taken place in professional sports, because who needs integrity and sportsmanship? It's not like these are nationally televised events we're competing in. Oh wait. In 2015, Tom Brady was accused of requesting team staff to deliberately underinflate footballs to hinder the performance of their opposing team in the battle between the New England Patriots and the Indianapolis Colts, resulting in the NFL commissioning a 243-page report investigating the case, because 242 just wasn't enough. There's a reason why cheating in these cases is treated with such gravitas, as it can once again be at the expense of basically everybody involved. Now, what motivates people to go through with it? Well, it can be a number of things. A deeply rooted insecurity, the thought that doing anything to feel superior to others can make up for a lack of talent and motivation, or maybe you just felt like dicking around, I don't know. Obviously, cheating in a game isn't always the worst thing in the world. I think anybody can admit, even if it's annoying for some people, cheating in a board game isn't usually comparable to committing a huge crime or anything. Hell, it can even make for a few good laughs if you're with the right people.
But I mean, the same can be said about manslaughter, so like, what point are you trying to make?
And with video games, they used to offer entire books worth of cheat codes to use in an attempt to play the game in ways that were allegedly never intended by the developers. But they were programmed into the goddamn game. Is it even considered cheating at that point? The severity of cheating in these cases pretty much just depends on the scope of the competition and what the competition actually consists of. But at least when you're directly competing against other people, I'd say cheating is something you usually want to avoid, just for the sake of playing fairly and trying to actually win legitimately. I'd personally just rather take a loss and then make up an excuse as to why it wasn't actually justified.
My controller was broken, and also it's a watermelon.
We've discussed some pretty heavy examples of cheating so far, so let's dial things back a bit and talk about
I am going to consume that cake.
cheating on a diet, because everybody deserves to treat themselves from time to time. I personally like to do so on any day with a vowel in its name. This is a more peculiar example of cheating, as it's not done so with the intent of giving yourself an advantage. In fact, it's essentially doing the exact opposite. The point of a diet is typically to lose body weight, or at least to attempt living a quote-unquote healthier lifestyle. So to cheat on said diet is to go against the conventions of the practice and say, "F it, you only live once." This is probably the most acceptable example of cheating, as it basically only affects one person, You. Hell, having a cheat day, as they call it, can actually be beneficial for some people, as it can give you a break from the monotony of eating rabbit food every day. And in a lot of cases, it can help to improve the quality and longevity of the diet in question. But again, and I cannot stress this enough, this depends on the person and also the diet, as in other cases, it can cause for a little thing I like to call overindulgence.
Don't look at me.
Now, I don't claim to be a dietary expert. I mean, look at me.
What did I just say?
But there's a reason why the phrase too much of a good thing exists. So if you're gonna cheat on a diet, you gotta know how to regulate it. You gotta know. I'm doing just fine over here.
My life.
To cap things off, let's end on a not so high note. If you're an adult, then it's likely that the most relevant example of cheating is as simple as adding an ERY. I stand corrected. Cheating in a romantic relationship. One of the quickest ways to induce trust issues into anybody. It's true. 9 out of 10 doctors recommend it.
What kind of doctors are you polling?
The act of cheating in a relationship involves a person partaking in romantic or intimate situations with someone outside of the relationship in question, unbeknownst to and at the expense of the other person established to be in the relationship. There is debate as to what exactly equates to cheating romantically. Some people would say breathing on the wrong person counts as cheating. But it's fairly cut and dry that there are pretty obvious examples of romantic or intimate practices. I'm sorry to be the one to break this to you, but shoving your tongue down a stranger's throat behind your partner's back, that's gonna go on the cheating list. Now, I'm not gonna say that I'm against people that partake in polygamy, but I will say that, much like anything in a relationship, it has to be consensual. If everyone involved in a relationship is on board with it, then yeah, go nuts, sleep with anyone you want. I won't tell anybody except my therapist, but in most cases, this isn't how things seem to play out. In 2021, 21% of people admitted to partaking in the act of cheating on their partners. 21%. What the f***? And to everyone saying, oh, it could be worse, it could be 22%. Yeah, it was. In 2012. What the hell was going on that year? Take me back to 2015 when infidelity was at a relative low point and the worst thing we had to worry about was the deflation of fucking footballs. Alright Antonio, you've made your point. Cheating is a little too common for your liking, but there must be some reason why so many people do it.
Yeah, I can actually think of a couple. Let's see, just off the top of my head. Trauma from a previous relationship, an absence of happiness in a current relationship, lack of self-respect, lack of respect for your partner, lack of emotional maturity, inability to handle confrontation, fear of commitment, deeply rooted insecurities, lack of responsibility, extreme egocentrism.
Look, I'm not gonna say I can't understand the reasons why people cheat in relationships. At the root of it all, I think most people cheat on their significant others due to some feeling of discontent in their current relationship. It's as simple as that. But I can't stress enough that nothing justifies the act of cheating romantically. I don't care if you don't think it's a big deal. I don't care if the person you cheated with is the one that convinced you to do it. I don't even care if you're doing it as revenge for someone cheating on you. Cheating is never the right thing to do.
I knew I'd find a use for this eventually. Cheating in romantic relationships is something that I see way too often and I'm sick of it. It's baffling to me that I even have to raise this point, but if we can reduce the amount that it's happening even just a little bit, it would be a goddamn miracle. If you're unhappy in a relationship, that's okay. I mean, yeah, it sucks, but it's at least understandable. Going behind the back of the person that you're in a committed partnership with and just disregarding their feelings entirely, it's just wrong. I know it sucks to have the breakup conversation, but I guarantee you 100% of the time, it's going to leave everyone better off in the long run. It's going to hurt in the moment, but at the end of it all, it's worth the trouble. And really, it basically just boils down to how much respect you have for your partner, which should exist at least to some minuscule degree if you made the decision to commit to them. Even if they hurt you in some way, just act like an adult and set that boundary for yourself. It's really not that hard. Sum it all up, cheating is generally bad. I know, what a bold stance to take on the matter, but it's a sentiment that needs to be shared either way because let's face it, cheating can be enticing. Even if you're the embodiment of purity itself, cheating can be easy to get away with and it can be beneficial to you. But at what cost? You can cheat your way through life if you want, but not even taking legal consequences into consideration, you seriously gotta ask yourself, is it really worth the trouble? In a lot of cases, cheating might not only affect others in a negative way, but yourself as well. In the end, and speaking from experience, avoiding cheating in most, if not all cases, is going to leave you feeling better about things in the long run. And you won't even have to worry about feeling guilt for your actions. And I don't know about you, but I think that's a pretty sweet deal. But hey, what do I know? I've avoided cheating for most of my entire life, and look where it got me. That's right, I'm not God. It's like I said earlier, you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. And wouldn't you know it? I think I followed the wrong recipe. Oh, hey, you're just in time. I'm about to watch the grand reveal of the brand new addition to the Walmart product lineup. It's a big deal. Walmart doesn't just introduce a new product to their stores every day. More so every hour. And after months of speculation, I think I finally narrowed down what they're not gonna reveal. The market's oversaturated. They would never do it. Here's my problem. The announcement isn't scheduled to premiere for the next 72 minutes, so I gotta find some way to pass the time before I find out how right I am. Thank God I had the foresight to put that there.
Super Smash Bros. Fucking rocks. Yes, that was in fact a single sentence. One of the biggest Nintendo franchises of all time. Hell, one of the biggest in general. It's easy to see why such a franchise got so popular. Just the pitch alone is enough to entice somebody. A crossover fighting game series featuring some of the most well-known video game characters of all time? You could have called this game Stinky Fight Siblings and I would have been sold. Every new Smash Bros. Release is a monumental event that excites the entire gaming community, and the games always seem to live up to everyone's expectations. But let me ask you this, what's your favorite part about the Super Smash Bros. Series?
You think I got this bumper sticker for nothing?
Let me tell you, man, the build up to a new Smash game is unlike anything else. Honestly, it might even be more exciting than the actual release. Of course, the games are phenomenal, and I don't mean to discredit them in the slightest. But there's something so magical about the lead up to the games. What with all the months of speculation, rumors, leaks, discussions, and I'd argue the biggest piece of the whole shebang, the driving narrative of all of the excitement circling around the games, are the character reveal trailers. This is a neat little marketing tactic that the Smash Bros. Developers have been cooking up for numerous entries in the series, with the sole intent of building up hype for each new character added to the games. Usually a fully animated, voice acted, and musically scored video clip ranging from 1 to 2 minutes in length, these are the foundation of every new Super Smash Bros. Game's hype cycle, and they do everything in their power to make each new character announcement feel like an event in and of themselves. They're also great at eliciting rage. Yeah, I can't say with full confidence that I've been over the moon excited for every single new character reveal trailer that's come out in the last decade or so, but I'm more than willing to give them a watch whenever they come out, regardless of my investment in the inclusion of whatever character they reveal. But let it be said that even the worst Smash Bros. Trailers are undeniably filled with passion and heart, and clearly demonstrate the dedication the developers and Nintendo as a whole have to this franchise. And all this reminiscing about past character reveal trailers has got me wondering, which ones are my favorites, which ones are my least favorites, and what kind of bullshit reasoning can I give for each case? For years, it's been a popular trend for fans of the series to react to any given character reveal trailer the second it comes out, so I thought, why not do the exact same thing years later?
Yes, that's right. I'm full of great ideas.
So, without further delay, let's take a look at every character reveal trailer from the history of Super Smash Bros. To determine once and for all which are the best of the best and which ones make me do this. Now, before we officially start critiquing character reveal trailers, we gotta establish what exactly makes a character reveal trailer. In my opinion, these really hit their stride during the build-up to release of the fourth entry in the series, aka Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS and Wii U. During this time period, virtually every new character got their own reveal trailer, usually broadcasted during a big event like E3 or during a Nintendo Direct presentation, or just whenever they felt like it. But let's be fair here, if we really want to discuss every single reveal trailer,
we'd be remiss to exclude a couple of stragglers. And I'm not just talking about the popcorn stuck in my teeth. To kick things off, let's briefly take a look at the official TV commercial for Super Smash Bros. On the Nintendo 64. Yeah, you could consider this to be a character reveal trailer, in the same way my hands reveal my body count. Well, this could be considered to be the first official advertisement for the original N64 game, which did reveal a third of the original character roster, so I think that means this counts. And I'm glad it does, because this commercial is delightful. We open on a bright and cheery field as we see the 90s most iconic foursome, Mario, Donkey Kong, Yoshi, and Pikachu.
Yeah, they hang out.
These of course represent four of the most well-known Nintendo mascots at the time, so it's no wonder they wanted to use them in the trailer. Happy Together by the Turtles plays in the background as the four best friends skip along until Mario decides he's had enough of Yoshi's bullshit and starts beating the ever-living out of him. All the other characters join in the fight, revealing the game in focus to be Super Smash Bros., a fighting game with its main hook being the inclusion of a plethora of Nintendo All-Stars. And man, what a selling point that was. I love this commercial, man. It perfectly encapsulates the charm and crustiness of the N64 classic. Bless the original game's heart, but it is just not up to snuff with the more modern Smash Bros. Titles, both graphically and gameplay-wise. You could make the argument that later titles suffer a similar issue, specifically Super Smash Bros. Brawl for the Wii, but I would argue the original game is the title where this issue is the most prevalent. But hey, this was the N64 era, a period in gaming that doesn't necessarily hold up as much as others, but that doesn't mean this wasn't extremely novel for the time, both in reference to the game itself and its respective advertisement. But moving on to the GameCube, oh boy are we in for a treat. The second entry in the series, Super Smash Bros. Melee, was unveiled at E3 2001 via the game's opening cinematic, and it was marvelous. Not only was this meant to serve as the first official public showing of the game, but also as a means of revealing several new characters being added to the series with this entry. So yes, this counts. Characters revealed in this cinematic include Peach, Bowser, Zelda, Ganondorf, the Ice Climbers, Sheik, and Pichu, with several characters from the first game being revealed to be returning as well. Now, Wolf and Ridley were also featured in this trailer, but f*** you, you'll get them when we decide you're ready. This reveal is still insanely cool, even looking back at it in retrospect. Keep in mind, this was the first official public announcement of the game. To see it shown off in such a big, bombastic way, demonstrating how drastic of technical advancements had been made since the N64 title, which also, keep in mind, released only 2 years prior, it was electrifying. Or so I've heard, I wasn't there. Definitely a top-notch reveal if you ask me. Now, how did its successor, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, fare in comparison?
You think God knew this would happen?
The first official trailer for the Wii entry in the series was unveiled at E3 2006. Brawl was the game everyone was waiting to hear more about, and when we finally got that trailer, oh man, was it an exciting time. I would know, I was 4 and definitely knew what the f***ing E3 was. We open on Mario, Link, Kirby, and Pikachu all running towards each other, each of them depicted in their melee renders, until they suddenly shed their skin to reveal their brand new Brawl renders, and holy shit, is that denim? This trailer took a pretty different direction in terms of how it revealed the new additions to the roster this time around, with it first of all being an actual trailer made specifically to announce the game, and second, opting to be a little less subtle in its presentation of content, aka introducing the concept of the character splash screen. A tactic used in many reveal trailers in which the character suddenly appears on screen, usually in a dynamic pose, with their name displayed in big obnoxious text with some form of the phrase "joins the battle" alongside it. I'm surprised more advertisements haven't taken inspiration from this. Characters revealed this time around include Meta Knight, Pit, Zero Suit Samus, Wario, and at the very end of the trailer,
It's like looking through a haystack and finding a f***ing bloody syringe.
Alright, so obviously, Snake being the first third-party character added to Smash Bros. Is something we've all come to accept, hell, come to appreciate. But at the time, with most of the characters in the game being primarily colorful and cartoony, and Snake not exactly fitting that description, on top of the fact that most of the games in his home series, Metal Gear, weren't even releasing on Nintendo platforms at the time, man, this just didn't feel right.
Huh.
I gotta say, this trailer was phenomenal to watch for the first time, more so than Melee's for me. And that's considering that, by the time I watched the trailer within Brawl's menu in 2012, it had already been out for about 4 years, and I had no idea what a Smash Bros was. But that didn't matter. I saw a Mario on the cover alongside a Pikachu and the guy from that game series I never played but knew he had significance to Nintendo, and a pink thing, and Pit from Kid Icarus from the Nintendo Entertainment System, released on December 19th, 1986, and that was all I needed to satisfy my little 10-year-old heart. And the fact that it revealed the series' first third-party character, all presented in a way that was so faithful to the original Metal Gear series, it was just the icing on the cake. Of course, I also had no idea who this fucker was, but it didn't matter. It was awesome, I think. And I can only imagine the excitement when this trailer debuted at E3 2006. It really must have made people wonder, what could they possibly reveal next to keep the hype train going?
Sonic's the name, speed's my game.
Well, I'll be damned.
The reveal of Sonic the Hedgehog as the second third-party character was a pivotal moment for the Super Smash Bros. Franchise. Maybe even more so than Snake's reveal. For years, Sonic was known for being Sega's answer to Mario, Nintendo's flagship mascot, which paralleled the ongoing rivalry the two companies had throughout the 90s. So to see him in a game alongside Mario, it was unlike anything we had ever seen before. Shut up. Of course, this wasn't the longest trailer, only clocking in at about a minute in length, but that was all the time that was needed to show that Nintendo wasn't f***ing around with this new Smash Bros. Game. Snake may have been the first third-party character revealed, but I think Sonic was the first one that really made everyone go,
Oh, shit.
And that was about it for character reveal trailers leading up to Brawl's release, likely due to the fact that most of the CGI budget for that game went towards the cutscenes featured in Brawl's story mode, the Subspace Emissary. Kinda disappointing, to be honest. I mean, there were a ton of characters that were new to Brawl that didn't get any sort of reveal trailer, like Diddy Kong, Toon Link, King Dedede, Wolf, Pokemon Trainer, Lucario, Lucas, Ike, Olimar, Rob. That must be why it didn't get a 94. But now we move on to the next generation of video game consoles, aka the 8th generation, aka Nintendo's worst financial generation, aka the generation I have the most nostalgia for. Could you tell? The fourth entry in the Super Smash Bros. Series was revealed to be coming to both the Nintendo 3DS and Wii U at E3 2013, and the first new character they revealed was the villager from the Animal Crossing franchise. Now, I wasn't very well versed in the Animal Crossing series when this trailer was released. In fact, I had never even played a single main series Animal Crossing game until later that summer when I picked up Animal Crossing New Leaf for the 3DS. So this reveal didn't elicit anything out of me other than,
Wow, they added a f***ing white boy.
I will give this trailer props for giving the villager a pretty iconic introduction, and for introducing the running trope of the Super Smash Bros. Invitation letter. Yeah, that's right, the invitation letter gag, something that's been used in countless other character reveal trailers, was first featured in this specific reveal. But this clearly wasn't the highlight of this trailer. Other than announcing the games as a whole, the main spectacle of the trailer came during the latter half, when one of the most requested characters of all time was finally announced to be in the game.
Wow, they added a f***ing white boy.
Despite the fact that I had also never played a single Mega Man game when I saw this reveal, I definitely knew who the character was, and I fully understood how massive of a deal it was that he was being added to the roster. This was also during a period of time when Mega Man didn't really have a lot going on, so I think for a lot of people, it was just cool to see that the character was still around. And hey, this might have been the most jaw-dropping character reveal up until this point. I think it's safe to say even Nintendo knew how much weight this announcement would carry, and they for sure gave it the proper treatment. This was the first Smash Bros. Trailer I watched after becoming interested in the franchise, so it definitely left a big impact on me. I remember being so excited for this trailer that I took a video of it with my 3DS off of my desktop computer and then took it to school so I could show everybody after they were done taking my lunch money. And following the end of Nintendo's E3 presentation that year, I was more than excited to see what else they had cooking up for this new game.
The Wii Fit trainer was also confirmed to be added to the character roster at E3 2013, but was instead revealed on the show floor in a trailer that was a lot more lighthearted than the last one. We open on Mario, Link, and Kirby practicing their yoga techniques, as I presume they do every day, when the aforementioned trainer of Wii Fit appears to f*** their shit up, revealing that yes, this is in fact not a fever dream. Yeah, I don't really think anyone was begging for this character to be added to the game, but I also don't think it elicited a bad reaction out of anybody. Well, at least in regards to most people. You! And the reveal trailer is pretty tongue-in-cheek, like they know how bizarre of a reveal this is. But hey, you could share a similar sentiment about the Animal Crossing villager, and either way, I think after seeing how they were implementing the character, what with their moveset consisting of the various exercises from the Wii Fit game, I think most people were on board. Again, most. These 3 character reveals were actually the only ones we got for a while, at least in regards to brand new characters. We got some characters revealed through Miiverse, Nintendo's personal social media platform, but those all consisted of returning characters from previous Smash games. Sonic the Hedgehog got another mini reveal trailer similar to the one he got for Brawl, and it was like, okay. I guess it was sort of a big deal, as it confirmed that previous third-party characters were still viable to be returning, but like, there were only 2 in Brawl anyway, and honestly, I think most people just kind of assumed Sonic was a pretty safe bet, but hey, if he's returning, surely Snake will too, right?
I always knew this was full of shit.
Thankfully, we finally got another reveal trailer for a brand new character in December of 2013 at the forefront of a Nintendo Direct that debuted that month. This one opened up on Kirby riding a warp star through space, which must have made everyone think, oh f***ing finally. But no, we transitioned to a depiction of Mario Kart's Rainbow Road, specifically the one featured in Mario Kart Wii, which then must have made people think, oh my god, they're adding a Mario Kart character? Damn it, I thought the Wii Fit trainer was an odd pick. We suddenly zoom in on a warp star from Super Mario Galaxy. A mysterious entity blasts through it, throwing Kirby off course, and all the characters stop at the sight of a Luma on the racetrack. And it is then revealed that Rosalina, alongside her Luma, were being added to the game.
You'll get your chance one day, my friend.
Yeah, this trailer was the first in the line of Smash Bros. Reveal trailers, of which I deem to be a fake-out reveal trailer. That's right, I'm great at naming things. The trailer's not so cut and dry about who's getting revealed, at least not right off the bat, which leaves the viewers on the edge of their seat trying to guess who it's going to be leading up until the actual reveal. But I mean, come on, the trailer opened up in space. The writing was on the wall, guys.
This is not gonna bode well for my security deposit.
Overall, this was a pretty fun trailer. Although I will say, I think the announcement of any new Mario character is, by default, going to be somewhat underwhelming. Hey, there are exceptions to every rule. But that being said, Rosalina's inclusion made a lot of sense. Super Mario Galaxy was one of the most iconic titles from the Wii generation, so seeing the game so elegantly honored through this character made for a nice surprise. But man, I'm sick of surprises, oh thank god. The next reveal trailer was featured in another Nintendo Direct, this time in the one from February 2014. We open on a silhouette of what seems to be a boxer-like figure, accompanied by music from the Punch-Out series, which then cuts to a Punch-Out arcade machine. Then we transition to a training montage featuring the boxer-like figure with voiceover by Doc Lewis from the Punch-Out series, to which it is revealed that the character they're adding to the game is Little Mac from the Punch-Out series.
No f***ing way!
So I may be a bit of an outlier with this sentiment, but I would argue that while Little Mac's inclusion in Smash Bros. Is worth raving over, the actual trailer in which he is revealed, not so much. Don't get me wrong, it's a great trailer, at least composition-wise. The animation is beautifully stylized, the music is well scored, and the humor, much like most Smash Bros. Trailers, is presented wonderfully. But this trailer doesn't really leave room for much shock. The trailer makes it pretty clear that someone from Punch-Out is being revealed, and Little Mac is the main character from that series, and is someone that many people had been requesting to be added to the game. So when you watch the trailer, you're pretty much just waiting for Nintendo to rip the bandage off. And yeah, some people might not have known who Little Mac was before watching this trailer, but at that point, why would they be interested in watching a trailer in the first place featuring a montage of a character they don't know? And for everyone that did know who Little Mac was, you basically create a scenario where a bunch of people are going to be watching the trailer like this.
Whoa, cool!
Think Think about Rosalina's trailer, alright? That trailer left a good amount of time for people to try to piece together who exactly was going to be revealed, and even when it cut to a launch star, it's like, yeah, you knew it was going to be a Super Mario Galaxy character, but you didn't necessarily know who from that game it was going to be, especially if you were colorblind. I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm not a huge Punch-Out fan, but I just found this trailer to be sorta underwhelming. That's not even to mention that Little Mac was in a Smash Bros game before, as an assist trophy in Brawl, so it's like, yeah, no shit. But yeah, this trailer is pretty good, it's just not in the top tier for me.
Alright, let's move on to the next one. I don't want people to think my critiques for these trailers are affected by my own bias. Damn it.
The next reveal trailer premiered at the end of a Smash Bros. Specific Nintendo Direct from April 2014 and opened with an onslaught of Pokeballs flying through the air. Oh, gee, I wonder what series this character is going to be from. We actually see Charizard get his own splash screen during the trailer, which I'm sure confused at least a few people. You see, Charizard was featured in the previous entry in the series as 1/3 of the Pokemon trainer character, but this introduction during the trailer pretty much just set out to establish that he was now going to be his own separate character. And yeah, I think this was an appropriate way to announce that fact. It sure as hell beats the alternative. We then see Charizard about to take on a slew of various other fighters, which is interrupted by a mysterious figure hiding in the shadows of a nearby cave, to which it is revealed it's all making sense. As a huge Pokemon fan, it was pretty much a guarantee that I was going to love this trailer, and also that I was going to be invested in whatever character from the franchise was revealed here, but I think the fact that it was Greninja specifically was extra exciting. I had just played Pokemon X that past October, and coincidentally had picked Froakie as my starter for the game, so you know the moment I saw this trailer, I let out a hearty,
That's my f***ing frog, man.
I remember hearing around this time that a lot of people were expecting this character to be Mewtwo's big reintroduction to the series after being absent in Brawl. Hell, I remember some people expressing disappointment that it was Greninja instead of Mewtwo. But it's like, would this really have been the best way to reveal that he was returning? Like, yeah, it would have been cool, but this was right in the midst of every new Smash trailer revealing a brand new character. I feel like Mewtwo would have just been a little bit too anticlimactic of a reveal during this period. Dr. Mario was also a character that returned to the game after being absent from Brawl, and it's not like he got his own trailer. Still petitioning for that, by the way. And hey, I think the developers knew that waiting until a little ways down the line to give Mewtwo a proper re-reveal would be a smart move, and that way we'd have way more excitement to show for it by then. $5 worth of excitement. But we'll talk about that a little later. For now, let's discuss the Smash Bros. Related events that transpired at E3 2014, at which we got not one, not two, but 3 brand new character reveals. How well will all these reveals stack up? I never was very good at Jenga. Nintendo's digital presentation that year opened on then Nintendo of America President Reggie Fils-Aimé standing off against then Nintendo CEO Satoru Iwata in a dark arena until they decide enough is enough and just start going at it. Punches are thrown, jabs are taken, and bodies fly through the air. After a little bit, they decide to put aside their differences through separate means, and you remember, oh yeah, this is a Smash Bros. Trailer. And thus, it is revealed that Miis are being added to the game as playable fighters. Finally! Now instead of dealing with my emotions in a healthy way, I can just make Miis of all the people I hate and beat the shit out of them in Smash Bros. Well, that makes this decision obvious. Honestly, this trailer might be one of, if not the best out of all of them. It's so charming and high energy. You can't not enjoy watching this shit. The camera work and editing are so clean, not even considering the fact that Reggie and Iwata's scenes were filmed at entirely different times in completely different studios. It's not even revealed to be a Smash trailer until a little ways in, and whether or not you actually like playing as the Mii fighters, you have to admit that their inclusion was 100% justified. One of my favorites for sure. But wait, that's not all, because a little bit later into the trailer, Nintendo's flagship Toys to Life figures Amiibo were also revealed to exist. Iwata scans a Mario amiibo on the Wii U gamepad, causing Mario to appear in-game and finish Reggie off, which I think caused a lot of people to let out a collective yeah, I think a lot of people assumed that this meant characters were going to be unlockable through these figures. We were hot off the Skylanders craze at this point, which marked a pivotal moment for anti-consumer friendly business practices in the gaming industry, so I don't think this was a crazy assumption to make at the time. Obviously, this didn't actually end up being the case, as the figures just allowed for players to train up their own virtual fighters, but based on how Nintendo showed it off here, I don't really blame people for assuming the worst. To wrap up my thoughts, Tim Allen is finally in Smash Bros.
Humanity can rejoice!
We actually got another character reveal trailer at the tail end of the E3 presentation that year, this time showing off a fight between Link from the Legend of Zelda series and Pit from the Kid Icarus series. Yeah, the Kid Icarus series, otherwise known as Ew, what? And yes! We see Link and Pit duel it out for a while until Palutena intervenes, revealing her to be the brand new character added to the game. Yeah, you know Palutena.
I do?
Similar to Pit himself, Palutena didn't really have much prominent characterization until the release of Kid Icarus Uprising in 2012. She did appear in the other Kid Icarus games, but I assume most people that played those games just remember them as weird dreams they had. See, I'm torn about this trailer because on one hand, it's animated beautifully. Seeing Link and Pit, two iconic classic Nintendo characters, duel it out is super cool, and Palutena herself is a character that fits really well into Smash Bros, especially with her character essentially being used to introduce the concept of custom moves, and that's all pretty neat. But at the same time, they saved this trailer for the very end of the E3 presentation, and I don't think Palutena is a character that many people were clamoring for, especially considering she only really held prominence in one game. I just feel like if you're gonna show off a Smash reveal as the final thing in an E3 presentation, the character should hold more significance, or it should be a character that tons of fans were asking for. Think like Snake in the Brawl reveal, or Mega Man in the E3 from last year, you know? But hey, this trailer did probably cause a lot of people to try out Kid Icarus Uprising for the first time, which is great because that game is phenomenal, and it sure as hell gives Palutena a lot more time to shine on her own than this shit did. I don't know. I think I would like this trailer more if it had a yellow circle in it.
I really don't deserve this.
Yeah, later that day, separate from the Nintendo Direct presentation, Pac-Man was revealed to be added to the roster because we really were starting to feel the scarcity. The trailer goes for this red, blue, and yellow theme, showing off how Mario represents red characters, Sonic and Mega Man for blue, and now finally, we have Pac-Man for yellow. How do you think he feels about this? This trailer is pretty cute, even though the lack of production value is pretty evident. They pretty much just use in-game footage with some unique graphics, but I think they knew they could cheap out on this one, considering it's f***ing Pac-Man. Just his name alone is enough for any retro video game fan to elicit a but hey, this made total sense. Pac-Man is a downright classic character that almost everyone knows, and hell, Bandai Namco was developing the game, so it was expected that one of their characters would make the cut. And if it wasn't going to be Pac-Man, who else would it have been?
One day.
It is kind of weird to me that they didn't try a little harder with this trailer, and considering if they did, I think it would have been a great trailer to end the E3 Direct on. But hey, they were probably conserving the CGI budget for other things, and might have just wanted to give Palutena some time in the spotlight, because Lord knows she was feeling malnourished. With that, let's move on to July 14th, 2014, when we got, you guessed it, another character reveal trailer.
Have you caught on to what we've been talking about?
Well, this one definitely had some weight to it, as this trailer premiered during a dedicated live stream on the official Super Smash Bros. Website, a first for the series. The trailer opens up with Lucina from Fire Emblem Awakening getting revealed, to which we're shown that she's facing off against Captain Falcon?
Well, shit, you could have ended the trailer there and I would have been satisfied.
We see them duke it out for a bit before a mysterious hooded figure appears before the two of them, revealing himself to be Robin from Fire Emblem Awakening.
Wow, I care a lot about this. Guys, I think it's time I come clean. I was lying.
Yeah, I can't say I was super enthralled about this news, especially at the time. Yeah, I knew what Fire Emblem was. It's that series that these two guys are from. Cool, sweet, we can move on. Other than also knowing that Fire Emblem Awakening existed, that was quite literally the extent of my Fire Emblem knowledge. So when it was announced that two new characters from not just the series, but this entry in particular were coming to the game, I'm sorry, but I did not elicit a... But hey, this came at a time when Fire Emblem's representation in the Smash Bros. Series wasn't too prominent, so this news was by no means intrusive to anybody. Surely this won't be something we look back on in hindsight as the precursor to what would become a majorly divisive talking point within the history of the series or anything. In terms of the trailer itself, hot damn this shit is pretty. The art style is heavily influenced by, if not flat out based on, the cutscenes within the Fire Emblem Awakening game itself. Are you impressed that I knew that? Because I am. And I gotta say, it was interesting to see that they were adding a Fire Emblem character that wasn't entirely based on swordplay as a means of combat, with Robin mainly being centered around magic and tomes, a pretty cool concept overall. I think a lot of people were expecting Chrom to be added as a fighter at this point. See, no, but he was revealed to be featured in Robin's Final Smash. Damn, I was really gunning for this guy. The next reveal trailer premiered on August 29th, 2014, and the character revealed came at the surprise of everybody.
I really had you there for a second, didn't I?
Yeah, ahead of this trailer's release, a handful of videos and screenshots from the upcoming Smash game were leaked, basically revealing every remaining character that had yet to be confirmed for the final roster. At this point, we were used to getting tons of leaks regarding Smash Bros. News, with most of all of those leaks being fake, but this time was a little different, with the leaks seemingly consisting of actual game content sent to the ESRB for rating purposes. While a lot of folks still doubted this leak as being legitimate, it wouldn't take long before said doubt was doubted in and of itself, with the announcement of Shulk from Xenoblade Chronicles. There he is in the leak, here he is being revealed, and here's a depiction of how Nintendo felt that month. They even titled the reveal trailer, "Looks Like We Don't Have a Choice," which I interpret to be a tongue-in-cheek joke mocking the whole leak scenario. Like, yeah, everyone already knows Shulk's in the game, we might as well just reveal him already.
See, Nintendo and I have so much in common. We both use humor to mask the pain in our lives. We both have T's in our names.
The trailer itself is pretty cool. It doesn't really try to hide the fact that Shulk is the one being revealed, but at the same time, it doesn't waste much time before getting to the full-on reveal itself. This allowed for the trailer to show off a lot of what makes Shulk unique as a character. Seeing the future, using various powers linked to his sword, the Monado, it all gave Smash Bros. Fans a good look at what his home game was about, because Lord knows only about 5% of them knew beforehand. Despite the fact that I had no idea what Xenoblade Chronicles was when I first saw this trailer, it definitely sold me on the game, and led me to trying it for myself via Xenoblade Chronicles 3D that very next year. Shulk's trailer was actually the last one that came out ahead of Super Smash Bros. For 3DS's release, and I know you may be asking, why release character reveal trailers after the game already came out, especially when the ESRB leak already revealed all the characters in the game anyway?
Stop asking that!
The next reveal trailer was officially shown off on October 23rd, 2014 as a part of the Super Smash Bros. For Wii U 50 Fact Extravaganza, and going into it, I really thought I knew what every fact was going to be. Yes, Bowser Jr. was the fighter revealed in this trailer, and considering we, again, already knew that he was in the game via the ESRB leak, and from just now having the ability to unlock him in the 3DS version, this trailer really tries to draw out the mystery behind who he is, oddly enough. Like, it shows him off in this dark and ominous depiction, and it's like, yeah, this is cute and all, but who else rides in a vehicle like this? I will say, this trailer does a good job of making Bowser Jr. look like this really imposing threat, considering when you look at his normal in-game render, you kinda just want to pat him on the head and give him a kiss. It was also revealed that all 7 of the Koopalings would be included as well as alternate skins for Bowser Jr., which I think was a really great means of including them. I mean, just imagine if they were added as individual clone characters. Okay, you can stop imagining it now. The final character reveal trailer that came out ahead of the Wii U version's official release debuted as a part of a Nintendo Direct on November 5th, 2014, and it was seemingly so unimportant that it wasn't even shown off at the beginning or the end of the presentation. We open on a pretty standard game of Duck Hunt, a classic Nintendo game from the original NES, when suddenly Mario, Link, Pit, Samus, Donkey Kong, and Bowser appear, and I'm sure everyone reacted exactly like how Nintendo wanted.
Now hold on just a second. They're not supposed to be in the Duck Hunt game!
We then see Mario make the most unnatural looking hand gesture I've ever seen, good lord. The scene transitions to beautiful HD, and it's revealed that the Duck Hunt dog and duck are included in the game, simply referred to as Duck Hunt. We see a demonstration of a handful of their moves, to which the camera suddenly pulls back to show that an integral part of Duck Hunt's moveset integrates the light gun from the original game, meaning that the Duck Hunt character actually consists of 3 distinct parties. Yeah, you know, the classic trio. Dog, duck, and omnipotent faceless nameless hand with gun. I actually quite like this trailer, and Duck Hunt's inclusion as a whole. The character really stands out and has a pretty unique moveset, that of which is shown off in full swing here. For the final pre-release character reveal trailer, I think this was a pretty fitting one, but keep in mind, I own this shirt, meaning I eat this shit up for breakfast. Now, if you thought we were done with character reveal trailers for Smash 4, you would be dead wrong, as it had been announced that even more characters would be coming in the game in the form of every gamer's 3 least favorite letters of the alphabet. Yes, DLC stages, Mii costumes, and most importantly, characters were announced for both the 3DS and Wii U versions of the game, starting off with Mewtwo returning from Super Smash Bros. Melee. Mewtwo was actually first shown off at the end of that 50 Fact Extravaganza video, but I neglected to mention that at the time because, while yes, he was being revealed here, it was not in the form of a trailer so much as a brief talking point. Mewtwo's actual trailer premiered at the beginning of a Nintendo Direct that aired on April 1st, 2015, and I think I'm finally starting to understand why they released it that day, because this trailer is a joke. There's no CGI, no unique set pieces, no witty dialogue, it's just, hey, here's Mewtwo, watch him do his
thing! To be fair, this was a trailer for a character that, one, we already knew was coming to the game, and two, wasn't even a brand new character to begin with. So yeah, it makes sense that they handled Mewtwo's trailer in this way, but that doesn't make it any less underwhelming. But that wasn't all for Smash Bros. News that day, because directly following Mewtwo's trailer, we got another DLC character reveal trailer, this time being for Lucas, returning from Brawl.
Let me just check my notes on my thoughts about this trailer. Oh, here they are! Ah, damn it.
Yeah, I have nothing to say about this trailer, man. We just see some scenes of Ness getting his shit rocked, and then, oh, yup, there he is! Disappointment! Don't get me wrong, it's great to see Lucas return, but his presence just doesn't leave the same impact as Mewtwo's. Like, at least Mewtwo had the fact that he was absent from Brawl going for him, so it made his return that much more exciting. With this, it's like,
wow, Lucas, it's been so long! I haven't seen you since yesterday!
So yeah, congratulations, Lucas, you did come out of nowhere, but that's all you f***ing did. Moving on, the next batch of DLC characters was announced as a part of a Smash Bros. Dedicated video presentation in June of 2015, first revealing Fire Emblem's Roy to be returning from Melee, once again showing up Lucas in almost every single way. There's this cute little joke where Fire Emblem Roy hits Roy the Koopaline from the Mario series, but other than that, it's a pretty standard trailer. But that was by no means the main event of this presentation, as at the very end it was announced that Ryu from the Street Fighter series was being added to the game as a brand new fighter. Finally, the DLC was something to give a shit about! This was definitely a pleasant surprise. I remember watching this presentation with my friend at his house the day it came out, and just being so hyped about this announcement. Of course, I had never played a single Street Fighter game at this point, but still! This trailer held a lot of value in the fact that it introduced the concept that new DLC fighters could be new DLC fighters. Not only that, but Ryu was a third-party character, the first one introduced to the game since Pac-Man, which got everybody's mind running rampant. These DLC fighters could literally be anybody. Who could they possibly announce next?
こんな日が来るとは思わなかったな。
What the fuck? Yeah, at the tail end of a Nintendo Direct in November of 2015, Cloud from Final Fantasy VII was revealed to be coming as another brand new DLC fighter. This blew everyone's minds at the time. Ryu was also a shock to see, yes, but he at least had a pretty established legacy on Nintendo consoles at the time. Cloud had no such reputation. Final Fantasy VII was infamously exclusive to PlayStation consoles at the time of its release, and Cloud had never made any legitimate appearances in Nintendo games since then, unless you count f***ing Theater Rhythm.
Yeah, sure, I count that, but I'm talking about people whose opinions matter.
Really cool to see him in the game. And yes, I had never played Final Fantasy VII, I know, shocker. But I still definitely understood the impact that his inclusion had, as much as I understood the impact that the next character revealed had.
Yeah, that's right. I understood the concept of nothing.
Yes, in December 2015, in the aptly titled Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS and Wii U final video presentation, Corrin from Fire Emblem Fates was revealed. He sure is a character. Yeah, I didn't have a lot to say about the last Fire Emblem character revealed, but I can at least admit that their reveal was a little more justified. This one just did nothing for me. It's like, really? You're gonna follow up Ryu and Cloud with this guy? And not him? Okay, look, when it comes to discussing trailers like this, you have to understand the divide they create within the Smash Bros. Fan community, essentially creating two distinct parties. You got the Fire Emblem fans, and the people that threw tantrums when they were forced to eat broccoli growing up. Guess what group I'm a part of? It's become a pretty big recurring joke in the Smash Bros. Fandom that there are way too many Fire Emblem characters in the game, and by recurring, I mean beaten into the ground, and by joke, I mean thing that a lot of Smash Bros. Fans say. I think this trailer was basically the catalyst for that whole talking point, which makes it hard to look back at it fondly in hindsight, but let's be fair about this now. At this point in the series, there were 7 Mario characters in the game. 10 depending on who you ask. You're gonna tell me this is egregious and this isn't? Yeah, Mario is Nintendo's flagship franchise, but I think the main point of talking about any of this is they should give some other franchises some time in the spotlight. Well, luckily, we actually didn't have to wait too long for that to happen, as at the end of the presentation that day, we got the trailer for the final DLC character for this batch of Smash games. See, back in April of 2015, the Smash Bros. Fighter Ballot was launched, which allowed fans to vote for any character they wanted to be added to the game. Lasting until October of that year, the Fighter Ballot gave fans of the series the opportunity to actually have a say in determining a playable character, rather than just requesting and speculating from the sidelines, and fans took this opportunity and ran with it, requesting characters they could only dream of.
Not me though, I voted for Captain Toad.
See, I told you, my opinions don't matter.
And so the winner of said fighter ballot was finally revealed. We get a focus on Pit at the beginning of the trailer, which I'm sure made everyone think,
Oh my god, we're getting Palutator too!
Let's dance, boy.
What the f is this?
yeah, Bayonetta from the Bayonetta series was the final DLC character added and the winner of the Smash Bros. Fighter ballot. Yeah, right. Look, this was a pretty cool reveal. Bayonetta definitely made a name for herself amongst Nintendo fans, with Bayonetta 2 being a Wii U exclusive, and the Bayonetta franchise as a whole basically being entirely supported by Nintendo themselves. But come on, you're expecting me to believe that the majority of Nintendo fans wanted the final Smash Bros. Fighter to be sexy witch lady? Well, as it turns out, Bayonetta was in fact the highest voted character in Europe and made the top 5 in North America, meaning she was deemed the overall #1 pick worldwide among, as Nintendo put it, negotiable and realizable characters. I'm assuming that means this is what the top 5 looked like otherwise. Overall, Bayonetta's inclusion felt fairly well integrated, and the character plays very well as a fighter, but I think the main takeaway from this reveal was that the fighter ballot left so much potential for more highly requested fighters to make appearances in future Smash Bros. Titles. So much potential. But now, we flash forward a little over 2 years to the day when everything changed. When Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story plus Bowser Jr.'s Journey was announced for the Nintendo 3DS. Oh, and also Smash Ultimate was revealed, whatever. Yeah, on March 8th, 2018, hot into the Nintendo Switch era, we got a brand new Nintendo Direct. And while the announcements within the presentation weren't bad, it was the final announcement that got everyone talking. We open on pretty standard looking Splatoon footage, 2 Inklings battling it out in a white void, when suddenly everything goes dark. The orange-haired Inkling turns around to reveal a giant flaming Smash logo. We see silhouettes of Mario, Link, and a bunch of other characters, to which it is then revealed that a brand new Super Smash Bros. Game was coming later that year in 2018.
Huh. I seem to have lost my shit.
I remember exactly where I was when I first saw this announcement. I was at my high school, sitting in my sophomore English class, working on a huge paper, and I think it's safe to say that my priorities were well managed that day. As a longtime Nintendo fan that had recently fallen out of caring about Nintendo for a bit, seeing this trailer was rejuvenating, to say the least. After an incredible year for the company in 2017, getting a new Smash Bros. Announcement 4 years after the last one came out, and just 2 years after it had stopped being supported, it was such a nice surprise. And that's not even commenting on the trailer itself, which was handled in such a smart way. Not only revealing the game, revealing that the Inkling from Splatoon was going to be a new character in the game, but also softly announcing that it's not just a port of the Wii U version by showing off the new logo and the new design for Link, now sporting his Breath of the Wild look. I absolutely loved watching this trailer for the first time, and rewatching it has made me realize how much I love watching things. So much, in fact, that I'm going to watch the next thing I see.
Oh, thank God.
E3 2018, we got 17 minutes of mostly underwhelming announcements, and then 25 minutes solely dedicated to the new Smash Bros. Game.
Better than most of Nintendo's presentations.
Yeah, not a super enthralling direct if you're a casual viewer, but for Smash Bros. Fans, it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. We're introduced to the first trailer by Masahiro Sakurai, who tells us we're about to see, quote, some fighters appearing in the game. We see a bunch of characters we all expected, including Mario, Samus, Kirby, Link, you know, all the mainstays, but then we get the formal reintroduction to the Ice Climbers.
My give-a-shit meter is lower than expected.
We then see official gameplay of the Inkling for the first time.
Okay, we're getting up there.
We see a few more characters before getting reintroduced to the Pokemon trainer.
I'm listening.
More characters are shown off before it's revealed that Snake is finally returning from Super Smash Bros. Brawl. And Jigglypuff. Yeah, this trailer was how it was revealed that every single character from the entirety of the Smash Bros. Franchise would be included as playable fighters in this upcoming game, sporting the tagline, "Everyone is here." The trailer continues by showing off every remaining character, including Pichu, Young Link, and Wolf, returning from their absences as well.
Holy shit, this is like the ultimate Smash Brothers.
This trailer is still, to this day, the most iconic trailer we've ever gotten for the Smash Bros. Series, at least in my opinion. It's just so cool seeing all these characters we've come to know and love all together in one trailer, and in one game. This is just one of those trailers that leaves an impression on you, man. A perfect way to introduce us to what was, and still may always be, the ultimate Smash Bros. Game. I will say, this trailer did kill any speculation or doubt of which characters would and wouldn't be returning, which was a part of the previous Smash Bros. Game's hype cycles, but in my opinion, it was all worth it. Later in the presentation, we got news that Daisy was being added to the game as a clone character or echo character of Peach, alongside some news regarding changes made to returning characters and other various details like stages and assist trophies. But finally, at the end of all the news, we got a new character reveal trailer, the first proper new character reveal trailer for Smash Ultimate. We see Samus leading Mario and Mega Man down an ominous linear pathway before Mario and Mega Man are seemingly killed, off to a good start. Samus turns around to reveal the shadowy assailant is none other than Ridley from the Metroid series, a highly requested character if you don't count people that didn't request him highly. Alright, let's go back a little bit here. Ever since Melee released, Ridley had been a character fans had been clamoring for, and the outcry for his inclusion just got bigger and bigger throughout the hype cycles of Brawl and the 3DS and Wii U editions. Sakurai spoke in an interview regarding Ridley's lack of appearances in these titles, saying that he was just too big of a character, and that reducing his size wouldn't be true to his legacy. Oh yeah, because accurate character sizes were something that was kept so consistent before. This actually became a pretty widespread joke within the Smash community at the time, and if you were on Nintendo's Miiverse platform at any point between 2013 and 2015, you were well aware of that. Luckily, after waiting so long for his appearance, we finally got him in Ultimate, and yep, he sure is in there alright. Yeah, if I was more of a Metroid fan, I'm sure I'd have a lot more to rave about, and don't get me wrong, I was super happy for everyone that wanted him after seeing this trailer. And the trailer itself is a pretty good one. It nails the haunting feel of the Metroid games to a T. But to put it bluntly, there's just other fictional dragons I have more of a personal connection to. Well, if the Ridley trailer set anything up, it was that highly requested characters being added to the game was going to become a trend in this title's build-up to release. And that trend would continue with the next batch of character reveal trailers, debuting during the Smash Ultimate Direct on August 8th, 2018. We open on a castle during a dark and stormy night. A hooded figure approaches, to which we cut to Luigi. A little out of his element here. He gets spooked by a couple haunting individuals before coming across the literal Grim Reaper. Then he gets fucking murdered.
If Luigi can die, what does that mean for my own mortality?
His killer is assaulted by a metal whip, helmed by none other than Simon Belmont from the Castlevania series. But that's not all, because after seeing some of his moveset in action, we got another Castlevania character revealed, this one being Richter.
Yay!
Yeah, despite the fact that I had never really gotten into the Castlevania series myself, I did know who Simon Belmont was, and also knew how much people wanted him in the game. Richter, though? Like, yeah, it's cool that we're getting more than one Castlevania rep in the game, especially for all the Castlevania fans out there, and there is, in fact, a lot of them. But, like, was anyone really pining for Richter to also be included? I feel like they just added him because his moveset and properties are nearly identical to Simon's, which, now that I say it out loud, that's probably exactly why they did it. Well, either way, I was pretty happy with this trailer, and the characters that came along with it. It's rare to see Smash Bros. Take such a dark approach with its content presentation, and between the Ridley trailer and now this one, we're just getting them left and right. And being the stupid little Mario fan that I am, I can't help but comment that a big takeaway from this trailer for me was the fact that it basically soft announced Luigi's Mansion 3, a whole month before the game was officially announced to the public. What can I say? I know my priorities. During the actual direct, we got two new Echo Fighters revealed. Chrom and Dark Samus. What can I say? I know my priorities. Big surprise, the next trailer debuted at the end of that same direct, opening with a montage of various Nintendo heroes facing off against their respective villains. We cut to Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong lounging around their living quarters when a loud commotion is heard outside. They go to investigate and find a very familiar silhouette.
I mean, it's pretty obvious who it is, right? The theme of the trailer is heroes and villains. We see Donkey Kong. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure it out, okay? We just search up Donkey Kong villains and yup, there he is! Clump!
But psych, the culprit is actually revealed to be King Dedede. He gets a good laugh out of his little prank before getting assaulted by another villainous king, this one being King K. Rool from the original Donkey Kong Country games.
But,
This is a downright classic trailer. King K. Rool was an extremely common character request for years, and to finally see him in a Smash game after years of him being absent from both mainline and spin-off Donkey Kong games, it was more than a satisfying feeling. And the little gag they included with King Dedede, well, very obviously a fake out, was really cute. You can tell how much the developers want to hype up all these beloved characters, more so than they ever did for previous Smash games. Moving on from that, what do you know about Mammal Intersection? On September 13th, 2018, we got another Nintendo Direct. Do you see a pattern on how and when they present new character trailers? Towards the end of the Direct, we got a look at a brand new Smash Ultimate Special Edition Switch, and then a brand new thing. Yeah, this wasn't shown off like it was a brand new trailer. Usually at the beginning, they would play this short opening with the crossing lines of the Smash Bros logo, but not at the beginning of this one. We see Isabelle from the Animal Crossing series organizing her office and pondering about the mayor, who she notes is busy with camping and Smash, a little on the nose there. Pete the mailman drops by and gives Isabelle a letter, and wouldn't you know, it's a Smash Bros invitation letter. If you thought this was a trailer for a new Animal Crossing game, you can go f yourself, almost. But yeah, Isabelle and Smash, we can add that to the list of things that make sense. Isabelle was by far the most popular Animal Crossing character at this point. After her debut in Animal Crossing New Leaf, Nintendo fans, Animal Crossing fans of breathing, they all fell in love with her. So yeah, no surprise that she was being added to the game, but still really nice to see. This is a trailer that you can't really get pissed off about, especially considering they eventually used it as an opener to confirm the newest Animal Crossing game. You already know you had everyone's attention anyways. This is a tactic they actually utilize pretty frequently with Smash Bros announcements. The series is already known for representing every other video game entity, so for Nintendo to use new character reveals as a medium for cross-franchise promotion and synergy, it just makes all the sense in the world. Plus, it saved them from the hellfire that would have rained upon them if all the Animal Crossing fans were robbed of a proper new game announcement with a teaser for a completely different game. Can you imagine if that happened?
Oh, thanks to Nintendo, I don't have to imagine being depressed.
We got one last Direct dedicated to Smash Ultimate ahead of its release on November 1st, 2018. This one was a little more technical in its information dump, but we still got a new reveal trailer beforehand, this one revealing not one, but two new characters. First up, at the very beginning of the trailer, we see Little Mac getting the absolute shit beat out of him in a boxing ring by Ken from the Street Fighter series. Yeah, an Echo Fighter for Ryu. Maybe not the most necessary, but hey, at least I knew who the hell he was. I guess I can see why he and Richter got their own dedicated spots and reveal trailers, considering while they are just Echo Fighters, they're Echo Fighters of third-party characters. So yeah, it's a little more of a rare occasion.
Yeah, a rare occasion. Like me giving a damn about Echo Fighters.
We see a mysterious pair of eyes lurking from outside the ring, followed up by Ken completely obliterating Little Mac with his final smash. Ken basks in his victory, to which we are then introduced to an actual brand new character, the final new character announced for Ultimate, and that character was Incineroar from the Pokemon series. And here's what I'll be showing the police. Alright, look, as a self-proclaimed Pokemon fanatic, I usually eat this shit up. I mean, hell, when Greninja was revealed for 3DS and Wii U, I damn near shit myself with excitement. But I gotta say, at this point in the series, Incineroar was not my first pick for a new Pokemon fighter. I mean, it makes sense. Pokemon Sun and Moon were the most recent brand new titles in the series, so at the very least, I can understand why they would want to add a Pokemon that was introduced in those games. But if anything, I was pretty certain they were going to add Decidueye, considering A, we didn't have a fully evolved grass-type starter in Smash yet, and B, Decidueye definitely would have made for a more unique addition to the roster than Bipedal Punching Cat. But A, it's not like we technically had a wrestler character in Smash at this point, so sure, whatever, it's fine, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Now, this trailer was positioned as featuring the final new fighters you can find in the game. The base game, that is. Yet, to no one's surprise, DLC fighters were confirmed for Ultimate at the end of this Direct in the form of bundles featuring one brand new character, a brand new stage, and several music tracks, with 5 individual bundles purchasable together as a part of the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Fighters Pass. I'll give them this, the way they were handling DLC for Ultimate was structured in a far more logical and understandable way when compared to 3DS and Wii U. DLC for those games could have been bundled in anyway. A new fighter in an old stage, an old fighter with a Mii costume, 2 Mii costumes and some WD-40, it was always random. But we were all expecting DLC fighters. What we weren't expecting came right after they announced them, which was one more character reveal trailer. We open on a plethora of dizzy Yoshis before Mario shows up to investigate, to which he comes across They'll really add anyone to Smash Bros. Nowadays, won't they? Yup, the first new character we were getting as DLC was
The piranha plant enemy from the Mario series. Okay. I think I can say with genuine certainty that this was the first character that had never been requested by anybody. Well, besides them. I'll be honest though, I loved seeing that this character was revealed. I remember getting to school early that morning so I could watch the direct with my friends before class. It was such a stupid thing to see, I loved it. You just know the developers threw Piranha Plant in there as a complete joke, and that's what makes his trailer so memorable, more so than either of the other characters revealed in this direct. Piranha Plant's trailer didn't even feature any CGI, but it really didn't need to. The concept of Piranha Plant, this seemingly random Mario enemy, getting a fully developed moveset and a completely unique spot on the roster before characters that people actually wanted, like Waluigi, this was by far the most hilarious thing they had ever done for Smash Bros. At this point. But as it turned out, this was in fact not the first character that was planned for the upcoming Fighters Pass, as Piranha Plant instead was being offered as a free bonus character for purchasing Ultimate during a specific window of time, as well as being offered separately at a discounted price later on. The real first DLC character for Ultimate was revealed during the 2018 Game Awards, though no one knew this was going to be the case. Out of nowhere during the award show, a video for something relating to Persona 5 began to play, with absolutely no mention of Smash anywhere for the first 30 seconds. And then, a hand grabs an envelope that turns around, revealing itself to be a Smash Bros. Invitation. Holy shit. Joker from Persona 5 was coming to Smash Ultimate!
And I know what that sentence means!
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, this was actually the first time that I had no idea who a character was when they were being revealed. I had never even heard of the Persona franchise. You'd think that's surprising until you remember I own this shirt. I was always mainly a Nintendo guy growing up, and at this point, I had never even owned a PlayStation console of any kind, so I wasn't aware of the Persona series or its passionate fanbase. But even still, I was definitely intrigued by this announcement. The reveal trailer was really cool. I especially enjoyed how they didn't announce in any way, shape, or form that this was a Smash trailer until a little while in. I think that only made everyone's reaction even more eccentric when the actual reveal occurred. And hey, despite there being no Persona games on Switch at the time, Persona 5 did eventually make its way to the platform. 4 years after the announcement, I think they might have dropped the ball on that one a little bit. The next formal Smash Bros. Announcement occurred during Nintendo's E3 2019 Direct in the form of two new reveal trailers, one at the top of the Direct and one at the bottom. In the first one, we see Link fighting against a seemingly possessed Marth as well as an equally possessed Meta Knight. The fight progresses for a while until another mysterious swordsman appears to save Link from his assailants, otherwise known as the next new fighter for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the hero from the Dragon Quest series, or more specifically, the hero from Dragon Quest XI's Echoes of an Elusive Age Definitive Edition. See, I didn't know much about Dragon Quest when I first saw this trailer, but I had seen one of the slime enemies from the game before, so rest assured, when this announcement came out, I let out no less than a
Holy shit!
Wait, sorry, that's the wrong clip.
Huh.
There we go. This trailer is just kind of whatever. It's kind of just retreading ground from previous reveal trailers. Like, oh, we see a fight happening, and then the newest character intervenes in the fight. Gee, I wonder where they got the idea to do that. And that's not to mention the fact that this isn't exactly a surprising character reveal. Dragon Quest is extremely popular in Japan. If anything, I'm surprised this didn't happen 10 years sooner. It is cool how you can play as different variants of the hero from various Dragon Quest games, and his moveset is unique, incorporating turn-based combat. But when compared to this reveal, I've definitely been more excited about others. Speaking of which, the end of the E3 2019 Direct premiered the best Super Smash Bros. Ultimate character reveal trailer ever. We begin with the same opening as the King K. Rool trailer, but this time with the two Kongs fighting K. Rool, so right off the bat you're thinking, oh, okay, it's gonna be another villain. We cut to the three Kong characters lounging around, keeping in line with the K. Rool trailer, before a familiar looking item bounces across the screen. Our three stars look outside to investigate and spot a very familiar looking silhouette, before it's revealed to be Duck Hunt in disguise.
Identity theft is no joke.
Unless Duck Hunt does it.
He gets a good laugh out of it. Once again, everything plays out like the K. Rool trailer, which must mean we're gonna see in 3, 2, 1 physical violence. To which it is then revealed that Duck Hunt's attacker is Banjo-Kazooie?
Holy shit!
Oh, that's where that clip came from. Yeah, Banjo-Kazooie! Banjo-Kazooie? Banjo-Kazooie! Banjo-Kazooie? Banjo-Kazooie! Alright, for those of you not in the know, Banjo-Kazooie was a beloved character from the days of the Nintendo 64, starring in 2 downright classic platformers developed by Rare, who also developed the original Donkey Kong Country games. Later on in their company's history, Rare was bought out by Microsoft, which meant they could no longer develop home console games for Nintendo, and since Rare owned the Banjo-Kazooie IP and Microsoft owned it by proxy, basically all hope for the character to appear in Smash Bros. Was lost, despite them being a popular request by fans. So when those same fans finally got to see that character revealed for Smash, it was a dream come true. I think that's what made this announcement, and thus this trailer, so special. It felt like the shackles were off. One of Nintendo's main competitors in the video game market allowed for one of their characters in Smash? Somebody slapped me.
Hey, I wasn't done. Like I was saying, somebody slap me silly and call me... I guess I was done.
This is my favorite reveal trailer from the entirety of the Smash Bros. Series. I love that it parallels the K. Rool trailer, goading the audience into thinking the trailer is heroes versus villains themed before subverting everyone's expectations. This is the most acceptable form of gaslighting I've ever seen. I also love how this trailer references Rare's history with Nintendo, with aspects like the splash screen text saying "Raring to go" and the classic Donkey Kong Country characters being featured. Not to mention the fact that Banjo-Kazooie, for the first time in a while, was a character that I genuinely really wanted to see in the game. I had just picked up Rare Replay and had played through Banjo-Kazooie on my Xbox One, which only made me understand the love everyone had for the games and the reasons why everyone wanted the character in Smash. Definitely the standout trailer from the ultimate hype cycle for me, and the whole franchise in general up to that point. My personal peak for character reveal announcements. Which means it's all downhill from here. September 4th, 2019, we got another Nintendo Direct. You know the drill, let's talk about the trailer. We open on a timeline of every major Nintendo console released by year. We zoom in, move back to 1991, and get jump scared. Whoa! Yeah, a Neo Geo gets focused on, to which a retro-looking cutscene begins playing of a variety of characters attempting to grab a Smash invitation. The winning participant is Terry from Fatal Fury. Would you believe me if I said I had never heard of this game until this reveal? At this point, I wouldn't blame you if you were doubting I had ever played a video game. Yeah, I wasn't necessarily jumping out of my seat at this announcement, but I can't deny the Neo Geo and the Fatal Fury franchise's place in gaming history. Plus, I was just happy we were getting a character from a series that had no prior representation, and a character with a unique moveset. He plays really similarly to all the other fighting game characters in Smash, but still, he's unique. I like the approach they took with this reveal trailer. It's rare that they go for this retro-looking style with them. I think the last time they really leaned into that theme was Duck Hunt's trailer, so this was a pleasant time.
Past tense.
2020 kicked off with a brand new reveal trailer premiering on January 16th. Honestly, the first 15 days of the year were a blur. The first one in a while debuting in a purely Smash Bros. Dedicated presentation, and the last one revealing a character for the original Fighters Pass, so I figured they must have saved it for someone special.
Oh, hey, get back down there.
The trailer begins with a scene from Fire Emblem Three Houses. It's a Fire Emblem character. They're adding another Fire Emblem character. Okay, let's talk about this. Not the trailer, but Byleth's inclusion as a whole. I am really happy for Fire Emblem fans that they're getting so much representation for the series in Smash Bros. Even though I'm not personally a huge fan, considering that Fire Emblem was on the verge of cancellation when Awakening came out, and seeing how much support the series has gotten over the years, it's really quite heartwarming. But come on, they must have known this announcement wasn't going to go over well. The last few Fire Emblem character announcements were not received super highly by the majority of Smash Bros fans, and to save this character for DLC in what seemed to be a pretty exclusive slot after we got nothing but third-party characters up until that point, I don't think I'm out of line for saying it was underwhelming. Not even underwhelming, it was underwhelming. That's not even touching upon the fact that Byleth doesn't really stand out amongst the other Fire Emblem characters, at least to my non-Fire Emblem playing brain. They're all sword fighters, which makes sense. The series revolves around sword-based combat, but that doesn't necessarily make it easily acceptable. I'm not even sure I know which one of these is Byleth. If anything, I saw this reveal as a promo for Fire Emblem Three Houses to get some more eyes on the game. Well, I can't deny that it worked. Easily the most polarizing reveal trailer the Smash Bros. Series had ever put out at that point. Maybe even to this day. But hey, later in that presentation, another Fighters Pass was revealed, this time including 6 brand new fighters. You know what they say, there's a silver lining for every apocalyptic outbreak. The next reveal trailer was announced on March 26th, 2020. Not released, announced.
Yeah, not a strategy that's typically used for Smash trailers, but this was a particular case, because as we found out that day, the next character would be from the ARMS series, one of Nintendo's more recent new IPs from the launch year of the Switch. It wasn't specified which character it would be, but come on, we can rule out a couple contenders. Springman was already in the game through assist trophies, Bite and Bark would have been too clunky to implement, and this guy, well, I just fucking hate this guy. Other than that, it was pretty much up in the air as to who it could be until July 22nd came around when we finally got the answer to the question we were all asking.
Not that one.
The trailer features a really unique looking art style. We see Captain Falcon and Kirby enjoying some ramen together before cutting to an ARMS battle in action. A Smash invitation appears with all the ARMS characters attempting to grab it before we see the winning participant is none other than the woman who made the ramen. She dons her fighter's gear, to which she is revealed to be Min Min. I gotta say, this trailer really sold me on her character when I first saw it. I had never really played a lot of ARMS before. I didn't own the game for myself, and the only time I spent playing it was at a friend's house, and even then, I wasn't like super into the game. But this trailer did a good job of showing off her character in a really powerful way. If the gameplay of ARMS was as engaging as this trailer, I might be more inclined to make certain decisions.
I can't do it.
Oh, I've been waiting to talk about this next one. On October 1st, 2020, a new reveal trailer premiered, this one being disconnected from any Nintendo Direct or dedicated presentation. We see gameplay footage of Mario fighting against a variety of characters until he gets launched off screen and busts through a wall of a mysterious looking cavern.
Was that a cube?
Mario is suddenly surrounded by a plethora of intimidating creatures, but is soon joined by... yeah, Steve from Minecraft. A character request that felt like nothing more than a joke for years, at least to me, now fully realized as a playable fighter in Smash Bros. Wow. The trailer goes on to show off a ton of other characters from the game being represented as alternate costumes for Steve, including Alex, a zombie, and an Enderman. My god, so much Minecraft content! After the amount of Minecraft content we had come to expect in Smash Bros. At the time was... Now, I actually didn't play Minecraft in its heyday. I wasn't an iPad kid, but rather a cable kid. I spent most of my youthful days watching SpongeBob and Sprouse Twin commercials. But I did get around to playing Minecraft with my friends in 2019 when the game had a big resurgence in popularity, so I fully understood the gravity of this announcement when it dropped. And equally as much, the absurdity. This was so bizarre to me at the time, man. I think by this point we've all accepted this as reality, but imagine this being revealed to be the Smash DLC lineup. Tactical RPG sword fighter, unique looking fighting game character, funny block man. Nevertheless, I was very happy to see Steve's inclusion in the game. I may have not grown up with Minecraft like a lot of other folks, but I still completely understood the impact that this announcement had. But what if I didn't? The next new character was revealed at the 2020 Game Awards, much like how Joker was revealed at the 2018 Game Awards, and much unlike how no character was revealed at the 2019 Game Awards. The trailer begins with a handful of Smash Bros. Characters being assaulted by Galeem, the antagonist of Ultimate Story Mode, as well as a group of his evil forces and onslaught of evil hands. Truly a terrifying sight to behold. Galeem prepares to fire off a beam before being sliced in half. The character behind the slice is revealed to be, much to Cloud's dismay, Sephiroth from Final Fantasy VII. And much to my dismay, I have to disclose this again. Yeah, despite the fact that I knew who the protagonist of Final Fantasy VII was when he was revealed for Smash, I had no idea who the antagonist was, so I in no way understood the significance of this character reveal when I first saw it. I thought he looked pretty cool. That's about as much as I could add to the conversation. I think it was when he nearly shanked the out of Mario that I finally realized,
holy shit, this guy is badass!
I did eventually do a little research and familiarize myself with the character, and then I did understand why this was such a cool announcement to many. It's always really nice to see more villains added to Smash, and between Ridley, K. Rool, Dark Samus, and now Sephiroth, damn, I guess they count on this list too. We've had no shortage of antagonistic characters added in this game, but hey, I'm not complaining.
Well, at least not right now. February 17th, 2021, we got a new Nintendo Direct and a new character reveal trailer. Let's get this one over with. We open on a scene from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Hey, where'd I go? A cutscene in the style of the game plays out, and it's revealed that the new Xenoblade Chronicles 2 character being added to the game is actually two characters, Pyra and Mithra. Alright, look, I had played the original Xenoblade Chronicles at this point, and I liked it a fair amount despite not finishing it, but I was really not interested in playing the sequel. I have a hard time committing myself to long games, and with Xenoblade 2 not featuring any of the characters from the first game in prominent roles, there wasn't much that was intriguing to me about this entry. So when I saw that the next new characters were from that game, yeah, I wasn't too excited. This was the first DLC character we've had in Smash that's actually two characters, swappable by using their down special in the game, and I do find them fun to play as personally. But similarly to how I felt about Byleth, this just wasn't as impactful of an announcement as it is when the third-party characters are announced. I get they want to break things up a bit and not make every single new character from a third-party franchise, but damn it, there's already a limited amount of slots in the Fighters Pass as is. I like when they add third-party characters. Is that really such a crime?
Huh.
E3 2021, we got the penultimate character reveal trailer for DLC for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for the Nintendo Switch family of systems made by Nintendo. We open on a dark cloudy sky with a mysterious figure carrying the corpse of Ganondorf from The Legend of Zelda. Pretty routine stuff. His body is dropped off the side of a cliff into a pit of lava, and it's revealed that the one behind it all is Kazuya from the Tekken series.
Alright, the warden let me out of my sentence early so I could give my opinion on Kazuya being in Smash. Please don't tell him I don't have one.
Listen, I know I just said I prefer when DLC fighters are from third-party franchises, and that still is true. It just so happens I don't really care about this specific third-party franchise. Or this one. 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 I was well aware of what Tekken was when I saw this, mainly through the Mii Fighter costumes from the series that were already in the game, but that was basically the extent of my Tekken knowledge. Yeah, I can't say that I'm generally very interested or good at fighting games other than Smash Bros. This trailer is still pretty neat, just based on it being kinda absurd. Like, it's the same vibe you get from trailers like Ridley's trailer, or Simon & Richter's. Unnecessarily dark and eerie for a game featuring this fucking guy, but I think that just makes it more memorable. We actually see Kazuya drop a couple other Nintendo All-Stars off the same cliff, including Captain Falcon, Pit, Min Min, Marth, and Kirby. Ah, son of a bitch.
Mark my words, we will find a way to kill that bastard.
But now we've arrived at the final character reveal trailer for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the one everyone was interested in watching. The trailer was formally announced during a Nintendo Direct that debuted on September 23rd, 2021, scheduled to premiere on October 5th, 2021, and man, I was pumped. This could be anyone from any franchise. Yeah, it's the sentiment I had for every character reveal, but this was different. This was going to be the last one for the entire game, for the ultimate Smash Bros. Surely, this announcement trailer was going to be an unforgettable event.
But to be fair, so are national tragedies.
I remember waking up bright and early on October 5th with a twinkle in my eye as I sat down to watch that final reveal. The trailer starts with the opening getting interrupted, followed by a zoom out to reveal the fiery Smash logo, as an homage to the original announcement for Ultimate back in March 2018. As the logo fizzles out, we see all the characters frozen in their trophy forms before Mario comes to life to investigate a tiny flame left over from the logo. Mario grabs the flame and chucks it into the air. I'm sure Nintendo got in some deep water for encouraging that behavior. The flame spins and spins before transforming into a key-shaped sword or keyblade, and flashed on screen before our very eyes as a mouse-shaped keychain. Holy shit, they're doing this. The keyblade opens up a portal, and who would happen to emerge from it but Sora from Kingdom Hearts. I'm just saying, I'd appreciate a reaction this strong when I enter a room. What a magical last reveal trailer. Sora from Kingdom Hearts, man. The character that so many people wanted for years, but never thought had a chance since they owned him. As was revealed later, Sora was the actual #1 most voted pick in the Smash Fighters ballot from the previous set of the games, and at long last, Nintendo and Disney worked out a deal and finally got Sora in the ultimate crossover game. How fitting for the last fighter in the Fighters Pass, a character that's basically the poster child for crossovers in gaming, helming from a series that was beloved by many for mixing the worlds of Disney and Final Fantasy. Seeing him in Smash Bros. Alongside so many other video game icons is so satisfying, and his reveal here, while a little corny, yes, is more than fitting for such a monumental event in not just Smash Bros. History, but gaming history as a whole. He may not have been everyone's pick, but in my eyes, Sora was the perfect character to cap off the roster for what was and may forever be the ultimate Smash Bros. Game. Well, besides them.
Well, that was a lot. Who knew that looking at trailers from over 20 years of a franchise's history would amount to so much discussion? You know, to any average fan or someone who isn't really in the know about Smash Bros, all these trailers could just be seen as silly little advertisements, nothing more than a marketing campaign for a game that most people were gonna buy regardless. And yeah, on a surface level, they kind of are exactly that. But to me, they're so much more than trailers for a game. Never in a franchise's history have I seen so much love and passion put into their marketing, and a fan base so dedicated and excited to watch every single piece of media put out for it. The build-up to release of a Smash Bros game is unlike any other. Watching people's reactions, speculating what the next character will be, being there live amongst millions of other fans watching each and every character reveal and discussing our thoughts afterwards, it's a magical experience. The Super Smash Bros. Games are great, phenomenal fighting games, and amazing party games that anyone can enjoy at any occasion. But it's the character reveal trailers that truly make each and every game's release special to me. And looking back at all of them just made me even more excited for what's to come. And hey, all that blabbering made the time go by so fast that we finally reached the time for the Walmart Direct to begin. I'm so excited to see what new product they'll reveal that's totally not Cheez-Its. Ah, damn it! Oh, hey! You know, people always ask me, what do you do in your spare time? And to them I say, let's find out. Our days on this planet are numbered. I don't have time to spend my time figuring out how I'm gonna spend my time. Lucky for me, I can let fate decide how to distract myself from my depression. All right, fishing. I guess that's my personality now. Let's go try it out. Well, that sucked. I didn't even catch a single fish. All I got was this condom. This used condom. Guess we're gonna have to go with something else. Let's try hunting. It's like fishing, but a whole lot more American. All right, I got a gun, some bullets, and a thirst for blood. Let's go shoot something. What the f***? No one told me you needed a license. Well, third time's the charm. Let's try painting. I spent all my money on that gun, so I don't have enough left for paint. Lucky for me, I just found a tutorial on how to make my own. All right, we got our paint mixture here. Let's give it the old artist try, shall we? It's perfect. You know, I gotta say, it feels really great to let my creative side fly. I haven't seen my therapist in a while, so it's a good thing I painted this ink blot test. What do you see? Because all I see is cold, hard talent.
Time to get this to the local art museum. Whoa! Aw, damn it!
Well, that was a bust. Maybe I'll have better luck if I pick something organically. I've always wanted to learn how to play a musical instrument. Oh, why am I still drinking this? All right, let's try cooking. I hear the ladies love a good cook. And if I can't exploit my hobby for the benefit of my sexual needs, then what's even the f***ing point? To get more into character, I'm gonna wear this hat from In-N-Out Burger. Now when people see me, they'll know I've been within the vicinity of food before. According to this book, I'm gonna need a stove. Apparently I've had one this whole time. I've just been using it to store my socks. First up, grab 2 eggs. Wow. Okay, I'm starting to run out of options here. I need something that's gonna make me stand out. So I guess I'll try playing video games. This controller's been sitting on my desk for a while now. It's about time I finally got use out of it. I've done extensive research on the subject of video games. Uncharted 2, Sea of Thieves, Mario Power Tennis, I know about them all. Just give me a week of not leaving my house and an anime girl mousepad and I'll be more than halfway towards being a true gamer. Of course I didn't take into account that I suck at games. Let's try reading next. You ever met somebody who reads that isn't a f***ing genius? No, that's impossible. There is a 1-to-1 correlation. And the sooner I become a reader, the sooner I'll finally have something to put on my resume. Of course, I'm gonna need more than this if I want to be considered a legitimate reader. So, let's go to everyone's favorite bookstore, Constantinople, Barnes & Noble. Look at all of these. There's so many different books to choose from. I don't even know where to start. So I won't. What's even the point? I won't ever be able to finish every book ever written before I die. And if I can't do that, can I really consider myself to be a true connoisseur of the literary arts? No! This is just getting ridiculous. Let's try bird watching. I think I'm trying too hard at all of this. I thought forcing myself to take up a new hobby would give me some sense of fulfillment, but all it gave me was a lawsuit and 2 broken eggs in my hand. Maybe I'm approaching this the wrong way. Maybe hobbies shouldn't be something you do just for the sake of using your time effectively or trying to seem like a more interesting person. All these things I was doing were supposed to be fun, but I just felt like I was doing them because I had to. Hobbies shouldn't be something that you force yourself to do for the sake of feeling like a more complete person. They should be something that you feel passionate about and enjoy doing. They should be something that you want to do. It's great to try new things, but you shouldn't do it for the sake of proving a point to anyone. That's just gonna suck the fun out of it. And you don't want to spend what little time you have on this planet doing something you're not even having fun doing. I will return to some of these hobbies one day, but I'm gonna do it on my own accord and when I feel passionate enough to do so. But in the meantime, I think I found something to keep myself busy. Something that I really am truly good at. Keeping myself fed. I didn't say well fed. I'm tired of being a human. It's hard work. I have to wake up every day, get out of bed. Like, what the hell? Meanwhile, there are millions of dogs out there that get to spend every waking hour hunched over in the corner of a room licking their assholes. I want to do that. I'm over this whole having opposable thumbs thing. I just want to know once and for all what those lovable furry sons of bitches do every day. I want to truly know what it's like to be an animal. Is there any solution to that? We'll call that Plan B.
You ever sit down to play a game and realize, wow, I hate my life? That's where simulator games come into the picture. These are an entire genre of video games centered around putting you into the shoes of anyone or anything. And with that selling point alone, it's no wonder they're as popular as they are. I mean, hell, the ability to take you out of reality and put you in a brand new environment, those of which can provide unforgettable experiences nearly or flat out impossible to easily replicate in the real world, that's like half the appeal of most video games. Emphasis on most. And there's so many different types of simulator games to choose from. You got life simulators, cooking simulators, farming simulators, driving simulators. Honestly, you can just add a random noun in front of the word simulator and create a smash hit game that someone out there will want to play.
Oh, finally.
But the type of simulator games I want to talk about today are animal simulators. Now, there's already a ton of games out there where you play as animals, but I'm not talking about those. I don't just want to play a game where an animal is the main protagonist. No. I want games that give me a fully immersive look into an animal's daily life. You think I could get that out of Sonic X Shadow Generations? No. Today, we're sticking to games that specifically have simulator and the name of some kind of animal in the title, because if I've done the math right, that should give us what we're looking for. For the last 23 years of my life, I've only been scratching the surface of my potential as a living being. If I play enough of these animal sims, I can truly understand what it's like to have less capabilities. It's just like being unemployed.
Well, it's a good thing I'm doing both.
So let's live out my most inner desires by playing Dog Simulator 3D on crazygames.com. First off, gotta ask, what is the point of 3D in the title? I feel like the name Dog Simulator gets the point across just fine as to what this game is. Adding the term 3D just gives me more questions. Like, is there a 2D Dog Simulator you're hiding from me? I mean, how many people went, Dog Simulator 3D? Well, I don't think critiquing the titles of lowbrow PC browser games is gonna get us very far, so let's just jump right into the game. This is Dog Simulator 3D.
Well, they didn't lie. What the hell am I doing here? Being a dog isn't truly what I want out of life. It took me about 30 seconds of playing this game to realize that. That's gotta be a record or something. If I want to lick my own ass, I can just become a contortionist. I'm pretty sure they offer online classes for that. I need to think even more broadly here. There are so many other different types of animals, all with their own simulator games that are just begging to be played. All this time and effort put in by developers to provide a rich and substantial experience of what it's like to live in their shoes. That may not exist, but we can't let what we do have go to waste. Somebody's gotta be brave enough to play these games. And thank God I'm here to take over for that somebody. So, let's move over to my Nintendo Switch and try out some more Animal Simulator games. That's code for garbage. Which is code for shit. Which then loops back to being code for Animal Simulator games again. Without further ado, let's play... You know, now that I think about it, I would be more enticed if 3D was in the title.
This is Cat Simulator, and I already have questions. First of all, why is 12 Days of Christmas the title screen music? You're telling me they couldn't get the rights to Oh Little Town of Bethlehem? Second, what is up with this logo? Is this supposed to be a cat? Because if you ask me, it looks more like living proof that just because you can make your video game's logo shaped like the animal it's based on, it doesn't mean you should. So, like most games named Cat Simulator work, we get to pick our cat here. Listen, I'm not one to play in the cliches. I'll go with the orange one. And immediately we're thrown into a farm. I'm assuming this is the same farm that everyone's parents tell them their old pets went to. So this is where cats go after they kick the bucket. That's just my headcanon. So we talk to this cat over here. His name's Matt the cat. And he gives us a list of tasks to complete. Climb onto the roof, hunt the mouse, dig. This is just my 9 to 5. You know, I gotta hand it to the developers for offering a truly immersive experience. It really does feel like I'm a cat that's moving around with stupid fucking awful controls. This game was developed by Nerd Games. Like, I didn't feel self-conscious enough playing this. Doesn't help that the background music just loops the same acoustic guitar track over and over. Whatever, let's just try to polish off this list here. Dig, check. Clean myself, check. Obviously, couldn't have done so without a barrel to sit on. Climb onto the roof of the house, check. Jump off without taking fall damage, double check. Do not try that at home, kids. Kill the stupid fucking mouse, check. Good thing he was clipped onto this rock. Alright, I got another question. Why are the sound effects in this game so damn loud? I mean, just listen to this. That's unedited, folks. So we run around the farm some more, come across a dopey-ass looking farmer. That's not on the list. Meet up with a low polygonal cow. Oh, thank God. Jesus Christ. I'm just trying to find a body of water so I can go for a damn swim. Oh God, finally. You know, I would act surprised that the swimming animation looks like this if I was surprised that the swimming animation looks like this. Okay, whatever. We finished the list. Now we go inside this barn and visit what looks to be a cat cult meeting.
Just another Tuesday.
We talk to Carl the cat, alongside Rick the cat. Them's my boys. And they acquaint us with the other felines. His name is Rick. Don't care about the BS he speaks.
Okay, that's where I draw the line.
This is supposed to be a family-friendly cat simulator game, and you include the abbreviation for the word bullshit? I can't play this at church now. Oh, am I kidding? I couldn't have done so anyway. So we finished talking to the cats and we're sent off on our merry little way. You know what? Let's go help out the farmer. He seems like a stand-up guy. Are you new here? Jesus Christ, stop yelling. So he asks us to take care of his rat problem. So let's go fucking do it. This is what being a cat is all about. This is the life. Ooh, look, a tractor. Maybe I could get my filthy cat paws on the steering wheel and drive it around. Oh yeah, my mistake for thinking this game could include even a fraction of something actually fun to do. Oh yeah, driving the tractor would break the realism of the game. Oh yeah, because this is so realistic. Whatever, let's just sharpen our claws on this tree. Maybe that'll make me feel less depressed. You ever heard of cow tipping? Try cow jumping. That's right, guys. Cat Simulator for Nintendo Switch lets you jump on cows.
Oh, that's why I should give a shit.
That's it. I'm bored. I'm just gonna climb this tree. I'm not joking when I say this is the most fun I've had with this game. Alright, I'm done. This game controls like ass, it's buggy as hell, the music and sound effects are grating to listen to for more than 5 minutes. I just wanted an authentic cat simulation experience, and this barely met that quota, but like, did it even do that? I feel like a pussy playing this. So all in all, holds up to its name.
You know, in the time that I've been playing this game, I've noticed a distinct lack of 2 people in this room. I can't possibly do any more of this by myself. Playing Animal Simulator games is just like giving birth. Moral support isn't required, but it sure is recommended. I thought my door was broken.
You a human?
Who's asking?
I'll do the grilling around here, sir.
Oh, thank God!
Word around town is you're playing some Animal Simulator games.
Damn, remember spread that fast?
Well, as you clearly are a human and not an animal,
Pretty sure those are technically under the same category.
I'm gonna have to ask you to halt participating in this very inappropriate endeavor. That's fancy talk for stop playing them.
What gives you the right to tell me to stop? Who are you anyway?
I'm with the People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals.
Oh, wait, I know you guys. You with those four-legged critters.
That's our motto.
Well, what are you doing here? I'm not doing anything that would concern you. I'm just about to play a bunch of games that pick animals in peculiar scenarios with questionable gameplay mechanics. Oh, damn it.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to see some certification for that.
Wait a minute. You look familiar. Are you my landlord?
No, why would I want ownership of this piece of shit?
Wow, you sound just like my dad.
Look, my superiors are not gonna like you doing anything with animals. They are currently trying to make it the 8th deadly sin.
What the f***? Your bosses are so strict. It's not like I'm over here going, oh, hey, look, I'm gonna eat this burger. Oh, so good. I love the taste of dead cow parts. No, I would never do that. God, your bosses are out of control.
Okay, don't tell me when I told you this, but I've always wanted to play animal simulator games.
Ew, what are you, some kind of freak?
I've always wanted to be a goat, but I've never had time to figure it out on my own. So eventually I gave up and I just joined PETA. I figured, hey, it's animal adjacent.
Kind of weird you're telling me your life story, but all right.
They sent me here to shut down your little operation, but maybe we can work out a deal.
I'm listening, he said hesitantly.
You let me play these animal simulating games with you, and I'll let you off the hook with my superiors. Sound good?
Huh, you know what they say, you can't play Crazy Goose Simulator with just one set of hands. All right, well, where should we start? I'm thinking Goat Simulator. Yeah!
When it comes to animal simulator games that embrace their goofy nature, none quite compare to the original Goat Simulator. Goat Simulator was a viral sensation in 2014, and for good reason. It was a piece of shit. You know, around this time, everyone thought the screaming goat meme was the funniest thing on the planet, and I guess by proxy, goats became a hot ticket item in the online space, so anything with the letters G, O, A, and T in it was assured some level of success. No wonder this game sold so well. But don't let its popularity fool you. This game is not your average AAA experience. No. It's a lot better. See, most big budget games aim to provide you with tons of content, a rich story, riveting characters, huge worlds to explore. Goat Simulator takes all of that a step further and has goats in it.
I'm sold.
Goat Simulator isn't really a game that's meant to be taken seriously. It's supposed to provide you with a silly, goofy, wacky game with a this in it. And by God, it delivers in that department. Eventually, Goat Simulator got a sequel in 2022. I can only imagine goat interest had reached abnormally high levels that year. And for this hotly anticipated sequel, the developer Coffee Stain Studios decided to do the unthinkable. And suck at counting. Yeah, the second game in the Goat Simulator series was named Goat Simulator 3 because funny haha. Obviously, in the grand scheme of things, the title of the game is fairly superfluous to the actual gameplay experience, but that doesn't stop people like me from bitching about the fact that we never have and most likely never will get a proper Goat Simulator 2. Somebody's gotta lead the protests. But enough stalling. Let's jump right into Goat Simulator. The Goaty. Get it? It's like Game of the Year, but with goat.
Oh, yeah, okay,
See, right when you boot this game up, you can automatically tell that the developers at least gave a tiny shit. There's multiple modes to explore with a neat looking menu setup, letting us get a closer look at what each mode has in store for us. Yet when your standards are already low, it doesn't take much to impress. Best way to describe Goat Simulator is a free roaming sandbox chaos game. The main goal of the game is to walk around and commit heinous acts as a goat. That's pretty much all you can do and all you're supposed to do. I'd be content thinking this is actually what it's like being a goat if I didn't know better. I don't know better. And the physics in this game are wacky as hell, but that's kind of the point. Goat Simulator would not be very fun if it had to abide by real-world laws of physics. Well, I'll be damned. There are objectives to complete, but they're basically just here to give the game some kind of structure. It's completely up to the player if they want to follow these objectives. There's not much incentive to do so other than just being able to check off a box. Like this one. Now what? There's a point system reminiscent of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater because sure. Again, it's just a feature they added to make it feel like you're doing something of worth while playing this game. Joke's on them, it didn't work. So you may be asking, if there's really no point to any of this, what's the point of any of this? Why are there multiple modes? Well, it's the same idea as wearing a different pair of pants from the pair you wore the previous day. It gives everything you're doing a different feel. Also, I shit myself while wearing these. Each mode offers a different campaign to play through, which can change up the gameplay style, the objectives, the world you explore, etc. The gameplay is pretty much always the same at its core, but these modes do offer the feeling of variety. Goatville is the most vanilla mode, offering a pretty basic map to explore. Goat City Bay offers a more expansive map with different objectives and more locations to cause chaos in. It's assumed to be a parody of the Grand Theft Auto series, with the logo for it mocking the logo for Grand Theft Auto Vice City, and the mode as a whole giving across majorly similar vibes. See, Grand Theft Auto has cars, this mode has cars, they're basically one and the same. Thank God for Goat Simulator giving GTA more exposure. I say to you again, no wonder this game sold so well. Now, these two modes were the only ones included in the base Goat Simulator game from back in the day, but lucky for us, we're playing the Game of the Year edition, which comes with every new mode released as paid DLC. Yes, Goat Simulator got paid DLC, because why wouldn't I want to throw more money at this? So let's see if all these extra modes are worth a damn. First up, there's Goats Before Outbreak and Goats After Outbreak, which are zombie apocalypse themed. Each mode offers a different perspective on said apocalypse, with one representing before and the other representing after, in case you couldn't figure that out on your own. After Outbreak gives you various survival tasks and objectives involving killing zombies, despite you also being a zombie. I got bored in Before Outbreak and quit after 2 minutes. There's Waste of Space, which is sci-fi themed.
Finally, this combines my two favorite things, goats in space!
This, like the name implies, takes place in space, so obviously you know they had to take advantage of the setting. We got some even wackier physics at play here, coupled with some silly things you can do to your goat, like give it a big head. See, wacky shit like this doesn't seem so wacky when the game as a whole is wacky to begin with. At least I wrote a segue. I can shit on this mode all I want, but I played it long enough to make over $19,000. That's gotta mean something. There's Goat MMO Simulator, which gives off major Skyrim vibes. Take it from me, someone who's never played Skyrim in their entire life. You can customize your character and everything. Let's go with the microwave. See, this is the real reason I bought this game. The goat stuff was just a consolation prize. There's Payday, which has goat gambling.
This game has it all.
The most unique feature of this mode is that there's 4 different characters you can swap between on a whim. There's a goat, a camel, a manatee in a wheelchair. What the f***, a camel? And a flamingo, which is the most fun to play as. I mean, you can fly. Just serves as a reminder who the truly superior beings are. Oh, I'm not talking about birds. I'm talking about the Goat Simulator developers. What else does this game have? Well, there's the credits, so we know who to press charges on. Yeah, that's pretty much all this game has to offer, but honestly, this is already more than what I would expect out of a game like this. Sure, all these modes are basically just the same thing with different garnish, but I can't help but admire even just the small bits of work they put into them. I think what really makes this game is the self-awareness of it all. Like, it's dog shit, yeah, but it's supposed to be dog shit. You don't buy this game for a The Last of Us type experience. It's like, you don't go to McDonald's for a gourmet dinner. You don't go to McDonald's for a gourmet dinner. No, you buy this game to boot it up, dick around a little as a goat, and hop right out. It's not supposed to stimulate your mind, it's supposed to give you a quick boost of serotonin when you're all out of cigarettes. And if that's all this game is supposed to do, it does so pretty wonderfully. If it wasn't already obvious enough, these animal simulator games aren't typically at the top of the food chain, but rather than crumble under the pressure of trying harder than it needs to with the hopes of offering something of great quality, Goat Simulator plays the hand it's given and cements itself as honestly one of the most fun games of its genre. Well, if this was fun enough for me to praise, surely we can only go up from here. F*** gravity. Crazy Goose Simulator. What does that mean? Is the Goose Simulator crazy, or are we simulating a crazy goose? Be more specific. You know, this title screen doesn't look half bad. Let's see the actual game. Now that looks half bad. So we get to run around this farm, much like any goose would. Finally, I've always wanted to go cow tipping as a goose. I really need to redefine my priorities. So right away, our main objective is to get 4,777 points. Why 4,777? Simple, it was the number that came up when the developers slammed their hand on a keyboard. So how do we gain points? We wreak havoc and destroy things, of course.
Whoa, that goose sure is crazy.
You know a game's good when these are the scores you're working to improve. Number of quests completed, number of things destroyed, number of captured people. Do you think geese leave ransom notes? Well, let's see if I can bump up this score. I continue to run around the farm, completely demolish this greenhouse. Then I guess I ran too far from the main area and started a completely new task. Okay, let's destroy 30 objects. Object number 1. You know, at this rate, we're gonna finish this up in no time. All right, we completed that goal. Now we gotta cross this pond. Huh. Listen, asking the Crazy Goose Simulator developers to create an actual distinguished animation for the goose wading in this lake would just be too much. They already broke their back coloring this text to yellow. Alright, we gotta capture 4 people. I sure hope the feds aren't watching this. Apparently, this game's definition of capturing is just knocking them over, which definitely makes things easier, even though it kind of just feels like I'm killing these people. Ha! Look at this idiot.
Hey, goose murder is no laughing matter.
Well, do you mean geese murdering people or geese getting murdered?
What the f were we just talking about?
Alright, we finished up this task, and then another one revolving around capturing people, and with these as my final stats, I think I'm finally done playing this game. Listen, I'm about to drop a major truth bomb. You may not be ready. Crazy Goose Simulator isn't very good. You know what they say, birds of a feather fucking stink. See, this game gives me exactly what I expect out of these animal sims. A half-assed development job with barely any quality. Thank you for meeting my expectations. This game makes me feel groggy. It feels like they're just trying to copy what Goat Simulator did to make itself memorable, but it just falls flat. Yeah, you can score points and cause chaos as a goose. A crazy goose at that. But Goat Simulator had wacky physics and all this random junk you could do to make your score go up, and this game just feels stiff and naked in comparison. You think if I harshly critique a game that was never meant to be anything worthwhile for a long enough time that I'll win some kind of award? Well, just in case something like that is on the line. F this game. God, I just want a quality experience solely centered around being a bird. Is that so much to ask? Yup, this is Pigeon Sim - Bird Simulator. You know, anytime I'd see a pigeon out on the street, I'd always think to myself, God, I just wish I could live a day in their shoes. Pigeons don't wear shoes. So after feasting our eyes on this masterclass of a title screen, we're able to jump right into the game, where we begin in a city. Off to a good start. You know the old saying, pigeons and cities go together like birds and people that like birds. Alright, we can walk around, fly, peck at stuff. This is as authentic of a pigeon simulating experience as I can imagine in my puny little brain. Ooh, look, a gun, just out here in the open. I wonder what we can do with this.
What the hell? This is so unrealistic. Nobody would wear that in public.
Yeah, one of the main things you're able to do in this game is pick up guns and practice that good old Second Amendment. I never read the Constitution. You might think I would criticize the lack of realism with this mechanic, but I interpret this to be the developer's interpretation of what pigeons would like to do to humans. Never show an actual pigeon in this game. It might get their mind racing. So we're able to pick up any gun we see lying out in the middle of the city and use it to wreak havoc in order to rack up points. You know, I'm starting to notice a pattern with these games. They all fucking suck. We can also steal cars in this game. Yeah, that's right. Not only is this pigeon authorized to use firearms, but he's got his learner's permit too. Nothing you say could convince me to not be impressed by this. Wreaking enough havoc on the innocent civilians will eventually cause the cops to show up and shoot at us. We can kill them to boost our star rating. Wow, could this be any more blatant plagiarism? Should have seen the working title. Yeah, if it wasn't already clear, this game is a pretty blatant ripoff of Grand Theft Auto, because why wouldn't it be? It's like all these animal sim game developers just looked at Goat Simulator and said, alright, shitty open sandbox game where you cause chaos to get points. Let's f***ing do it! What do we have to lose? Dignity? Well, you can't lose what you didn't have. I'm actually glad these developers didn't try to make something completely original here, because who knows what kind of horrors they would have came up with if they did. Well, what is original about this game? There's a fart meter. This game's release truly was a turning point for humanity. There was a distinct lack of pigeon games with fart meters beforehand. This game is just dumb. Do I really need to elaborate? I'll just pretend you said yes. There's no point to anything. You just walk around and shoot random civilians to rack up your score until the cops kill you. But it's not hard to stay alive. You can just fly away from them at any moment as long as you have enough stamina. And when the cops finally do kill you, Jesus Christ. You can find tacos lying around, and eating them helps you fill up your fart meter, which, brace yourselves, amounts to nothing. You can fly around, which is kind of fun, but it's extremely limited. Like I said, you gotta have enough stamina, which runs out way too quickly. It feels like they wanted to make a GTA clone and also a Goat Simulator clone, and instead of trying to make one or the other and make something of actual value, they just mashed them together and half-assed both. The map in this game is small and boring as hell, which makes it really uninteresting to explore. The art for the game on the eShop just makes no sense. Like, this never happens in the game. I could go on, but nah, I'm good. At least they put out DLC that allows you to play as a lady pigeon.
That's what the game was missing!
Or you could get the premium edition of the game, which comes with the DLC already included. for $14 total. This game is constantly on sale for like $2, and the DLC separately is like $4, so really, what's the better deal here? Smashing this bat on my head is free. Alright, these last couple games have been nothing short of a big pile of shit. We need something with a little more quality, and also something that'll satisfy my most recent desire.
God, I just wish I was a bee. Whoa, dude, what are you doing? Oh.
Bee Simulator for Nintendo Switch. Yeah, checks out. Right off the bat, you can tell a lot more effort was put into this game than what's par for the course with these animal sims. We got multiple language options, a nice opening cutscene, voice acting? I didn't even know that was possible for one of these games. Well, it's a good thing they actually gave a damn about this game, because for as long as I can remember, I've always wanted a video game that serves as an accurate representation of bee life. I just want to cut the bullshit and get knee deep into this thing. I want to play as a bee and only as a bee. If this game's gonna have the audacity to just be named Bee Simulator, it better maintain its focus. So we get to pick our profile and wait a minute, that's not a bee.
What the
Okay, it's fine. I'll let it slide. It's like they always say, nobody's perfect. We get to pick the difficulty. I'll go with hard, because I'm not a bitch. And we're dropped into the hive. I name myself B Tonio. What, did you think I was capable of coming up with something more clever? Look at me. Yeah, this is pretty much what I would expect the inside of a beehive to look like. Listen, I'm not saying this game's graphics are anything groundbreaking, but you gotta admit, it's decent enough. Personally, I think this game actually has a pretty neat visual flair. Translation, it doesn't look like this. Oh my god. This might be the first one of these games I've played that's actually attempting to simulate what it's really like to be the animal it's about. Am I dreaming? I'd be concerned if my dreams looked like this, but not as concerned as you'd think. So in the starting area, we're introduced to all the main mechanics of the game, including collecting pollen, our ability to speed ourselves up mid-flight using a tactic called Beetro, bee vision. Okay, so maybe they're not going for accuracy in every department. I mean, to be fair, I can't prove that bees don't have this. We got these cute little loading screens between areas featuring fun little bee facts and brain teasers to ponder about while you're waiting. The average worker bee only produces about 1/12 of a teaspoon of honey in her lifetime. How many bees for a jar of honey?
Oh, I know this. Finland!
Damn, I should have studied for this. After talking to our bee life consultant, as well as the queen bee, we're finally given the ability to fly out of the hive into the human world. God, look at this cutscene. I don't want to oversell this game, but this is way more visually interesting than it really needed to be. They put some genuine effort into this. I can't express how much I appreciate that this isn't completely half-assed. So, in the main area, we're given the privilege of flying around a relatively expansive open space and complete various missions. We get to talk to Sick Bee Jackie, the highest honor, and we're introduced to the main gameplay styles in this game. First up, there's Follow, which can be described as fly through the rings and chase the insect. We take a peek inside this picnic basket and uh-oh.
You nosy little bee!
You, Wasp Avery! And we now get to try the next gameplay style, fighting. This has a surprising amount of complexity considering it's bee fighting. You got a health bar, stamina, multiple attacking styles, block mechanics, a special meter, which is the bare minimum you could expect from a typical fighting game, but this is fucking Bee Simulator. It's like you don't expect a dog to be able to tie its shoes. God, I just can't get a hold of this fighting gameplay. I don't feel like a bee, I feel like a bitch.
Why can't you be both?
Okay, I got a little better, and now I'm able to kick some serious bee ass in this game, so, you know, I can die happy now. The next mechanic we're made aware of is our ability to eat food. That's pretty much all I could have asked for from this game. You can fly up to random people and sting them if you're an asshole. That's pretty much all I could have asked for from this game. We return to the hive, go to the bee library, the library for bees. We're introduced to one last variety of gameplay, bee dancing. You can't have a bee simulator game without bee dancing. This is a pretty simple match the action type minigame thing, but like, it's inoffensive. And at this point, we're pretty much just able to fly around and do whatever we want, which equates to taking on various tasks in which we switch between chasing something, fighting something, dancing, or collecting pollen. Listen, I could complain about the repetitive nature of Bee Simulator's gameplay, but if I really had a problem with it, I think I just have a problem with bees to begin with. I'm not saying I don't. Well, if the single-player campaign is too monotonous for you, we do have local multiplayer included, which is a pretty nice touch. Gives a little bit of spice to couch co-op arguments.
I'm a better bee than you.
No, you're not. I'm a better bee.
I'm a better
No,
bee.
no.
Too bad the multiplayer sucks. Like, it's not bad.
it's just not very fun. It's completely comparable, at least from the little that I played of it. It's just not really compelling in the same way that the single player is. Like, you get objectives, but they don't feel as necessary to complete. The most you can gain from this mode is flying around as a bee with your buds, and bee blood matches. Overall, this might be the most polished quality experience we've seen yet from one of these games. It's a shame I'm not 5. This game feels tailor-made for a younger audience, which isn't a bad thing. It's great to have games like this, especially with the multiplayer aspect. You have a game perfect for kids to play with their parents. At its core, this is a relatively simple, easy to understand game, but like, I would be remiss to not acknowledge the amount of effort and polish this game had that it very easily could have not had. Especially with the varying styles of gameplay. There's a whole ass story mode included with objectives that you get points for completing, which you can then redeem for in-game costumes. This is genuinely commendable. But when you try to sit down and seriously play this as an adult with no incentive of using it as a means of bonding with your children, I mean, you might as well have just handed me a gun, man. Don't get me wrong, I could see myself getting legitimate enjoyment out of this when I was a kid. Keep in mind, this was me as a kid. Moving back to good old mammals, let's try this. Raccoon Adventure Animal City Simulator 3D Farm Super
I'm completely lost.
Deluxe.
Oh, I get it now.
Why is the title of this one so goddamn long? I know I bitched about a bunch of the other games' titles, but this is like a whole new level of egregious. You can get rid of like 70% of the words in the title and it would get the exact same point across. Alright, a shitty looking animal simulator game that pretty much does the bare minimum to provide an experience that emulates what it's like to be the animal in question? Welcome back, old friend. So we crawl our way through this opening area and try to avoid the wolves. Well, this shouldn't be too hard. I'll just... okay, I died. Let me just get my bearings on the controls here, and I died again. Okay, third time's the charm, and damn it! Okay, I can do this. I just gotta be sneaky, and wait, no, damn it! Shit, shit. Why is it so hard to just get past the opening area? What, they couldn't have made the wolves like 2% slower or something? If this is really the kind of shit that raccoons go through, I owe them a huge apology. I was a part of the raccoons movement of 2019, which, come to think of it, might have given people the wrong idea. Okay, I finally made it through the beginning of the game, and... what do I do now? Like, there's a direct pathway for me to follow, but I can't figure out where I'm supposed to go. If I go this way, I just get killed by another wolf, so I'll go this way instead, but there's this stupid contraption that I can't figure out how to work. Okay, I finally did it, and I got a mushroom, so I walk all the way back, then feed the mushroom to the fox, which I think is supposed to be able to help me fight off the wolf so I can get past him, but he doesn't do a damn thing. Why the is there a health bar when the wolves kill me in one hit? You know what? This might be the meth talking, but I'm just gonna say it. I don't care for Raccoon Adventure Animal City Simulator 3D Farm Super Deluxe. Oh, he did not just say that.
Alright, I think we're done here.
What do you mean? There's so many more games to go through. There's Bee Simulator in Spanish, Wolf Simulator RPG Survival Animal Battle, Bee Simulator in French.
No, I've seen enough. We've played way too many animal sims for anyone's liking around here.
You're the one that wanted to play them in the first place. Why are you so against them all of a sudden?
What can I say? I live for justice and laying down law.
What is that supposed to mean? Wait a minute. You are my landlord!
I'm not your landlord. I'm the landlord. Of you.
Why did you come here posing as a PETA representative?
I knew it was the only way you'd let me in your home without prior notice.
Damn it, I fell for the oldest trick in the book!
As punishment for your stupidity, I'm revoking your privileges to this establishment.
Why? What did I do wrong?
The lease agreement clearly states that playing animal simulator games is severely against apartment guidelines.
You were encouraging me to play them!
That was obviously a test, and not only did you fail, you didn't pass.
Well, why on earth would you need to test me?
Don't question my methods.
I think I've earned the right to do so today.
Oh, quit your whining. It's not like I needed a reason to kick you out so I could raise the rent by a steep margin for the next resident.
Huh?
Okay, you caught me. That's exactly why I did it.
You son of a bitch! You set me up!
Hey! That is absolutely true, and yes, I did do that.
You can't do this. I'll hire lawyers. I'll take this to court. I won't rest until I'm given what's mine.
I'm the landlord.
Damn it, that's a good point.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm gonna have to ask you to pack your things and go.
Fine. Do I at least have time to find a new place first?
Nope.
So, the PETA representative, who turned out to be my landlord in disguise, coerced me into playing a bunch of animal simulator games with him just to end up forcefully evicting me from my apartment. I hate when that happens. He did relocate me to this new place about an hour away from my old apartment, and I got to keep most of my old stuff. Sadly, that didn't include my autonomy. Well, I wanted to know what it was like to be an animal, and instead I got ripped from my current home to then be placed in a new home that I didn't ask for, which I will now be living in for the foreseeable future. I'm sure there's a metaphor there somewhere. This may not be where I expected my life to go, but if there's one thing that I've learned from today, it's that sometimes you gotta roll with the life you have. I was more than eager to leave my human life behind to experience the wondrous world of being an animal. I was desperate for it. Desperate enough to play Crazy Goose Simulator. And that's pretty damn desperate. Yeah, most of these animal simulator games were pretty damn terrible. Even the good ones weren't great. But they all reminded me of something important. You gotta appreciate the life you were privileged enough to have. Even when times get tough and you wish you could live another life, sometimes you just gotta push through and persevere. It's easy to take the things you do have for granted, but you don't want to let that go too far. Yeah, this isn't where I thought I'd be right now, but I have a roof over my head and food on the table. I'd be remiss not to appreciate that. So, I guess these games really did have some sort of value in reminding me how shitty things could really be. Well, now that I'm pretty firmly situated here for a while, I have a couple of options for what I could do with my time. I could make do with the current life I've been given, play more animal simulator games, or it always comes back to this. And yeah, I do want to get gifts for all the people I care about. Even if this is all that I have right now, I'm sure I can find things of mine to part with to help me fund the rest of the presents I want to give. Because that's just what I want to do. But I better get out there quickly before all the good gifts are gone. I mean, I spent so much time questioning the existence of holidays that it's March. I'll wait till next Christmas. I'm here! And just in time for the big sale!
Sorry, man. Just closing up shop.
But this flyer says you guys are having a sale today!
Yeah, I put those up yesterday.
Well, you could have been more specific!
And you could have been here yesterday. Looks like we both f***ed up.
Man. Wait a second, you look familiar.
Oh, I get that a lot.
Oh my god, you're my landlord!
Damn, is it really that noticeable?
You kicked me out of my apartment to save money!
Oh, come on, stop living in the past. That was so long ago.
It was this month!
Not if you count in dog years.
Well, what the f*** are you doing working at Big Lots?
Hey, I'm only a landlord on the weekends. Big Lots is where I do my real business.
Damn, you take shits here?
And rip off customers.
Okay, well, regardless, hear me out for a second. I need 20 cc's of presents stat. I told myself I would get gifts for all of my loved ones this year, and I'll be damned if I fail everybody and myself.
You waited until a few days before Christmas to do your Christmas shopping?
We'll address my procrastination problem next year, one thing at a time.
And you're seriously trying to buy presents for everyone that you know and care about?
Oh yeah, I've been saving up since March, and I'm looking to spend the big bucks this holiday season.
Wow, look at you stimulating the economy.
Oh, I'm not just gonna stimulate the economy, I'm gonna straight up pleasure it.
Gross.
Oh, come on, don't be a prude.
I know what to tell you, buddy. Store got cleared out yesterday during the sale. You're out of luck. You missed the boat. Someone bought it yesterday.
Come on, you must have some gift-worthy items in there. Can you check in the back?
Hey, I didn't become head manager of this Big Lots by checking in the back every time someone asked me. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's stuff back there.
Please just let me have it. It's Christmas. Plus, it'll help you clear your conscience for how poorly you treated me as a tenant.
I do like walking around with slightly less guilt.
So, what do you say?
Tell you what, I'll let you have everything in the back of the store for free, no money, if you do something for me in return.
I am not giving you a urine sample.
I wasn't gonna ask you for one.
Good, because you're not gonna get one. So what did you want me to do?
I want you to provide me with some kind of service. A service you can't quite get anywhere else.
I could ramble to you about stupid bullshit.
Perfect.
Okay, so what topic do you want?
Dealer's choice.
Well, it is the holiday season. Brace yourself.
Damn, calendars exist. And when a calendar shows its ugly head, a holiday is sure to follow. Holidays, much like death, are an inevitability. They pop up all the time. You can't avoid them. Trust me, I've tried. But this isn't really a problem for many. Most of us are happy to drop our human shit to carve a penis into a pumpkin. For most people, holidays are just a way of life. But for a concept that we put so much time and effort into acknowledging each and every year, you can't help but question every now and then, what's the point? So why not take a deeper look at a variety of different holidays holidays and the various traditions associated with each one to figure out why the we should give a Of course, I've gone on the record discussing holidays in the past, but I only covered what I thought to be the main four when it comes to the quote, holiday season. But there's a lot of other holidays out there, and just because they don't all pop up during the latter half of the year doesn't mean they're immune to my harsh and critical analysis. You can't hide from me. Now, I am from the US, so I'm scum, but that also means that, much like the last time, I'll mainly be taking a look at the main state North American holidays. Trust me, that's best for everyone. If I had to stand here trying to muster up things to say about Vardavar, we would just get 15 straight minutes of me looking like this. So, let's begin with a holiday that I'm a lot more familiar with, that being... I knew there was a reason I brought this with me today.
What is that, a paperweight?
I typically use it as a coaster.
Alright, so this coaster right here is known as a Bible, which essentially contains the information of which the holiday known as Easter derives from. Easter is a Christianity-centric celebration of the day of which Jesus Christ, that's this guy, was resurrected following his crucifixion. Oh, that's fun. See, Jesus did some stuff that wasn't too great or something, so they nailed him to a cross, he died, was raised from the dead, and everyone agreed that was worth celebrating. And the rest is... in here. The holiday has historically been celebrated during the springtime, as the season is commonly associated with themes of life and rebirth. If you were born in January, your parents f***ed at Easter. Now, unlike most holidays, the day that Easter is actually celebrated on is not set in stone. It's supposed to happen on the Sunday after the first full moon of the spring equinox, usually causing it to land on the first or second Sunday of April, but this isn't always the case, with it sometimes landing in March. Easters that land in March are like people that take their cats on walks. Like, yeah, it's fine, I'll accept it, it just feels a little weird. Now, the name Easter derives from the Christian goddess Yoster, who was also typically honored at the beginning of spring. Of course, you may be wondering, what significance did Easter have to me?
I thought the chicken came first.
Something I always looked forward to when Easter rolled around was the yearly Easter egg hunt. My folks would hide little plastic eggs all around the inside and outside of the house, and I'd spend all morning searching for them and being treated to little toys and trinkets. This was an aspect of Easter that always seemed to pop up when I was a child, and I think I'm not alone when I say that. Much like spring, eggs are tied to Easter due to them being seen as a symbol of life and birth, so it just made sense to... make kids work to find them. Yeah, like you had a better use of your time when you were 7. Decorating eggs was also a tradition I remember pretty fondly from my youthful days, even if I sucked at it. These are the kinds of traditions I can really get behind when it comes to holidays, you know? A practice that, regardless of your investment in a given holiday and the religious ties it may have, can allow for people to come together to express their creativity and share something in common, like their hate for rabbits. Another big symbol of the Easter celebration is... bunny rabbits. See, every holiday needs a mascot, or as I like to call them, scapegoats, which oddly enough would have been a better mascot. You got Santa Claus for Christmas, Cupid for Valentine's Day, turkeys for Thanksgiving, and of course, rabbits for Easter.
Don't forget ferrets for Labor Day.
See, over time, rabbits have gone from a symbolic figure of Easter to the Antichrist himself. How can they be tied to Easter then? With holidays becoming more and more pushed upon the general public as the years went on, I guess it was only natural that we would try to personify some aspect about them to make them feel more human. And like, I get dressing up in mascot costumes for all these holidays, but with Easter, I fear that we've lost the plot. I mean, look at this. That's f***ed up! You know how people feel creeped out by clowns? That's how I feel about the Easter Bunny. Don't worry, I'll give you a second. I think a lot of my disdain for the concept of the Easter Bunny comes from my experience with Zipper T Bunny from the Animal Crossing series. He's just this soulless figure that always has the same expression. He hops around all gleefully, but I just want him to get the f*** away from me. Of course, in concept, the Easter Bunny is harmless. It's just a dumb f***ing stupid f***ing piece of shit, dirty f***ing rabbit. But in practice, like, this is what we get out of it. Like, man, you can have your fetishes, just leave me out of them.
No.
Even when I was young, I never really questioned the egg aspect of Easter, probably because I liked Easter egg hunts, but I sure as hell questioned the bunnies. Well, as it turns out, rabbits are a symbol pertinent to Easter due to their relation to springtime and fertility. This is a sex symbol? Then what does that make this?
Viagra.
Yet candy is another pretty big theme of Easter, much like Halloween. During the aforementioned yearly egg hunts, a lot of the eggs that my folks would hide would include little chocolates and candies and everything they scolded me for eating too much of. Then why give me so much of it? I never actually knew this until recently, but I guess candy is a huge theme tied to Easter due to the Christian tradition of giving up various foods for Lent, the 40-day period leading up until Easter. So eating a bunch of candy on Easter is to, I guess, reward those that waited. I haven't murdered anyone in a whole month. It's time to celebrate.
Much like other holidays, major retail stores thrive on selling merchandise that pertains to the current time of year, and when it comes to Easter, the rabbits win.
Damn it!
You got jelly beans, lollipops, all the fucking peeps you could ask for, my lord. Peeps Pepsi. Chocolate eggs, peanut butter eggs, marshmallow eggs, and of course, the chocolate bunny. F you. These never tasted as good as regular chocolate. They always tasted so artificial. Oh god, you're telling me this isn't organic? And I don't know if it's just me, but I kind of like my candy to be shaped like fucking candy. But wait, this candy is special. Not only is it shaped like a bunny, but it's only offered for a limited time during the Easter season. Oh, then of course I'll buy your shitty chocolate rabbit.
Lucky you. We still got a couple in the back from last Easter.
It's December.
Now, if there's any holiday that kind of eluded me growing up, it was definitely St. Patrick's Day. What is this? Well, St. Patrick's Day also relates to Christianity, celebrating the death of St. Patrick. It's in the fucking name. St. Patrick mainly held prominence in Ireland, where he played a big role in introducing Christianity to the locals, and so when his passing occurred, it was decided, well, we can't call it that. So St. Patrick's Day it was, being celebrated on March 17th. If your birthday's in December, your parents f***ed at St. Patrick's Day.
I can't think of a better way to celebrate.
Well, as it turns out, there's quite a number of ways to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. Bud Light, Corona, Heineken. Yeah, drinking is a big part of the annual St. Patrick's Day tradition. If you just got out of rehab when the holiday rolls around, run. Of course, as this holiday mainly holds prominence amongst Irish folk, it doubles not just as a celebration of St. Patrick, but the Irish population in general. So the alcohol brand known as Guinness is usually the go-to drink of choice when it comes to the holiday, but alcohol as a whole still holds significance. Oh yeah, that makes the Irish look great. Yeah, there's been some criticism when it comes to this tradition, as it's seen as pushing a negative portrayal of Irish culture. It's essentially become pushed as a stereotype, especially in America. I can definitely understand this and think it's important to draw attention to it, even if it doesn't completely excuse it. The idea of going out all night and going through pint after pint of various alcoholic beverages, I mean, that's just a typical weekend for a lot of people. But if other people, those of Irish descent included, want to use St. Patrick's Day as an excuse to go out and let loose a little bit, then I say let them. As long as they're wearing green.
Oh, ha! Got your green right here.
It's December!
Another big tradition of St. Patrick's Day is the color green. Can a color be a tradition?
I don't see why not. Reminds me of my St. Patrick's Day tradition.
What is it?
Existing.
Green is the flagship color of St. Patrick's Day, mainly due to the shamrock being designated as a national symbol of Ireland. And, yeah, that's green alright. Anyone out there who's colorblind, you're f***ed. Every year on the holiday, if you're not wearing green, you're seen as someone committing sin. Well, if that's the worst thing a person can do on St. Patrick's Day, run. A common practice that many folks participate in is pinching those that don't wear green on the holiday. Great, as if I didn't have enough junk to deal with in my daily life, now I gotta worry about getting pinched for not wearing a color?
Too far.
Now, why is this a thing that people do every year? I still don't know. This is a leprechaun, a fictional being derived from Irish folklore, typically portrayed as a short bearded man wearing a green hat and coat, usually classified as relating to fairies. Nothing makes a good holiday quite like f***ing leprechauns.
F***ing leprechauns?
Well, no, not f***ing leprechauns, f***ing leprechauns.
These guys are said to be quite mischievous creatures who enjoy playing practical jokes, including coming out during St. Patrick's Day and pinching anyone who isn't wearing green, which is why the act is practiced every year during the holiday. Is that enough justification for physical abuse? Yes. Leprechauns are weird, man. Like, they don't bother me in the same way the Easter Bunny does, but I've always found their existence perplexing. They kind of stand out to me when it comes to holiday mascots. Like, you can make more justified arguments in favor of the other well-known festive icons, but with leprechauns, it's like, what's the appeal? A little bearded man? Yeah, Santa Claus has a beard, but at least he gives me presents. What do you give me? Anxiety. St. Patrick's Day was always an outlier when it came to yearly holidays for me. The only significance that it really held to me as a kid was that whenever it would roll around, my folks would cook up corned beef and cabbage for dinner. But after looking more into it recently, I do appreciate the holiday a lot more. Sure, there are some aspects of how we celebrate that aren't great, at least when it comes to how it's celebrated in North America, but I hope there's a good amount of people out there that are able to see the holiday not as a bastardization of Irish culture, but as a celebration of it. Contrary to popular belief, it's not just about leprechauns and drinking. A lot of people use St. Patrick's Day to throw banquets or dances or parades, just all around find an excuse to have fun. And to me, that's what holidays are all about.
Please, I can have fun without St. Patrick's Day. Watch. Ah!
You punched a wall?
Yeah! I'm gonna have so much fun at the hospital later.
Now, if I want to stay true to my American roots, no holidays got me covered quite like the 4th of July, otherwise known as Independence Day. It was adopted as a holiday to commemorate the ratification of the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776, which established independence to the land known as the 13 Colonies, previously ruled by Britain. And this land would eventually become part of the 50-state clusterfuck known as the United States of America. Who knew a single document could establish such a big mistake?
Me?
Nah, it's great we have a holiday to celebrate America. After all, we do have a lot to celebrate, like, or even, well, regardless of what America stands for nowadays, this is still a pivotal moment in American history, and it deserves to be remembered. So much, in fact, that we feel the need to call the day by its literal calendar date. Yeah, you ever think about this? Why is Independence Day the only major holiday in which it's largely referred to by the actual date it's on? Like, I get Americans can be stupid, but surely we can remember a simple combination of 5 digits. If you were born in April, your parents at Independence Day. Every day is 4th of July when you don't give a shit. Independence Day is the day in which the entire nation celebrates what makes America America, i.e. the 3 B's, burgers, booze, and breasts. Don't forget the 4th one. So, how do we usually celebrate the 4th of July? Well, take how you would expect a typical American to celebrate. Point that there gun at a cow. Bingo. Ah yes, the 4th of July barbecue, a tried and true Independence Day tradition. It's perfect. I needed an excuse to buy craft singles.
I didn't.
This seems to be the most popular type of gathering when it comes to Independence Day. Just serves as a reminder that one's ability to grill a burger is the most effective means of proving they're American. Vegans are There's a lot of traditions like this, ones that are synonymous with the concept of the US of A and thus are commonly practiced during 4th of July festivities, like baseball. America's favorite sport, huh? I always knew you had bad taste. Yeah, I never really gave a damn about baseball. I'm sure it's really fun to play, but I'm gonna be honest, it's kinda really fucking boring to watch. Of course, I think baseball being designated as America's pastime is kind of an outdated moniker. I'm sure American football is way more popular nowadays, but that's obviously more of a Thanksgiving thing. See, turkeys are brown, footballs are brown, they clearly go hand in hand. Outside of barbecues, there are a ton of other forms of party-like gatherings put on during 4th of July season. You got carnivals, parades, the rodeo. Oh, yes, I haven't gotten enough use out of this shirt. Rodeos have been associated with the 4th of July pretty much ever since 1883, when the event recognized as the first rodeo was held in Pecos, Texas that very year on July 4th. It's all about bull riding, calf roping, goat tying, steer riding, steer roping, steer wrestling. Is it me or do half of these not sound real? There's a rodeo held every year during early July, at least in my neck of the woods, but how would I know that? I'm me. I've only ever been to these things to work as a volunteer for my high school's marching band. Yup, I'm one of those guys. While everyone else was out at the rodeo eating deep fried goodies and soaking up the sun, I was behind a food stand's counter serving up burritos and soaking up regret. I never took myself to be someone who would really enjoy the rodeo, but maybe one year, I'm not even gonna finish that sentence, I don't think I would enjoy the rodeo. But of course, the most well-known tradition of Independence Day is a bit too much, if I'm being honest. Fireworks are unavoidable when it comes to the 4th of July, just like trauma. Everyone's seen or at least heard a firework. They've been sparking PTSD in war veterans for years now. And every year during Independence Day, you can bet that if you look up in the sky, you'll catch a glimpse of at least one big splash of color.
Any minute now.
It is December!
Listen, as a kid, fireworks were always a pretty fun thing to look forward to around Independence Day. I mean, you take a dumb little 9-year-old and a big shiny thing in the sky and it's like a doy. But nowadays, whenever I see a fireworks display at the store for those little poppers or whatever, I just don't really give a shit. I don't know. I guess I just kind of outgrew the novelty of fireworks after seeing them so many times in the past. I remember doing those small street fireworks a lot with my friends and family, but I don't even really feel compelled to do those anymore. These hands weren't made to light fireworks, they were made to not feel joy. Independence Day might not be my favorite holiday, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't have some fond memories from years past. Much like any other holiday, it can just be a nice excuse to get together with your loved ones and have a good time.
Oh yeah, like a funeral.
What the hell? Those aren't the same at all. Funerals are way more fun.
New Year's, you know New Year's, it's New Year's. The new year? Yeah, New Year's. New Year's is celebrated on Take a f***ing guess. If you were born in October, yeah, you get it. It's considered a pretty big deal when we switch over to a new year, but personally, I never really got the hype. Like, it's just a bunch of boxes. Well, regardless, the new year is obviously seen as a pretty big deal in our culture, so it only makes sense that us Americans celebrate by doing the one thing we're best at. Dropping the ball. Each and every year in Times Square, New York City, a huge party is held in which millions of people gather to watch a giant ball drop down in line with the beginning of the new year. Don't act like you have better things to do. Yeah, every year when I was a kid, my family would put on the New Year's countdown live from New York City on the TV to feel like they were part of the festivities. And before you say anything, I don't know what this word means, so there. Nah, I think a lot of kids my age did this with their families growing up. Personally, we would all gather together and drink sparkling apple cider, which was always a treat. I think as you get older, though, there's more of a pressure to, like, go out and do stuff for New Year's. Don't get me wrong, I totally get wanting to celebrate. But man, sometimes I just want to kick back at home. You can't sit here and try to preach to me. Who knows when we'll have another New Year to celebrate? Everyone knows. But hey, maybe I just feel this way because I've never really been to a lot of big New Year's parties. I am getting a lot of mileage out of this sign. Another yearly tradition, the New Year's kiss. See, parties are pretty commonly held on New Year's Eve, leading up until the big countdown to January 1st. And for some reason, a lot of people like to ring it in by squishing lips. If you have someone to do it with, it's great, but I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that feel pressure to participate even if they're not set up for it, causing them to scramble around leading up until the big countdown to find someone to kiss at midnight.
Hey, don't look at me.
I wasn't.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were still talking about balls dropping.
As a single guy, I don't really feel like kicking the year off by getting charged with assault, so I think I'll steer clear of this tradition. Well, if a clean prison record is something I want, there's only one New Year's tradition for me.
New Year's.
Similar to the 4th of July, lighting up fireworks is a tried and true practice on December 31st. I don't know if a lot of folks go through this, but you ever hear people lighting fireworks like days after New Year's? It kind of takes the excitement out of doing it on the actual day, if you ask me. Like, if we're so willing to light up fireworks on January 5th, why not just do them on every fucking day? Who gives a shit? I'm sure a lot of people do this to get rid of the excess fireworks they had left over after New Year's, but if you bought too many, that's your own damn fault. Oh, but now I have to hear them all night after I just wanted to relax watching Curb Your Enthusiasm? I need peace and quiet so I can work on not following my New Year's resolutions. New Year's resolutions. Goals that a handful of folks make for themselves to stick to with the coming of the new year. What a fucking joke. In concept, this is a pretty novel idea. You know, strive to do something to improve your lifestyle, lose weight, take up an instrument, read more books, all that happy person shit. But look me in the eye and tell me you've stuck to every New Year's resolution you've ever made in your lifetime. That's what I thought. Honestly, I feel like putting pressure on yourself to stick to a goal that you made for the whole year, ironically enough, makes it harder to actually abide by it most of the time. I feel like most people make a resolution at the top of the year, stick to it for like a week, and then fall off of it, which causes them to think, oh, I'll just strive to do that next year. Or, you know, you could just try again. It's not like it's legally bound that just because you failed to stick to your resolution for 2025 that now you have to wait until 2026 to start it over. What do you do when you fall off the horse? You climb back on. But no, most people don't make New Year's resolutions to actually go through with them. They just do it to go around boasting, I'm gonna lose 50 pounds this year. Oh yeah, just like how I'm gonna stop using this gun. New Year's is an event that I've slowly become less and less inclined to celebrate every year. Oh wow, Antonio, you must be so fun at parties. It's not that I hate New Year's, or even that I don't think it's worth celebrating. I've just found that more so each and every year, I just don't give a shit. It's like that old saying, you know, same shit, different day. Try same shit, different year. Like, whatever, New Year's is fine, but at this point, I think we're kind of stretching the definition of holiday. Well, what do we have to talk about next? I don't know. Does this even count as a holiday?
Do you count as a bitch?
Well, I don't know where else I would have an excuse to talk about this, so you know what they say. F it. Leap years are celebrated every 4 years, in which we get an extra day in February, turning 28 days to 29 and 365 days to 366. If you were born on February 29th, your parents f***ed you over. See, we do this to keep our normal calendars synced up with how the world seasons and other astronomical events play out. Despite the fact that we usually define the average year to be 365 days in length, they're really closer to 365 and a quarter days, but that doesn't quite have as nice of a ring to it. So if we didn't add an extra day in February every 4 years, we'd all be
Yeah, only then.
The term leap year comes from the way that this causes certain dates to align with their corresponding days of the week. Normally, a specific date would land on the day of the week directly following the one it landed on in the previous year. In 2021, March 1st landed on a Monday. In 2022, landed on a Tuesday. 2023 on a Wednesday. But because 2024 was a leap year, instead of landing on a Thursday, as per what would typically happen, it landed on a Friday, meaning the Thursday was leaped over, so to speak.
And that's when she usually says, I think we should just be friends.
The leap year is honestly a pretty interesting concept with a lot of history behind it, but as a holiday, it pretty much just serves as something that everyone kind of just forgets about until it happens. I mean, hell, I just dedicated a minute and a half to talking about it, and I don't even remember what the f we were talking about.
There, I gave you your personal service.
Damn, you really do know how to talk about bullshit.
It's a blessing and a curse. Now, can you just let me in the store already?
Sure thing. Wait, I just remembered why I never checked in the back of the store for people. We don't have a back of the store.
What?
Sorry, buddy. Looks like I can't provide you with the gift folder I promised.
What am I supposed to give all my loved ones now?
You can feel free to look for a dumpster.
Okay. Well, okay, that was kind of a huge waste of time, but hey, at least I got a Holiday Grimace Funko Pop figure out of it. Holidays are an interesting beast. They're something that we can all take for granted, yet also something that we always seem to put a lot of thought into whenever they roll around. And ironically enough, I think it's that very reason that we can often lose sight of what makes holidays so special. Holidays don't always need to be justified to be celebrated. Sure, it's great to know their history and significance, but sometimes it's okay to just use them as an excuse to have a good time. Celebrate them how you want to celebrate them. And through all the rambling and bullshitting I've done today, I think I finally understand what holidays mean to me. Yes, it's great to get gifts on Christmas, or eat candy on Easter, or watch fireworks on the 4th of July or New Year's, but I think what really makes holidays great is getting the ability to spend time with your loved ones. I may have wanted to go all out for Christmas this year. Needless to say, it didn't pan out exactly as planned, but that's okay. I'll figure something else out. What truly matters is me being able to appreciate the people in my life. And thank God I came to that conclusion, because seriously, like, who the f would want this?